Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 minute we are going to start our event soon. Please kindly be seated. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, silakan duduk di tempat yang sudah Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, silakan duduk di tempat masing-masing karena acara akan kita mulai dalam hitungan detik. Terima kasih.
Yeah. I need to start this. I have to catch up. Video kedua.
To solve the world's problems, the United Nations and world leaders launched 17 goals called the Sustainable Development Goals to make for a better and happier world. The first 10 goals are included.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are about to begin our event for this morning. I invite you to enter into Awan Auditorium to be seated
On peace and partnership are about spiritual values.
and find your
Having harmony with
seat.
people, nature, and the spiritual make the world a happy place. This is the SDG pyramid to happiness.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seat as we are about to begin our event for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I invite you to take your seat in the Awan Auditorium.
To solve the world's problems, the United Nations and world leaders launched 17 goals called the Sustainable Development Goals to make for a better and happier world. The first 10 goals are inclusiveness, humanitarian, social, and people problems. The next 5 goals are about sustainability and nature. Finally, goals 16 and 17 on peace and partnership are about spiritual values. Having harmonies with people, nature, and the spiritual make the world a happy place. This is the SDG pyramid to happiness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin our event very, very shortly. I invite you to take your seat as we anticipate welcoming our guests of honor, so we can begin very shortly.
To solve the world's problems, the United Nations and world leaders launched 17 goals called the Sustainable Development Goals to make for a better and happier world. The first 10 goals are inclusiveness, humanitarian, social, and people problems. The next 5 goals are about sustainability and nature. Finally, goals 16 and 17 on peace and partnership are about spiritual values. Having harmonies with people, nature, and the spiritual make the world a happy place. This is the SDG pyramid to happiness. To solve the world's problems, the United Nations and world leaders launched 17 goals called the Sustainable Development Goals to make for a better and happier world.
Mbak
The
Mega, we
first
need
10
your
goals
assistance
are
up here,
inclusiveness,
please.
humanitarian, social, and people problems. The next 5 goals are about sustainability and nature. Finally, goals 16 and 17 on peace and partnership are about spiritual values. Having harmonies with people, nature, and the spiritual make the world a happy place. This is the SDG pyramid to happiness.
Welcome to all our guests who are just arriving into Awan Auditorium. It's so good to see all of you here. I see old familiar faces as well as new ones. Welcome, and if you could kindly take your seat as we are about to begin our event, our session, our dialogue for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I invite you to take your seat. And if you could kindly clear the aisle for the arrival of our guests of honor. Bapak Ibu yang berada di lorong, mohon dapat mengosongkan dan membersihkan untuk jalur kemasukan tamu. Bapak dan Ibu silakan dapat duduk di tempat duduk masing-masing. Welcome Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan to our venue. Let's give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much Minister Luhut for joining us this morning.
solve the world's problems, the United Nations and world leaders launched 17 goals called the Sustainable Development Goals to make for a better and happier world. The first 10 goals are inclusiveness, humanitarian, social, and people problems. The next 5 goals are about sustainability and nature. Finally, goals 16 and 17 on peace and partnership are about spiritual values. Having harmonies with people, nature, and the spiritual make the world a happy place. This is the SDG pyramid to happiness.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and welcome to all our distinguished guests to the Hita Karana Forum, World Economic Forum, G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Dialogue, Natural Capital, Communities, and Climate Action for a Better Business and a Better World. My name is Shobi Lawalata, and it is an honor for me to be your host for today's event in the morning session. We are so blessed to have all of us today in a packed room full of luminaries, wonderful friends and partners. So allow me to greet, maybe not all of us because we will be here all day, but allow me to extend a warmest welcome and thank you to Minister, Your Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia and co-host of the Hita Karana Forum. We also have the presence of Your Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome, Bapak. We also have Ibu Mari LK Pangestu, the Special Envoy for G20 Bali Global, for the President, excuse me. Ibu Mari LK Pangestu, the Special Envoy for the President for Climate Finance and co-chair of the Hita Karana Forum. And I also would like to welcome Ms. Kim Hwai Neo, the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum, Center for Nature and Climate, and a Hita Karana Forum partner. Thank you for your presence and your support. I would also like to welcome Ms. Manuela V. Vero, the Vice President for East Asia and Pacific region of the World Bank Group. We also have, of course, Ibu Sherry Nur Salim, our United in Diversity leaders, and our wonderful host for today's event from Kura-Kura Bali, Mr. Neo. You are here today on the Kura-Kura Bali Island. And I see friends and partners of the Hita Karana Forum. Forgive me if I missed anyone, but welcome, welcome all, and I hope we have a really good gathering today. The G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Dialogue is co-convened by the Hita Karana Forum and the World Economic Forum, and it's held in the context of the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, right here, preceding the launch of the Secretariat later in the week. Today, we are here to explore emerging ideas and solutions for systems change that put nature, communities, and climate action at their core, so we can catalyze global action to protect, restore, and regenerate our natural resources and the environment. To welcome us all into this space, I would like to invite the Managing Director of World Economic Forum, Center for Nature and Climate, and Hita Karana Forum partner, Ms. Kim Hwai Neo, to welcome all into the stage. Ms. Kim Hwai Neo, the floor is yours.
All of you. Pak Luhut, it's great to see you, Coordinating Minister of Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment. Pak Arifin, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. Ibu Mari, Special Envoy for Climate Finance and G20 Bali, Blended Finance Alliance. Dignitaries and friends, it's great to see all of you. Very beautiful Sunday morning. Thank you for making time to join all of us. And we are very grateful to Hita Karana Forum, for Sherry and her team, for inviting us to co-host this event with you, Sidelines of the World. Thank you also for Indonesia's leadership in blended finance, carrying on the torch, momentum from the UN Commission on Business and Better Business. Thank you also to all the sponsors and friends, partners for making this event possible. We are living in very challenging times. Saw some of the video clips earlier, whether these are issues of the environment, social issues, geopolitical tensions. And we coined this the polycrisis. Each of these crises interconnect to create consequences much worse than each on their own. but it's also a very good opportunity for leadership. And I think this is actually a good time for heroes and heroines, because in times of crisis, it's also a time for transformation. How do we actually build economic systems of the future that can better address the triple bottom line? Because we know that if we cannot growth, we cannot have profit, jobs, we can't think about environmental sustainability. But on the other hand, without a healthy environment, jobs, growth will not be. So this is actually a good time for us to really think creative around how to better solve for three P's: people, planet, and we are looking for better businesses that can better promote harmony amongst people, harmony with nature, harmony with our own spirituality, right? Which is what the three Hita Karana. And when we think about the need to transform our systems, economic systems, I'd like to think of it as the five fingers, right? What are the right policies we can put in place? How can we actually foster markets that can better support green transitions? How do we actually harness technology, even AI, to foster a more harmonious relationship with nature? And obviously the need for culture, because people has to be at the heart of this transformation. But the last finger, so other than policy, markets, technology, and culture, is really around finance, right? You often hear the headlines to say, look, we need trillions of dollars for the energy transition, right? But I tend to think of it as a need for us to catalyze systems transformation, right? So that we can mainstream some of these innovations that are solving for the right challenges, but are not quite mainstream yet. And under the area of finance, right, 2 years ago, the forum, many of you might be familiar with the forum, we were created 50 years ago to talk about public-private partnerships. We added a third P, which is philanthropic. So how do we actually foster philanthropic public-private partnerships to create a better world? And this actually goes to the heart of also what blended finance is about. We really need to think about connecting the different stacks of capital, right? Whether these are philanthropists wanting to give grants, impact investors trying to achieve impact, but willing to take a little bit of a concession on their returns, but also to think about linking these efforts to systems change and to mainstream this to public finance, development finance, as well as with corporate resources and investment efforts, right? So the whole idea of blended finance is really to see how we can better connect all the different players across the different stacks of capital to solve for the global commons, right? How do we actually bring together different actors to promote this harmony amongst people, harmony with our nature, right? And harmony with our spirituality and with our well-being, right? And for that, I'm very much looking forward to the rest of today's conversation, where we will have players across the different areas, whether these are scientists. I know Joita is going to share more about what's going on in the climate space with the development entities, as well as with corporates who are actually taking leadership in this space. And the World Economic Forum is very happy to support these various efforts to break down the silos so that we can build more connections amongst ourselves, because without these connections, right, it will be subscale efforts, right? But together, I think we can do a lot more and a lot faster to address what is ahead of us. So on that note, thank you, and I'll hand this back to the MC, right? And wishing you all a very successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kim Huai Nio. A very powerful reminder of why we are all here this morning. I would also like to take the time to greet Mr. Haja Schutte, Deputy Director of the OECD Development Cooperation Directorate, also Hita Karana Forum organizers. Welcome. It is now my greatest pleasure and honor to invite the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and co-host of the Hita Karana Forum to deliver our opening keynote speech. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Minister Luhut, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all of us, and Excellency Arifin Tasrif, Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, Excellency Professor Mari Elka Pangestu, Indonesian Presidential Special Envoy for Climate Finance, distinguished Ms. Kim Hua, Managing Director, Center for Nature and Climate, the World Economic Forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking to the Hita Karana Forum, that the World Economic Forum, for convening this meaningful dialogue. I'm very pleased to be here. It's indeed timely that we will have the historic launch of the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Secretariat and letter of intent signing with the country founding members tomorrow. Today, we'll embark on this effort through a roundtable discussion on climate action leadership. I hope that you can provide insight on the pathways to balance and utilization of natural capital to enhance climate ambition and for communities' interests. As we look to the future, it's clear that work undertaken now can have far-reaching implications concerning the global challenges, particularly in unlocking the climate finance. And Indonesia came up with the G20 Bali GFEA initiative and was acknowledged in the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this Global Blended Finance Alliance is very important, especially for the developing countries. So I was with the minister from Africa yesterday. They were very, very happy with this Global Blended Finance Alliance, G20 Bali, could support the Global South cooperation. This is, I think, the good opportunity for developing countries to have a lot of projects in their own country. This morning, I just welcome Elon Musk. He just landed in Bali, and he's now waiting for for our further discussion. But in the car from Bali Airport, he was lecturing me about rocket, Starship, Starship. He showed me they said, General Luhut, this is the the Starship that we plan to. Because I asked him first, are you still serious to your dreams to send the Starship to Mars? He said, yes, we are very serious, And he showed me the plan, And to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I offer him also the launching pad in Biak. And I said to him, Biak is very suitable maybe for this because it's the equator, so the cost much cheaper. The other issue I've been discussed also about, about mangrove. I said, hey, you're talking always about the rockets and this and that, but you should talk also, address about climate change, So one issue about the mangrove. Mangrove. Indonesia has a program around 600,000 hectares mangrove replanting and been successful the first 200,000 hectares, and we're still ongoing now. So this is, I think, the other side of Elon. And he said, hey, General, Tesla also about care about the environment. So why don't you also join the groundbreaking of the Mangrove Research Center? I said, huh? But this is an impromptu offer to him, So we'll see what happens. So I just whispered to Sherry, if Elon joined this afternoon for the, for the groundbreaking of Mangrove Research Center, you should accommodate him, So let him, so that we like this something like that, So this is, I think, very important as look at the issue about the climate change, and we can do together a lot. And I'm very happy that THK also working very closely to facilitating this ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, there will be disruptive to the communities in the social economy from the energy transition. They rely on either fossil fuel extraction or those industries that are using fossil fuel. But this one also is not easy because the developing country like Indonesia, we want to high-income country. We cannot just shut down the, the coal fire, but we have to do it gradually because we have to think about how do we cancel the PPA and who's going to take care of the finance of this, and how do you maintain our base load in order to maintain our economic growth as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for this meeting, and to Sherry and to the team, again, thank you very much. And the government of Indonesia give a fully support, like our discussion yesterday about family office with some expert. It was a very, very beautiful discussion, and we learn a lot, and I offer them, if you come up with your ideas and let us know, government of Indonesia, what should be done in order to accommodate more the people like in Singapore. In Singapore and Hong Kong and Dubai, there are so many family office. In Singapore, like 1,500. In Hong Kong, maybe more. So, and then they said, I was so surprised. They said, Bali is a very beautiful place to do it. Why don't we make Bali become hub of the family office, which is, I think, what do you need from the government of Indonesia? And come up with your ID, and we'll discuss again on the 3rd of June. We're going to move very quick. They said they were so surprised. I said, yes, I'm the government, so don't worry. Thank you very much. Enjoy our gathering today.
Thank you, Minister Luhut. We appreciate the leadership of the coordinating ministry in making sure that the investments flow in the right sector to accelerate our trajectory towards sustainable future. We also have a greeting remarks from the Secretary General of the OECD, Mr. Matthias Korman, that we will be watching through video.
Coordinating Minister Luhut Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister Erlangga Hartarto, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all. Thank you for the opportunity to open the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Dialogue on natural capital, communities, and climate action for a better business and better world. The dialogue builds on Indonesia's long-standing global leadership, including through its G20 presidency in 2022, to help develop and share strategies on growing and optimizing blended finance. Indeed, blended finance can be a powerful tool for scaling up financing for sustainable development, helping us amplify the impact of public investment. Our latest figures show that total private investment mobilized through blended finance has reached $51.3 billion in 2020, but there is massive and necessary room to grow to help us tackle the growing financing gap for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, which now stands at about $3.9 trillion US. To catalyze additional private finance, policymakers can help mitigate actual or perceived investor risks by bundling projects with multilateral development banks, offering guarantees, and using mezzanine financing. making greater use of innovative financial instruments such as green, social and sustainability-linked bonds to tap into the growth of the sustainable finance market, and further develop project pipelines with standardized project data to help connect investors with project opportunities. The OECD cooperated closely with Indonesia during your 2022 G20 presidency to help develop the G20 principles to scale up blended finance in developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing states, and to establish this G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance. This alliance will help achieve the principles' ambitions to draw on new funding sources for sustainable development, focusing on development projects that are more challenging to finance. Here at the OECD, we're proud to support the alliance by providing recommendations to address bottlenecks to implementing blended finance, from regulatory barriers to limited capacity to disclose project data, including with our report on bottlenecks to access Sustainable Development Goals finance for developing countries. Enhancing the transparency and coordination of development assistance through the total official support for sustainable development measurement standard, which captures both official development assistance and private finance mobilized through official means. Supporting dialogue between governments and business leaders on opportunities to further leverage private finance for development through the Emerging Markets Network hosted by the OECD Development Center. We're also working on new policy recommendations for scaling up blended finance, including new guidance on financing climate adaptation to be released later this year, and guidance on biodiversity finance to be published next year. Our work will benefit from business perspectives thanks to the OECD Development Assistance Committee's Community of Practice for Private Finance on Sustainable Development. And we very much look forward to collaborating with Special Envoy Mari Pangestu and the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Secretariat to realize the significant potential of blended finance for sustainable development. Thank you very much, and my very best wishes for positive and productive discussions.
Thank you. We appreciate the partnership and support of the OECD in advancing our common future sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver a special remarks to His Excellency Arifin Tasrif. The stage is yours. Let's give a big round of applause.
Well, Excellencies, Mr. Luhut Panjaitan just left us, but I'd like to convey also my honorable message that has been given this morning. Also, Ibu Mari Pangestu, and then Ms. Guam from World Bank, Ibu Cherry, and all distinguished participants who are attending this conference today. Well, very good morning for us. It is an honor for me to deliver this keynote in this event organized by Trihita and World Economic Forum. Well, my highly appreciation also dedicated to Ibu Cherry, that I know since last couple years, she's unceased effort to organize this very much remarkable. Well, in Indonesia, we have developed the target of net zero emission. We prepared a roadmap in the energy sector to achieve the emission target and implement clean energy transition. The net zero emission roadmap consists of renewable energy development, carbon reduction program, early retirement of coal power plants, electrification and energy efficiency measures and practices, as well as CCS and CCUS that currently being developed. Based on the enhanced nationally determined contribution, Indonesia will further reduce our emission from 29% to 32% by 2030 Energy sector will contribute 358 million tons of CO2, increase from the previous target of 314 million tons of CO2. We are certain that we can achieve the target and implement the roadmap with some challenges. Indonesia is endowed with diverse energy resources, such as hydrogen-based, hydrocarbon-based, oil, gas, and of course, coal. Our energy supported 70% from coal, but recently, our government policy, there will be no more new coal-fired power plant can be built. And then meanwhile, we should reduce and then bring more renewable. Challenges, of course, we are facing with. We also have the renewable source. At many places in Indonesia, you said solar, hydro, wind, ocean energy also. And then, but the challenge is how to utilize this. As it was mentioned that the transition has to be made gradually in order to avoid such kind of instability. We have to secure energy for our people. This is the first priority for us. As I said, that the challenge is the infrastructures. Infrastructures is a key. Yeah, how we can proceed with the transition. No transmission, no transition. And then for those cases, currently we are developing project to develop the transmission infrastructure for the electricity. And also we recognize the intermittency of renewable. In order to that, we are now also preparing infrastructure for gas to support the renewable coming into the system. Thanks God, yeah, in the last couple of years, we discover quite significant giant discovery of natural gas in our country that we expect the first production can be made by 2027. It was in the Makassar Strait and also in the northern part of Sumatra and Aceh with the significant amount. So that's why currently we develop the infrastructure of natural gas. Natural gas is very important materials, important energy, yeah, to support, to bridge the transition from the heavy emission industry into the much cleaner prior to go furthermore the renewable into the system. We also have a plan. There are some program also how to utilize natural gas for our people in order to reduce the emission. Yeah, we plan to build the network for the household, yeah, to use the natural gas instead of LPGs. So we will save our deficiencies and then we'll use our own domestic energy to support these things. And also phase down of coal-fired power plant. Well, it was initiated, yeah, by a financial institution. I mentioned that about the ADB, they are currently working with us to make one milestone that we are working with to implement this early retirement of coal-fired power plant. Luckily today, our industry also concerned about the emission. For instance, that the mineral processing industry, that previously they are using coal to support their energy. Currently, they are asking for the gas. So we are now prioritizing our local natural gas to support the industries. So in the future, we will explore as much as possible of our natural gas resource, build infrastructures, and then we can proceed, yeah, parallelly with the renewable use in our system. Well, in order to obtain sufficient financial support, there are some initiatives, such as the JETP, and then currently we proceed with the ASEC, with the Japanese government, and then also the IPEF initiation. But we really expect that this blended finance that's birthed in Bali can also support our program. Well, to maximize the use of the NRE, development of technology and industrial scale is needed. There are lots of innovation, but do they have the economic scale? Are they willing to share? Yeah, with such kind of reasonable commercial matters in order to support us to accelerate the program. Not only Indonesia, but also other countries, especially the developing and the undeveloping countries. Well, we have to ensure that clean energy transition program must provide positive, valuable impact to the people. We expect more stronger cooperation among the developing countries and undeveloping countries, which can accelerate the program. So there is no one left behind. Thank you.
Minister, if I may invite you to stay on stage for the next sequence of events, which is the launch ceremony of HEAL, and allow me to accompany you at the center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next sequence of events that we will have is the launch of the Happy Energy Action Leadership Program, or HEAL. And it has a subtitle that I think is very fitting for today's gathering. It's Energy Transition, Livelihood Systems, and Blended Finance, or HEAL for short. And this program is born out of the joint collaboration between United in Diversity Foundation and the Rocky Mountain Institute, with the support and guidance of many that are present here today. And this is, I would say, at least in Indonesia, is a very novel approach to capacity building in the energy transition sector. As we know, this is a very complex and systemic issues, and so we need to be equipping the leaders with systemic thinking that is holistic, future-oriented, and it involves cross-sector, multidisciplinary learning of stakeholders learning and problem-solving together so that we can address systemic gaps and barriers effectively together. When the program commences in July, this program will take 45 leaders in the energy transition from across sectors, policymakers, national, multilateral, financial institution, Bapak, including ministries. I hope your ministry will also support and join. Donor countries, energy producers, and local government, universities, and civil society organizations. This is a holistic learning journey. It spans 4 months that include both in-person and online modules, and in a mindfully facilitated learning environment that we hope will be transformative both for the leaders as well as the impact in the sector. So to begin the launch ceremony, I would like to invite the 2 collaborating partners, United in Diversity, represented by the President Tantowi Yahya, to come join us onto the stage. Pak Tantowi. Let's give a bit of round of applause. And then also our partner and friend in this, from the Rocky Mountain Institute, represented by Ibu Winnie Rizkining Ayu. Ibu Winnie, please come join us on stage. Minister Tasrif, I would like to invite you to witness. So the gong will be sounded, but we will also be accompanied by other people with the kentongan, the traditional Indonesian bamboo instrument. And I would like to also invite to the stage Pak Paul, Butar-Butar, representing the JETP Secretariat, Ms. Gim Huainio, if you would kindly be so kind to join us, Ibu Mari Pangestu, Bapak Darmawan Prasojo, Bapak Edwin Syahruzad, and of course, Sherry, if you would be so kind to join us on stage. Mr. Jelly Velasquez, Manuela, are you back? Yes. If you'll be so kind to join us from the AGB as well. We may not have kentongan for everyone, so you have to share, okay? One hold and then one sounds the kentongan. This is the spirit of collaboration and real-time prototyping in action. Haye, if you would be so kind to join us. Can we all fit? All right, are we ready? So on the count of 3, I invite Patandowi and we need to sound the gong and everyone make as much sound as you can with your kentongan, okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's launch heel ceremony. Thank you. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And for the photo session, may I invite to the stage, if you are not on already, Sir Gordon, if you would be so kind to join us on stage for a photo with me. And Peter and Raul, please, everybody on the front row, please kindly join us together on stage. Do we have Pak Rida in the room from INA? Okay. Bu Enia, please do. Kang Yoto, you are also on my list. UID Vice President Pahandaka, UID Vice President Pahandaka. Some of us might have to be in the front row. You see the green dots? These are markers for photos, so some of us can be on the front. And who else? Amit Gupta, Mr. Amit Gupta. Where? Oh, there you are. And allow me to squeeze in. All right, pose for photo. On 3, 2, 1, smile. All right. Cukup, thank you so much. You may return to the stage. Thank you for joining us. A sub for Pak Tantowi and Ibu Winnie. Terima kasih, Minister. Thank you, everyone. Pak Tantowi, jangan turun dulu. Mbak Winnie will be joining us. So, allow me to give the floor for a little bit to the 2 partners, my good friends who are ushering this new program together. Bapak Tantowi Yahya, President of UID, and Winnie Rizkining Ayu, Principal for Southeast Asia of Rocky Mountain Institute. Please take the stage. It's yours.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I won't say many words. I only would like to thank.
Thank you very much, Pak Tantowi. It's always a privilege to work with UID. From the Rocky Mountain Institute, we do recognize that developing clean energy solution is a systemic challenge. It's not only changing the source of the energy from fossil to renewable, but looking at the holistic perspective. And developing clean energy workforce is one of the most overlooked challenge in the climate crisis. And in accelerating the energy transition in Indonesia, RMI is super excited to partner with UID and many government institutions and stakeholders involved in energy transition to really accelerate the energy transition at the leadership level. How do we help leaders to shift their perspective to a more restorative, distributive form of economy as well as energy transition itself? So looking forward for further collaboration with UID and journeying all of this with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to working with you, with RMI. Thank you so much, Pak Tantowi, for your kind support. Nanti boleh dikasih ke sana, Mike. Thank you. Rounding out this morning's keynotes, amazing keynotes, allow me to welcome to the stage the Vice President of East Asia and Pacific Region of the World Bank Group, Ms. Manuela V. Ferro, to deliver a special remarks.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So let me start by thanking the honorable ministers, the government of Indonesia, and development partners for inviting us here today. It is really my pleasure to join you with this important dialogue. We have been part of previous versions and initiatives along these lines, and we see this dialogue evolving in a very positive direction. And this really reflects Indonesia's commitment and international leadership in showing how it is possible to blend not just finance, but really to combine significant progress on an economic front with greater and greater environmental sensitivity and really innovative solutions to combine both development and environmental management. We at the World Bank have recently ourselves adjusted our vision to reflect goals of reducing poverty in a sustainable way, but also to do so in a livable planet, a planet that we all share and that we will leave for future generations. This is a global challenge, but as I said, Indonesia exemplifies how it is possible to combine those two objectives. When we look at this country, over the past 2 decades, this country has more than quadrupled its GDP. That is a remarkable track record of success, and improves the lives of millions of people in this very large and heavily populated country. At the same time, you start to see the stress that it places on the environment, and Indonesia has been putting itself on the map with initiatives such as the mangroves. Minister Luhut mentioned that, but also arresting deforestation, taking care of its oceans. You see it in this beautiful island that we are meeting here. These are all good examples, and Indonesia is also at the forefront of trying to bring the global South together to amplify its voice on the need to contribute not just finance, but ideally finance that helps de-risk and blend and reduce the costs of adapting to climate change, but also investing in delivering continued improvement in services for people. And the rest of this week, we will be here to talk about water in the World Water Forum. And that is a very good example of a good that is absolutely necessary for the lives of individuals and households, for businesses to operate. But at the same time, climate change already is affecting water availability. In some countries, we have too much, and in some countries, we have too little. There's more floods and more droughts, all exacerbated by climate change. So these two topics are actually quite related, and it's good to see Indonesia playing a leading role in this dialogue. As we were discussing earlier today, investing in the better balance between prosperity and growth and environmental management will require resources. I'll speak about a couple of examples. The first is energy transition. And I know that it will be a focus today. It really exemplifies the challenge of mobilizing sufficient resources to support growth with continued demand for energy resources that an economy like Indonesia, like most developing countries, will have. You still need to reconcile that demand with sustainability. And that means that economies such as the Indonesian economy will need to find ways to reduce the carbon footprint of its growth. Of course, each country is different. Each country has different endowments and initial conditions. But it is only right that developed countries lend a hand to developing countries to help them continue to develop and at the same time reduce their carbon footprint. And Indonesia is certainly making efforts in that direction, as are many other developing countries. So it is also, in a way, encouraging to see that in the past year, we've had a very significant increase in investments in renewable energy. In 2023 alone, the world invested $1.8 trillion in clean energy. A large part of those investments were in the developed world, and a very large part of those investments were also in China. China making a huge investment in clean energy. So there are initiatives that are moving the world in the right direction. But this will require more investment and more effort. And so in some ways, we will need, for all countries to meet their climate commitments, a significant scale up of renewable energy, which will require help. And that's where blended finance will come in. On water security, we as I said earlier, we will be spending quite a bit of time and effort, we at the World Bank, by providing and scaling up our investments in water resources in poor countries. We have a fund called the International Development Association that provides concessional resources for investments in the poorest countries in the world, and a lot of our investment will go to water in the next few years. Now, concessional resources, I'll conclude here, are scarce. We are at a time when the world is seeing more war. The world is seeing more demand for support that taxpayers will need to contribute to. And so the expectation of how much concessional financing there will be for blended finance have to be moderated. But there are many ways to blend. There are ways to de-risk investments in the early phase of investments when risks are highest. There are also ways to expand and lengthen the tenure of investments by making maturities longer. All of these are ways. The guarantees are another way to de-risk, and we have created a unified guarantee platform at the World Bank Group, bringing all of our balance sheets together to contribute to de-risking investment, and in a way bringing where really investment and financing is, which is in the private sector. Most of the financing will need to come from the private sector. And increasingly, we at the World Bank Group are working to help mobilize those investments into countries so that that riskier phase of investment, the risks are reduced there. So we are ready to play our part. We are very pleased and honored to be part of this partnership. And we want to wish Indonesia and all the partners in this coalition success in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vero. Very keen observations about the scarcity of financial resources and how we must be strategic in deploying. And that's why I hope this, the alliance and this dialogue can be a good way forward to start that conversation. So for our next, actually, we're going to shift gear for the next sequence of events. We're going to have a panel discussion. But while we get set up, let's, maybe I want to hear from the audience while we wait. How many of you have been to Bali before? Many hands. Okay. How many of you have been to Bali just this one time? This is your first time in Bali. Well, welcome to our friends. How many of you came to Bali and then never left? I see quite a few hands. So, well, hopefully we will be seeing many, many more of you coming and being friends with us and spending time to advance our cause together. This is exactly why the United in Diversity Bali Campus was established, as we hope to be a place for partners, local, national, international, to come together. I always say to my friends, it's like Silicon Valley, but for a really good cause, for nature, for a common future. We want to advance innovation. We want to come together and come up with really, really exciting and impactful solutions. So, are we all set? No? Okay. So I hope you will get an opportunity to experience more of Bali beyond. This island is already beautiful. There's a really sacred temple called Sakanan just off in the village. It's one of the 7 most sacred temples in Bali. Do experience, if you can, the rice fields. It's a very ancient practice of water management from the source to the ocean in a way that's managed communally, paying attention to all parts of the system. It's really beautiful, and I love it. And it's a community effort, and it's a very good example of how our traditional ecological knowledge is actually very powerful in informing us what we're doing today. Yes? All right, so with that, I would like to invite our moderator for the panel session, the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum, Center for Nature and Climate, THK Forum partner, Ms. Kim Hue Nyo. Ms. Kim Hue, I just would like to let you know that Mr. Nabil cannot join in for now, but Ms. Joita is here. So, all right, so the floor is yours without further ado.
Testing. Cool. This next segment is a showcase, right? And we have with us 4 very distinguished panelists, right? Whom I'm going to call on stage. I will not have too much formalities because I really want this to be interactive. So we'll have about 15 minutes where they will introduce what they're doing in the space of blended finance. And some of the ideas that they're thinking about, and then for the next 15 minutes I'll actually open the floor to questions and comments, right? So we'll keep this quite interactive. So let me just first invite Haja, who is Deputy Director of the OECD Development Cooperation Directorate. You are also a leader in the G20 Global Blended Finance Alliance. So please take a seat. We have Edwin, who is the president of the PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure. This is an organization, a financial institution based in Indonesia that has been thinking through innovative financial instruments for infrastructure, right? And you heard Minister Arifin just now, infrastructure is key. Without transmission, there is no transition. Joita Gupta, right? She's a scientist. She's professor of environment and development for the Global South. And you are also a commissioner for the UN Commission on the Economics of Water, right? Very important, right? This is a trilogy. We've done the economics of climate, economics of biodiversity, and this year the Commission is going to talk about the economics of water, which we know is so critical to life, right? So Joita, thank you for being with us. Jerry, who is the Director for Mitigation and Adaptation at the Green Climate Fund. This is the largest fund that's dedicated to climate, right? So we're very keen to hear from you as well. Take a seat. Okay, I will dispense with the formalities and go straight to Haja, right? OECD. Can you tell us more, right, because you've been at the forefront of this, how should we think about the principles for blended finance and share some thoughts around how we can scale and do more in this particular space? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to be here. I have to, having seen Pak Luhut here, I have to say something about, first about the leadership of Indonesia in advancing blended finance. Very, very impressive. I still recall a meeting I had the pleasure to be part of with Pak Luhut back in 2017 at the Climate COP. And he was coming to us and saying, well, we think blended finance is strategically important. We need it for our country, but more importantly for the Global South. Can you help us? And this led to a partnership that is basically until today, with the steps that when you hosted here in 2018, the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, We were very, very happy to be part of the launch, development and launch of the Hita Karana Blended Finance Roadmap. This great partnership then led us to support the Indonesian G20 presidency in 2022 in coming up with the G20 Blended Finance Principles to scale blended finance in developing countries, especially LDCs and SIDS, and eventually, you know, to be here, obviously, to observe then the launch of the Secretariat for the Global Blended Finance Alliance. So we'll really be glad and once again commending Indonesia for its leadership, because I think Indonesia really basically lifted blended finance, a bit of a technical niche product, if you like, you know, among financial terms, onto the international leadership visibility. And I think that is really a major achievement. One or two words just on the G20 blended finance principles. They deal with the question of how can you bring blended finance to the last mile, if you like. There's a deliberate focus, as you see from the title, developing countries, including LDCs and SIDS, that if you like, it's a strategic shift away from things that typically our members think about. You know, how do you bring supply of funding? How do you mobilize commercial funding? How do you make our institutions fit for purpose? To the question of, well, how is that? If I'm a developing country, emerging market government and would like to do blended finance and create an ecosystem that is palatable for that, what do you need to do? So basically, these principles deal with local context, at least deals with local financial institutions. How do you scale and how do you measure impact? So 4 principles. Each of these principles have sub-principles to make them more kind of actionable. And so once again, it's complementing what the international scene, the financial institutions, you know, the World Bank and others have been discussing very much with a global South perspective, if you like. So that's really the added value. And going forward, just to say, I think we are really happy to be here. Matthias Kormann, our Secretary General, couldn't do it in person, but he sends his personal remarks and best wishes for tomorrow's launch of the Secretariat. Mary Pangestu, I think we're really looking forward to support and to be part of the journey going forward. With that, back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And indeed, when you're getting different types of capital with different risk-return appetites to talk to each other is not easy. And the Secretariat's role is going to be very critical to weave the different actors together with the common purpose or objectives to solve some of the challenges we have. I want to now turn to Joyita, right, before I go to Edwin, right? You are part of the Commission on the Economics of Water. You've been looking at development for the Global South. How do you think about finance, right? The different sources of capital. What is the Commission recommending?
I don't think I'm going to tell you what the Commission is recommending because it's not yet open and
Give
public.
us a sneak
But
preview.
I can tell you my personal views based on 30 years of research in both climate and water. And I think one of the main things that we have is if you really want to do the last mile, which is what you were suggesting, and you really want to meet the needs of the poorest 2 billion people in the world, you're really talking about projects that may not be bankable, so very high-risk projects. And the question over there is, does PPP and does PPPP solve the problem? And in my humble opinion, philanthropies have a lot of money, and maybe they should just focus directly on the non-bankable projects rather than subsidizing the private sector in a PPPP process. So that would be my storyline, because they make so much money anyway, and in the United States, philanthropies are obliged to spend at least 5% on grants. In Europe, there isn't even an obligation of how much they should spend on grants. So the grant money is quite small. So if they could spend that grant money more effectively, that would be a very good point. The second point is, and again, on your last mile storyline, if you really want to get the public involved, now that's not going to be very profitable directly. It's a long-term process. So we need very patient finance and very low interest rates. Now, our researchers have looked into some of the global contracts that have been made between rich and poor countries, and they've discovered that in the larger JETPs, for example, the interest rate was not disclosed to developing countries when they signed. And they did not know where the money was coming from and for what specific projects. And that is really troubling for us, that a country is signing a contract without knowing how much interest and for how long. And for me, that's really problematic. So a just agreement needs and I also assume that we're talking about better business because business has not been good enough so far. And that means business is also indirectly accepting responsibility for the fact that we have caused major damage. And a recent paper says that the social cost of carbon is more than $1,000 per ton carbon, given the massive impacts. So to conclude, I think this requires a just partnership and it requires just financing. And I'm happy to go into some of the principles for that if there's time.
Thank you. And I think this example of the social cost of carbon being more than $1,000 is a very important one, right? Because very often when we think about returns, we don't think holistically around natural capital, social capital, but these are the very ingredients that are important for the underpinnings of healthy societies and economies. Edwin, right? You are President Director of the infrastructure, PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure. In fact, blended finance is not new to you. You have spearheaded the SDG 1 Indonesia since 2018. So it's been 6 years of experience in that space. Can you tell us more about your learnings from launching this blended finance facility? What has worked and what do we need to better address to help it scale faster?
Okay, first of all, I think I would see blended finance from the two angles. Yeah. First, blended finance that we are providing to public segment, because we are in PTSMI, we are providing finance to local governments. So this is categorized as public finance. Yeah. And secondly, I think the second one is blended finance to the private, to the corporate, to the projects. Yeah. From what we are experiencing, within 6 years of establishing SDG Indonesia 1, I think I would reiterate the importance of financing to the last mile, that we are dealing directly with the local government. Yeah, on the public finance front, I think it is important to mobilize finance, yeah, and get the cheap resources, and then extend with so-called standard, yeah, of financing, development finance to local government. And I think concessionality is very important. We have been experiencing in the National Economic Recovery Program, whereby we use our own resources, yeah, to get the local government from the pandemic, and we combine with the interest subsidy from the central government, so that the local government can get a cheaper source of fund. So that is the most powerful, yeah, blended finance form, when we can mobilize resources from our own resources and combine with the interest subsidy that we get from the government. And the other important element is the quality of the project itself, the quality of the activity that we finance to the local government. So I think for that reason, combine blended finance with grant money. Yeah, we obtain grant money from many sources. The grant money is dedicated for so-called quality project preparation. So that can be quite a powerful instrument to get the sense that the project is sustainable, yeah, to get the sense that project is directly mitigating the climate action and everything. We have to prepare project very seriously. Yeah. That our experience with the public finance. On the contrary, we are also blended finance to the corporate, to the project, to the private side. Yeah, I think de-risking instrument is very instrumental because private always look for the sustainability of the project because the project is gonna be the source of the repayment of the loan. So in this particular, we also can enhance value of the project by way of introducing technical assistance, grant money here and there. But I think the most powerful blended finance thematic for the private side or for the project is de-risking instrument. So I think we have a showcase of where we provide loan with, a first loss mechanism, and I would appreciate the support from the World Bank in creating a geothermal risk mitigation facility that World Bank together with GCF, I think they provide us with the grant money, and the grant money is going to be utilized for the first loss mechanism. So long story short, I think the first loss de-risking mechanism is, I think, the very powerful, or complementary to the finance that we are providing. Last but not least, we are also, I think with ADB, we are also collaborating in try to create a de-risking mechanism in another way, which is linked to the bond issuance. We also provide standby credit facility linked to the bond issuance so that our counterparty can get credit enhancement. So that kind of credit or credit enhancement facility will enable private or our counterparty to get cheaper financing. And all in all, I think on the private side, they are looking for a cheaper financing, looking for a better de-risking mechanism. So I think moving forward, I think it is the challenge of PTSMI to get or continue our effort to mobilize or to collaborate with different counterparty, including the philanthropy, so that we can mobilize money and use it for de-risking mechanism and whatever, the instrument that we can create at the end of the day, to reach sustainable project with better, I think better quality of finance.
Thank you. As Edwin was speaking, I was looking at his resume because you can see that he has that versatility to look at how to bridge between different actors, right? And really when we think about skills of the future, or even skills that are urgently needed for today, it's people who are able to navigate and look at how to combine the different resources to create facilities that actually work on the ground for the last mile delivery, as what Joita and Hajer has highlighted. Jerry, Green Climate Fund. You are the largest climate fund to support developing countries. And you probably work with partners like Edwin for the last mile. And I wonder whether you could share some thoughts around how the Green Climate Fund is viewing the current state of affairs in the blended finance world, right? Vis-a-vis the climate challenge, we call it the climate emergency. And how can we replicate some of these projects that have been successful at a pace that is a lot faster and across a lot more sectors? I know for renewable energy, blended finance has proven to work, but for things like water, waste management, so on and so forth, right, I think there's still a lot of scope for us to experiment and scale. Please, Jerry.
Good morning, everybody. So instead of explaining the Green Climate Fund, I'll describe a real-life project we're developing at the moment. It's coming to our board this October. I can't disclose the country nor our partners, but hopefully by October, you'll find out. So there is this high middle-income country in the Caribbean whose debt to GDP ratio is 160%. However, they're highly indebted. But however, they are highly affected by climate change. The water stress is very high. They have all kinds of problems, and they don't have enough money to work on these solutions. So on the water side, 2 years ago, there was a break in their wastewater treatment, and wastewater was in the streets. On top of it, the farmers are using fresh water to irrigate their farms because they have no other source. And the tariff is very high, the water tariff. So as you can see, if you are the prime minister, what you will do, because you don't have access to finance. On one side, you're highly in debt. On the other, you are highly stressed by climate change. So blended finance can be one solution. So the approach we've taken, we are working with 2 multilateral development banks in this case. So what we're doing is we are buying $300 million of local currency debt. The country has $1.2 billion in local currency debt. We've selected it because it's all commercial. So our partners are putting up $300 million of full guarantee because they're AAA. They could issue new debt at 4.7%, and we are going to buy debt at 8.7%. So that difference in the interest rate and the tenor and so on allows us to reap in savings of $130 million worth of savings. However, that money is only available as debt service. It's not upfront. It only comes in time. But the government needs capital-intensive infrastructure investment that it needs now. So therefore, this is where the GCF comes in, because we can provide it with 0% loans upfront, allowing the government to use its debt service that it has saved from the debt swap to then pay back our loan. But on top of it, if it is just this is a wastewater treatment plant project. If it's just a wastewater treatment plant project, it is not a very efficient project because the cost is quite high. Originally, the government wanted to get a loan from a foreign Exim Bank donor, but the interest rate was so high and the IMF would not allow them to take more loans. So to allow for more concessionality, because also in this country, the loss of water through the existing pipes was so high. 40% of water in the pipes are being lost. It's called non-revenue water. So it has to also be dealt with. You cannot just supply water without fixing the loss in water. So therefore, this is where the other instruments come in, policy. So the IMF have recently deployed the Resilience Sustainability Trust, $300 million in this country, and it's a policy-linked loan. And our multilateral development bank partners also, their guarantee is linked to policy. We have focused the policy on reducing loss of wastewater as one key aspect. And together, even with the GCF, we then linked our concessional financing. We've added a lot of grants and very cheap loans with the condition that they will reduce water loss. On top of it, for sustainability, we then looked at how the farmers will then be able to use the water in a sustainable way. Because using wastewater for farming is not easy, because it is for vegetables. People will have to eat that. So there has to be some acceptability measures for that. On top of it, the operation and maintenance of the plant. On top of that, we also had to deal with ensuring that the plant itself is not a net emitter, but a net reducer of emissions, not just improving the benefit for adaptation. So the long and short of it is that because there are development problems and there are climate problems, and I think blended finance can help to do this. There are countries that are constrained by their development constraints by extreme debt, that they are unable now to act on climate. And there are those that can act on climate, but then they are worried of increasing their debt distress. By bringing in both debt, development, and climate action, and deploying blended finance, the government, debt situation is actually not increased, but actually made better. In fact, the net result of it is that the debt profile is getting better because we're taking away some of their, a large proportion of their local currency debt. On top of it, by the GCF getting involved, we ensure the climate impact. We have ring-fenced the savings because usually in a debt-distressed country, there is potential in the future that, there's temptation to take from this, the savings that you get from the swap. We have ensured that that is ring-fenced. We have ensured the MRVs of the swap itself. And then we link the policy linkages, both on the guarantee side and also on the IMF RST side, to ensure that whatever adaptation benefit that we create by providing water is not lost in losses in the pipes. So I just wanted to say that I think this is an example of where blended finance can be. Now, moving forward in the future, I think we should scale this up. There's not enough de-risking partners to provide such de-risking offer to developing countries, including in particular SIDS. We should band together and come up with an instrument to allow countries like the SIDS to enter into innovative mechanisms like debt swaps. The transaction cost is still high. Servicing these guarantees are still expensive. We can lower it down. There are instruments out there. I know Germany has a debt swap finance. I know Sweden has a guarantee finance. We know USDFC provides an insurance mechanism for this. We need to band together, create a large mechanism. And on the climate side, we should also band together. Institutions like the GCF, whose main goal is to strengthen climate impact. So I think by working together, maybe through the Blended Finance Alliance, maybe this is one of those things that you could help us. Thank you.
And that's a very beautiful example. The floor is open. Any questions or comments from the audience? Yes, please. And just introduce yourself. Can someone just pass her a microphone? Yeah. Ibu. If not, you can use mine. Oh, yes. Please introduce yourself and you can make your comments.
Thank you. My name is Professor Lika Raskova from Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. Thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this very prestigious forum. Thank you for the information from Mr. Jerry that told us that the Global Blended Finance Alliance tried to solve the problems about the water crisis. And as we know that the water crisis is caused by two factors. First is by the nature such as natural disasters, and also and the second is like from humans, such as the pollutions and also war or conflicts. My question is how the Global Blended Finance Alliance cope with the second cause of the water crisis, such as war and conflict. Thank you so much.
Good question. I'll let the panelists ponder, right, while I invite. Yes, please introduce yourself, and then we can have them respond.
Thank you. I am Trihadi Saptawadi from Tahia Foundation. I would like to ask about the governance. When you put money from philanthropy, commercial, and public money, who actually have a final say? How you make sure that governance in that system are really run, managed well? Who has actually the final say? Is that because the one that gives the biggest money or what? Thank you.
Blended finance. Any other? Yes, one more, and then we'll wrap up with reactions. Please, to this gentleman. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nyoman. I'm a small farmers from Bali. So organic farmers and also social entrepreneur. So my question is, we are small and I'm trying to get blended finance, but it's very difficult and I don't understand. Is there any strategy, any good strategies for us, as social entrepreneur and as organic farmers that giving a lot of impact to the earth to be able to assess this blended finance? So how much interest is I can expect it if I get the blended finance? Thank you.
Very relevant because a lot of the last mile actually deals with the fishers and the farmers who are may not have the muscle to deal with big institutions, right? I know that there are two more hands and I don't want to disappoint. So just this last two ladies and then we'll have the response. Very quick comments maybe to that lady in, okay. And then we'll get the mic to you. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Just briefly introduce, yeah.
I'm Arishta from Singapore. And a quick question for Ms. Gupta. I was just going to ask you for your personal comments that you spoke about earlier. I think leading into what he was saying about the 2 billion which we need to support, help and all, and how you feel that some of it will have to be like kind of written off or that. So maybe just a little bit more into depth. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and final question or comment. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Wathuti. I am an environmentalist from Kenya, but also a commissioner at the Global Commission on the Economics of Water and one of the Generation Restoration top link innovators from the World Economic Forum. And from a youth perspective, I think we need to ask ourselves some other hard questions, especially on access to finance. And it would be important to hear how we ensure that these resources are decentralized and actually get to the people that they're supposed to benefit. I think that is one of the gaps that exist within the existing finances mechanisms that we have. So how do the resources, how do we ensure that they actually get to the grassroots and to the people that are actually supposed to benefit from them? Thank you.
Thank you. And now let me just turn to the panelists who would like to. Joita? Yes.
So let me try to see if I can answer a couple of questions together. Earlier on today, we heard that about 1.2 trillion was being used for renewables, but we have around 7 trillion being used to subsidize fossil fuels. And that creates a huge problem. So, we have to get things into perspective that when we are talking about the financial world, it needs to become extremely coherent. And right now, it's not coherent. And the global north is not phasing out its fossil fuel. So when other countries in the global south say we need gas as a transition fuel, it's logical that they say it because the global north has to set the example. And that brings us back to a small island state that's trying to do something, or poor people who are affected by the extreme weather impacts. This brings me back to the social cost of carbon, which is actually going back to the issue of liability, accountability of those of us who are using a lot of fossil fuel, and we need to generate the money, and we don't need to expect interest rate back. So that's the compensation narrative that needs to come on board. And I think that's really important because otherwise we cannot get finance to people who need it without interest rate and without foreign exchange problems. Because if a small farmer tries to get money from a global north institution, you have to pay back in dollars and euros, and you cannot afford that. So you also need to figure out how we are going to do this. To come back to the issue of debt for nature swaps, in the 1990s we had debt for nature swaps and it created a lot of problems and it was not successful. So the question I have back for you is, are you building on the lessons learned from the failure of debt for nature swaps in the 1990s? And are we going to make sure that the inflation that it caused in local governments will not happen? So there are a lot of issues that need to be taken on board, and maybe if we can get some of this finance on board, the money that the philanthropies have, and maybe the philanthropies need to also pay taxes. There's so much tax evasion and tax avoidance taking place worldwide today, and if those tax revenues were made available, maybe governments will have more money to spend through the ODA. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have 3 minutes, so maybe Edwin, do you want to respond? And also Jerry, yeah, before I'll ask Haya to close, yeah.
I think with regard to governance, yeah, I think PTSMI is, of course, a financial institution. We are still under the supervision of the Financial Sector Authority. Of course, we have a so-called governance within our institution, and we have also been equipped with the safeguard, environment, social even climate is within our consideration right now. And how do we manage? At the end of the day, finance is finance. We have to make sure that the project is sustainable, the project that you finance is sustainable, and the money that you finance has to be repayable to us. Yeah? And I think we conduct a process, yeah, when we collect or when we obtain money from grant money, we have some agreement with the donors about the use of proceeds, about the safeguard that we have to meet. And it is the obligation of PTSMI to conduct that finance. I think that's from our side. Yeah. We stick with the agreement, the MOU or agreement that we conduct with donors, and I think that's with regard to the governance.
Thank you. And Jerry?
Excuse me. So when the GCF participates in a project, no matter how small it is, the whole description of the project need to comply with GCF policies. We have very high risk appetite for financial risk, but almost no appetite for integrity safeguard risks. That means that, and sometimes our policies are more stringent than our peer. That's the reason sometimes it takes long in GCF, because we probably have gold standard on some of our integrity and other risks. Our anti-money laundering policies, anti-sexual exploitation harassment are very strict. And for that reason, if we put our money there, the whole thing needs to comply to it. And that makes it difficult. So that's on the question of governance. In terms of how to reach communities, our board adopted a new strategy in this 4 years, 2024, 2027. One of the key focus is locally led action. And we don't have the pipeline for it. So please, you're all welcome to develop new projects for this. We have several ways to do it. An on-granting program, wherein we give a pool of money to a partner, could be PTSMI, it depends on their mandate, could be other entities here, and they then on-grant it. It could be also on-granting and on-lending. Now, there are only two things we agree, the governance mechanism and the criteria for selecting the sub-projects. We don't need to know what the sub-projects are. We delegate it. And so the typical project is about $20, $30 million. And the small grants could be anything from a few $100,000 to several $1 million per sub-project. So this is available. It's available for PTSMI and other entities in Indonesia. If there's interest in anything of this, we can do this. And also the other thing is that in addition to this, our key focus is really on locally led climate action. And on top of that, our focus, I think this is also a conversation now, on post-conflict and vulnerable and highly needed countries. Because GCF we're not rated. We're not a rated agency. However, like what I said, our policies on safeguards and integrity are very high. However, that means that we could enter these countries and we're able to provide more concessional financing, with the caveat to ensure that the risks are managed. So therefore, we are looking forward. In fact, we just came back from Somalia, wherein we have promised $300 million of financing. And we are deploying, as a pilot, $10 million in grants, up to $10 million in grants, just to build their capacity direct to the government. So that then they could access additional resources, because they want to strengthen their own capability to access more resources. So we are looking forward to going into more countries that are vulnerable, mindful of the risks that we're taking. That's the thing. Open our eyes, mindful of it, but we're willing to go there.
Thank you. And Haya, can I invite you to close?
Yeah, thank you so much. Super interesting panel. Thanks for moderating and excellent questions. 3 quick remarks. The first one, I think, just to say that blended finance is a way to increase the pool, if you like, the pie. It is an additional resource, but it clearly has specific use for especially bankable projects. So I think the promise there, the upside is that in bringing in something new, you can use highly concession funding where it's really needed. I think, Gita, that was your point. So it's an additional tool, but it's not a panacea. That's my first one. The second one is, I think the questions and the discussion really shows the added value of the Global Blended Finance Alliance as a platform of peer learning, of capacity building, of bringing more transparency, of standardization, of pushing, if you like, the frontier of knowledge towards actors of the Global South. And the third one is just to say that I think the spirit of Bali, I will bring this back to Paris, because clearly, I mean, our members, they not only need to provide more funding, they not only need to make their institutions fit for purpose, but we also have regulations and policies in OECD countries which prevent basically institutional commercial capital to flow towards investments in the SDGs. So there's homework clearly for us to do, and I think it's a good spirit of this event and other events that will help us to make this. And Matthias' comment, just to say this, has brought this private finance mobilization really to the top leadership of the organization, and we really welcome the fact that Indonesia has also applied to become a member of the OECD and just signed 2 weeks ago the accession roadmap to the OECD. So we're looking forward to take this further. Thank you.
Thank you. And please join me in thanking the panelists. I think they brought a lot of pragmatism, but also hope to the audience. Thank you. Yeah. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kim Hwan-Yo, for your excellent moderation, and to our speakers, very rousing points, and also to our audience with your questions that are very diverse, very direct, and really highlighted where the gaps are to be met. And I hope we can carry all these into our next conversations in the parallel deep dive sessions. So we will have 3 parallel sessions happening. One is on Bakal, Seeds of Indigenous Wisdom, Weaving Our Planetary Health and Wealth, happening right here in the Awan Auditorium. If you check your badges, you should have a green sticker on it if you are participating in the Bakal parallel session. The second one is on the wealth of oceans and freshwater. You will be convening in a place called Cloud Lounge, directly below this room on the 2nd floor, and your stickers should be blue. And then the red stickers, the ones with the red stickers are the energy transition. You will be in Malaja. That's going to the center and down 1 floor. It should be right there. I'll see you right there, about Paul. So you can take your coffee on your way and head straight to the room. We will not have a specific coffee break. And I will hand this over to the moderators of each of the sessions to continue the conversation. Enjoy. Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan segera melanjutkan sesi paralel. Tidak ada coffee break yang spesifik. Jadi silakan mengambil refreshment lalu kembali lagi. So please take your refreshments and then head to the room. And I will hand this over to my colleague Mbak Sita. Bapak dan Ibu, saya ingatkan kembali untuk segera beranjak ke ruangan diskusinya masing-masing agar kita bisa memulai sesinya segera. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you to head towards your parallel deep dive discussions where I'm sure an equally rousing conversation is waiting.
Maksud saya begitu dibuka langsung ke sini. Oh, oke. Soalnya beda nih dengan
Hai, apa kabar? Thank you.
langsung sibuk di kantor presiden.
Enggak.
Sebagai
Envoy-an.
Silakan Ibu.
Yang lainnya apa sudah ada di ruangan?
Ya ini saya lagi mengecek Mbak Mita, ada sebagian yang ada di sini. Ini Mbak Mita nih. Ngobrolnya sama Mbak Mita deh. Saya agak soalnya dikasih ini clue yang lain untuk awalnya. Gimana? Sorry? Aku dikasih clue ini. Padahal kan kemarin kita diskusinya ini ya. Gitu loh.
Ini cuma Pak Bu Nani untuk
Iya.
remark aja. Habis itu nanti silakan lagi kita mulai para sesi.
Iya emang begitu.
Bu Nani tadi ada di bawah. Ini lagi aku cari lagi untuk
Yang tahu siapa aja pembicaranya
Ya.
Mbak Mita. Jadi Mbak Mita yang ditanya.
Nanti kalau pembicaranya semua sudah komplit bisa tolong diinfo ke saya.
Ya ini kamar ruangannya mesti diberesin.
Hello, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, we're going to start our parallel sessions in 5 minutes. So we kindly request for everyone to proceed to the respective rooms. Thank you so much.
Aku invite mereka untuk duduk, tapi mereka tolong dibersihkan karena mau dipakai buat pasti akan di ini nanti mereka disetel. Mohon teman-teman fasilitator bekal bisa yang sudah di-assign oleh Mbak Mita boleh menempati meja-meja yang ditugaskan untuk teman-teman semuanya. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat peserta dari diskusi siang ini. Silahkan menempati meja-meja, kursi-kursi di meja yang disediakan karena kita akan melakukan diskusi segera. Ladies and gentlemen, this space will be used for a breakout session hosted by Bekal, and it's entitled Seeds of Indigenous Wisdom Weaving Our Planetary Health and Wealth. If you are registered for this discussion, would you kindly please take the seat around the table, because this will be a table discussion later on. And for the speaker for this session, Father Marcin Smith, as well as Pak Peter Seligman and Pak James McCall, if you can, hello Pak Peter, if you can sit in the place that was assigned to you. Udah benar, Mbak Mita? Oke.
Selina. Selina. Indonesia. Tidak. Filipino Canadian.
Do you know where do you have to sit? Number 4? Okay. Yeah. You can just take the kursi di sini.
Tapi ada banyak universitas di Malang yang di Malang. Oh, di Malang. Oke. Halo. Saya main di UGM. Dari UGM. Dari Udaya. Butana. He has the holiday for coming to Jakarta.
Have you ever been to Carmel by the Sea?
Because that's our parish. And we're very good friends with the pastor, who's fantastic.
Great.
Well, definitely you can visit and stay with us.
I'm James. Nice to meet you. I'm here. Are we talking from here?
Yes, you will be talking to him. Tinggal Bu Nani. Okay, we will start soon as we are still waiting for Ibu Nani. So I think to save the time while we are waiting for Ibu Nani, Deputy for Coordination of Environmental and Forestry Management, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, while we are waiting for her, allow me to introduce myself. Thank you for having me. First of all, I'm really happy to meet all of you. My name is Sita Supomo, and let me, take about 45 seconds to introduce who I am. I work as an executive director at the moment at Indonesia untuk Kemanusiaan, or Indonesia for Humanity, or people call it ICA for short. And it is an indigenous Indonesian civil society. We've been in Indonesia for 30 years, established 30 years ago. And we are a civil society resource organization dedicated to support vulnerable local community group through strategic resources, distribution, and capacity building. ICA focuses on fundraising effort and awards small grants to community and with the aim to enhance community self-reliance, and center to ICA's mission is transformation, transformative resourcing concept known as Shift the Power, which is part of the global movement, or better known as localization by a lot of people. And these principles advocates transferring resources, decision-making power, and influencing back to the grassroots communities, ensuring that local communities are central in directing development initiatives that affect them. Why do I take the time to introduce myself so long? It's because we are talking about indigenous community. And so far, there has been a lot of challenges, I think, to promote the culture, the way their lives, to preserve the earth. So that's why I hope this introduction will bring you also to the center where, when we talk about indigenous community, we have to put your hats on as you are the one. I know it's not easy, but I invite you to use their hat when you speak, so that we have much more richness in our dialogue. Okay, is Ibu Nani here? Not yet. Okay. So, because Bu Nani is not here yet, I'd like to again invite all participants to take a look at your next person, left or right. And, okay. Then perhaps you have to walk a little bit to the other side. And introduce yourself, because we will be having about 15, 20 minutes discussion, hopefully. So that, by the time we get into discussion, everyone knows each other on the table. So please, there is a Bekal facilitator in each of your table. Can you raise your hand? This is a proud UID Bekal leaders, the local leaders that has been trained in a lot of sensitivity. If they don't hear you well, You can pinch them perhaps a little bit. Okay, so while we are waiting for Bunani, please take the time to introduce yourself with participants in your table. Thank you.
Okay.
Were you in the earlier session because you asked the best question
Yes,
to the
yes,
blended
I was
farmers?
curious.
What happened? We were disappointed, no answer.
First cohort. So, mine is Akilals. That was held by the and then I was the fourth one, and then and then yeah, it's like leaders from across the
Terus saya tidak bisa bahasa Indonesia.
Kita mulai dengan kenalan dulu. Yeah, it's great to have you here for the discussion. Yes, we can. I don't want to take the time, please. Dari Indonesia. I'm based in Jakarta, but originally from Semarang. Okay. Bisa bahasa Inggris.
Kalau ada, kita stop.
Bali from Udayana University.
So my name is Pete Moore. I'm a forester.
Dari konsultasi apa?
I am from Canada. I live in an indigenous community in Canada.
I give you 1 more minute to introduce yourself and each other.
Kerjanya apa? Ya, penelitian saya dan
So, okay. Can we wrap up? Have everybody had a chance to introduce to each other? Yes?
Genesis Climate. Jadi what we do itu kita ngebantuin companies.
Ooh, the conversation has already started.
On their climate journey. Misalnya kayak thinking about the right ESG strategy, gimana cara dekarbonisasi, setting the right climate target. So that's what I'm doing. Backgroundnya dulu sempat.
Okay, since Bunani is still missing in action, whilst we are waiting for her, I think we just proceed so that we don't lose a lot of time. Okay, let
Saya
me.
berasal dari komunitas adat di Sulawesi Selatan, di Kabupaten Sinjai.
Let me
Namanya
just go
komunitas
to the
adat
brief
Barang
session.
Bambat. Saya tinggal di sana.
Can we pause
Organisasi
the
saat
talk
ini
on the table and
Aliansi
okay?
Masyarakat Adat Nusantara.
Are we okay? All right, great. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to address you today in this critical session, Bekal Seeds of Indigenous Wisdom, Waving Our Planetary Health and Wealth. Indigenous land are not just vast expanses of territory, but critical ecosystem holding 80% of our planet's biodiversity and a significant carbon sink as well. Managed through centuries-old practices, these lands exemplify sustainable living and resource management. The World Economic Forum and Hita Karana Forum recognize the invaluable contribution of indigenous knowledge in addressing global challenges. The meeting that we have today, the discussion that we have today, the wish of the outcome is first integration into finance framework. That is, the discussion underscores the urgency of integrating indigenous knowledge into global finance frameworks to support sustainable development programs for indigenous communities. The second outcome that we wish from the discussion is partnership for empowerment. It is imperative to forge strong partnerships between indigenous movement and global institutions, leading to concrete programs to empower indigenous communities to thrive while safeguarding our planet health. The third outcome is commitment to implementation. The outcome of this discussion, we wish to be able to be translated into actionable steps from government, business, NGO, and civil society to implement policies that respect indigenous rights, support economic development, and preserve cultural heritage. And then the next one is to set the scene for our discussion. Sorry, there is the fourth one that I missed. The fourth one is resource allocation. Its adequate resources must be allocated to support indigenous initiatives, including financial resources, technical assistance, and capacity buildings that programs that tailor to the needs of indigenous communities. Thank you for Pak Nyoman's question earlier that I really love. It calls for the attention of how financing currently can respond to these small local initiatives that may not have the capacity to adhere to a very, very high standard in the global scene. Yeah, so it's really important to have a discussion on this especially. And the last one, the fifth outcome that we wish to have in this discussion is long-term engagement. This discussion should mark the beginning of an ongoing engagement rather than a one-time event. So hopefully you all have a chance to exchange contact number so that the discussion can continue outside this room and for a long while. And continuous dialogue, collaboration, and accountability are essential for ensuring the effective implementation of the discussed strategies. Now, let me next, since Bunani is not here yet, we are going to go straight to each of our experts on subject matters who sits among some of you because we don't have like 9 speakers, thank God, so we have a lot more discussion. So we are going to use, in the spirit of the indigenous setting, indigenous eyes and heart and mind, I would like to ask your permission to speak in Bahasa Indonesia. So for non-Indonesian speaking participant, you have tools to help you understand the conversation. But perhaps for now, since our speaker, perhaps unless you can speak Indonesia, Mr. Speakers, maybe you can lend the instrument to each other, sort of share. This is the spirit of sharing. So perhaps for now, because the speaker will speak in, are you speaking in Bahasa? Okay, in English. Any of the speakers speaks in Bahasa besides Ruka and, no? Okay, so perhaps for now, because the speaker will talk in English, perhaps you can loan that or share it to your friends at the table who doesn't speak or doesn't understand English well, okay? First, let me just request all the speakers, which I called, to just stand up so everybody knows who and where you are, okay? The first one I would like to call, and you just can stand by your table, Father Marcin Schmidt, I hope I mentioned it correctly, from the State of Vatican City. He's a priest, the way he introduced it to me, president of the 3HK Institute. I'm so curious with this because is this 3 Hita Karana? Okay, that what came in our mind when we discussed, like, this is an interesting name. Okay, the second speaker would be Peter Seligman. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Thank you. founder of Conservation International, who's very much close to the heart of a lot of indigenous communities, I believe. Okay, and the third one is Pak James McCall. There you go, Pak James. He is the Civil Society and Leadership Advisor in Indonesia for Packard, the Packard Foundation. Okay, Mbak Ruka, who missed the flight this morning because the flight got delayed, so she will be here later on after the discussion. Instead, will be joining us via Zoom, hopefully. And Mbak Ruka is Secretary General of Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara, or Indigenous People Alliance of Archipelago, or AMAN. Kemudian the next one is Pak Steve Wawiyai. Where are you, Pak? Oh, there you go. He is a proud Bekal Fellow, founder of Raja Ampat Coastal Community Association. Okay, welcome all distinguished speakers. Now, the next one, what I would like to invite you is to speak from your table. You don't have to go to the front. But in case Ibu Nani arrive, then after you finish the sharing your thought and initiatives, we will allow time for give the what you call it, the address basically, and then we go back to the discussion. Is that okay? Yeah. So that we don't have to wait and lose time for a precious discussion that we are going to have. Okay, now I'm going to invite question. Pak Peter. Pak Peter, the question is, can you use so that I can speak in Bahasa? For now, then after that you can. Oke, Pak Peter, pertanyaan yang kami sampaikan untuk bisa dibahas dalam diskusi siang ini adalah bagaimana organisasi-organisasi dapat beralih dari hanya berbicara atas nama masyarakat adat menjadi bekerja sama dengan mereka secara langsung untuk melindungi hak-hak mereka atas tanah dan wilayah adat serta hubungan timbal balik antar manusia dan semua makhluk di bumi. Is that clear? The question? It's actually in your brief.
I've got it. Thank you.
Just the cheat sheet. Open the cheat sheet. Okay, please.
Would you like me to stand up?
Oh, by the way, for every speaker who will talk, can you please stand towards that video in the back, because it will be recorded. So they won't see your back, but instead they will see your front. Okay? Yeah. Please, Pak.
Thank you so much. My name is Peter Seligman. I started an organization in 1987 called Conservation International, which has worked throughout Indonesia. And 7 years ago, stepped down at Conservation International to, I still chair the board, but to start a new organization called Nia Tero, which means Our Earth. And Nia Tero was created to be a bridging organization between indigenous peoples and non-indigenous peoples, and to occupy that difficult space of bridging and trying to create trust. And when we created the organization, the concept was to build a board of directors that would be led by indigenous peoples. So there are 12 board members. 7 of them are indigenous. The chair and the vice chair are indigenous. And the same thing with the leadership team, and the same thing with staff of the organization, principally indigenous peoples. And the purpose was to work in solidarity, to support the efforts of indigenous peoples who have in their commitments to protect their cultures, their language, and their territories from assault and invasion. And the concept emerged as I left Conservation International when I was shown by scientists
that the majority of the forests on the planet Earth are on indigenous peoples' territories, that so much of the carbon is on indigenous territories, that so much of the biological diversity is on indigenous territories, and so much of the aggravation and the assault on peoples was against indigenous peoples. And so the question I asked friends who were indigenous leaders was, does an organization exist that is solely committed to supporting indigenous peoples at a global level in their fight and their struggle, that is led by indigenous peoples? And the answer was there was no organization globally, so we decided to create this organization. And what we have, of course, learned is a great deal. What we have really learned is that our role as a bridging organization is to be a strong ally. It is not to speak for indigenous peoples. It is to be in solidarity, to support, to assist. And we've begun to think about what are the most effective ways to do that. And so what I'd like to do is just touch upon what are some of the roles that allies can play, and who are those allies. We already know that for the last 29 years, there's been a climate crisis that has not improved, but it's gotten worse. And it's gotten worse because the developed world looks at nature through a lens that is commodity. And so the first lesson that we are trying to share is that all of the indigenous peoples whom we work with look at the earth through a different lens. It's a lens of relationship, a lens of reciprocity, a lens of the tree is my sibling. It's not something to be bought and sold. Same with animals, same with the earth, same with the rivers and mountains. And so that was kind of the first lesson. And what we've tried to do with all of the partners that we have embraced that are not indigenous is to get them to understand that first and foremost. The second thing that we have really thought a great deal about is how do we support the transformation of conservation organizations, financing organizations, corporations, governments, et cetera, so that they actually have a clear understanding of a different lens from what they have evolved as. And so part of that, from our perspective, is ensuring that indigenous peoples are present on the boards of directors and the leadership teams of all major conservation groups, that indigenous peoples are present in all bodies that make choices and decisions about indigenous lands and peoples. And that's really been a key part of our advocacy, both with the Convention on Biodiversity, this concept of 30 by 30, with the UN climate negotiations. And so part of our work has been, how do you find, train, assist indigenous peoples to be present at a policy level in all of these discussions and all of these negotiations? And so what we've also insisted upon is that we as a bridging organization are not the spokespeople, but we are really an organization that, you want me to stop?
1 minute.
Okay. The other piece that we've really seen that we think is absolutely essential and extremely challenging is how do you actually develop direct access for financing to indigenous peoples? It's really difficult, but I think that the urgency in the call is not on the indigenous peoples to solve that problem. The urgency of that call is on all of the organizations that are trying to achieve change, whether it's in the UN, whether it's nation states, whether it's organizations, that they actually need to figure out how do they make themselves accessible. What's the change that they need to embrace so that we're not requiring indigenous peoples to change, we're actually requiring the institutions that provide the financing to change. And so I think that overall, that's an essential role. And the final piece, which I think is really important just to touch upon in these opening comments, is that we need to have an increase in the global awareness. That requires really effective storytelling. So who are the storytellers? Who are the indigenous leaders? Who are the indigenous communicators that need to be elevated so that their stories can be heard, and heard by the platforms that can reach the public? Because we have to elevate an understanding and awareness that the traditional approach to addressing environment has not worked. That looking just at economics of biological diversity and ecosystem services is essential, it is not enough. What's required is going to be a shift in our values. And the peoples that have demonstrated the right values, the values that actually say we have to actually understand, listen, learn, and engage with nature in a different way, are indigenous peoples. So that really is an essential part of what has to happen. And I think that until we change our value system, we are not going to actually solve either the environmental shifts or the climate shifts that are absolutely required. And it's the role of all organizations to listen carefully to the wisdom of indigenous peoples so that we can actually make those transformations that have been demonstrated to actually protect so much of this earth already. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Terima kasih Pak Peter. Pesannya sangat kuat sekali sebetulnya ya, dengan organisasi yang dibuat untuk levelnya level dunia, tetapi mayoritas boardnya adalah indigenous people. Ini luar biasa menurut saya dan perlu sebetulnya pada saat kita mengerjakan suatu misi begitu ya, maka board kita memang harus berasal dari mereka-mereka yang bergelut atau orang-orang yang memang merepresentasikan misi tersebut begitu. Dan juga your call permintaan bahwa justru organisasi-organisasi besar seperti UN, the aid agencies gitu ya, mereka yang harusnya berubah untuk supaya mereka bisa diakses oleh komunitas-komunitas masyarakat adat, bukan sebaliknya. Kenapa? Karena akan jauh lebih susah sebetulnya bagi masyarakat adat untuk memenuhi standar yang mereka miliki daripada sebaliknya. Resource yang ada, ketersediaan dana, daya, itu semuanya sebetulnya dimiliki oleh aid agency, bantuan-bantuan asing maupun organisasi-organisasi besar ya. Sehingga yang diperlukan mungkin political will ya Pak Peter. The need political will to answer your call just now. It's really striking. Oke, karena Ibu Nani sudah tiba, saya ingin mengundang Ibu Nani. Ibu Nani, I think will be speaking in English. Betul Bu? This how diverse we are Bu ya. Okay, Bu Nani is from the coordinating Minister for Environment and Forestry Management, and she will deliver the opening remarks. And the floor is yours, Ibu Nani. Silahkan Ibu di depan. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Siva Supomo. Distinguished, I think first I would like to apologize for being late to arrive here. So I was checking the field for the preparation of the, just like called rehearsal for the groundbreaking of the International Mangrove Research Center, just close here. So if in the field, it's sometimes I forgot the time. So I can enjoy the atmosphere. Yes, so very good afternoon to all here, and distinguished Mr. Peter Salman, founder of the CI, and also to Father Masin here from Vatican, Order of the Malta, and also Mr. Ruka Sombolinggi, the Secretary General Indigenous People Alliance of the Archipelago. Oh, by Zoom, okay. Okay, yeah, hope you can hear me. And of course, all the representative of the indigenous communities, business and government. So first of all, I think this is a very good opportunity for me to be here in the surrounding all the smart people, and then pay the attention for the important, I think important topic, because I heard the what to call it, the the speech, yeah, that from you, and then I said that actually, as we because we are living in the nature actually, so we see the long histories, yeah, of Indonesia, especially for if you want to. I mean, I would like to say first for case of Indonesia, we have more 17,000 islands, and of course we have too many of the local community. But then we fully agreed and understand very well, I think, if we go to the field, that the local community, that means indigenous people, and local wisdom is actually the key to make it the many program of the climate actions, which is related with, for instance, with the forestry and other topic as well, I think other sector as well, that they are close to the community that can be sustainable. I think one example that I would like to share here, the government of Indonesia has a very good program. We call it the social forestry. Social forestry is basically the program that we would like to pay attention on how to decrease the forest fire, but in the same time, also we would like to decrease the deforestations and also to increase the economic benefit for the people. So then our President, Excellency Joko Widodo, because his background is forestry, so from the Gajah Mada University, so he know very well about the forest, and then how big the community they live in the forest or near the forest. So then we cannot only say you cannot, but then we should ask them to be part of the national priority program. So then the social forestry, if we follow, yeah, they have we call it the integrated approach, integrated area development approach, where basically they use also the local wisdom. Local wisdom is from the indigenous people, basically, and involving the communities in the front. So then I think the program is improved. Yeah, this is just one example. So this is also, we can see that how important is the local, I mean the indigenous people, or we call it also communities, yeah, and together with the local wisdom. And the other also is not only in Indonesia, because we have tropical forest cooperation with Brazil and DRC Congo. So we discuss about this issue. So how we can agree to put it in actually in our joint declaration, but that actually planned to be signed here, but then it cannot be signed in this time. But maybe this year we will find another good time for this signing of the joint declaration that we expect by the presidents of 3 countries as an initiator. So in this part, we actually have the objective how to make it the forestry, sustainable forestry management. So it's not talking only about bioeconomy and rehabilitation, restoration, but also we include these indigenous people and community. So we use two words actually. So indigenous people, we put it there, but also the communities approach, we also put it there. So then we have like quite strong message on this, how important of them in the tropical forest cooperation, in the context of how to make it the sustainable forestry management can work. So yeah, so I think so. Yeah, this is just introduction. So I just maybe this reads a small. I mean, it's a part of this that prepared by our team, and I think we understand that indigenous land and indigenous communities are again not only preserving the global biodiversity but also are believed to reduce the impact of climate change, as I mentioned. Yeah. So if we go to the field more, then we will understand more. So because we should go to get a feeling and to understand deep about the situation in the field. And also another thing, so the indigenous land could save also the carbon stock larger due to the sustainability. Yeah, so if we talk about the bioeconomy, as I mentioned, is actually beyond carbon credit. So it is also the special approach. So I already mentioned about the Indonesian situation and example, and also I have another example in Bali. So I will take the Subak system here in Bali. So I saw also Subak is one of the option for the destination for the field trip. So then there's a good example here related with the irrigation system. We call it Subak. It's based on the Balinese philosophy of balancing the people, nature, and spiritual. And the system is being used for the cultivation of rice terrace, maintain soil health, and also to ensure the stream water supply. And so beautiful also. If we go there, I think we don't want to like hurry to come back here. Just like very interesting that we have a minister from UAE just snorkeling here. And then he said, so enjoy about the area of Ibu Cherry here. And she said, I don't want to come back to UAE because of the so nice. Yeah, so I think the last point that we realized that we need the pentahelix, especially international support to preserve the indigenous land and community. So the support could be financing, also building capacity, and also empowerment activity. So we'd like to invite you and also our global partner here to join hands with Indonesia in our shared mission to advance sustainability, to have to achieve the goals through the safeguarding of the indigenous culture and land. Yeah, and I think I believe that this discussion will be very productive, and then also we will see the resource toward generating innovative solution and actionable strategy. So let us unite in purpose, harnessing the diversity of our perspective and strength of our collaboration to create the world where sustainability and inclusivity thrive hand in hand. So thank you so much, and wish for the productive again meeting, and then I believe we will meet again in the same, because we have the same spirit. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ibu Nani Hendiarti, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Environment and Forestry Management, Republic of Indonesia, for your time. And yang berikut kita akan mendengar dari Kak Ruka Sombolinggi, Sekretaris Jenderal dari AMAN. Apakah Ruka bisa di sini? Zoom-nya?
Selamat pagi. Suara saya kedengaran enggak?
Kedengaran suaranya. Keras suaranya, kedengaran. Terima kasih.
Oke. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia saja ya.
Ya, memang ini sesinya. Sesinya memang pakai bahasa Indonesia, don't worry.
Makasih. Terima kasih banyak khususnya buat teman-teman penyelenggara dan Mbak Sita. Saya minta maaf karena pagi ini pesawat saya terlambat dan sebaiknya berpartisipasi dari jauh saja. Jadi terima kasih banyak sekali lagi atas kesempatan ini. Salam Nusantara, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak hari ini membicarakan tentang peran masyarakat adat di dalam menjaga ekosistem, biodiversity, dan termasuk hutan. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Izinkan memperkenalkan saya Hita Karana. Saya orang Toraja. Saat ini saya adalah Sekjen Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara. Di pekerjaan kami di Aman, salah satunya adalah memperjuangkan perlindungan terhadap masyarakat adat. Kenapa ini menjadi sangat penting? Karena kita tahu saat ini kita berada di tengah-tengah situasi yang kita sebut sebagai krisis iklim. Dan kita saat ini masih bisa menikmati apa yang kita punya, itu karena 80%-nya di seluruh dunia itu dijaga oleh masyarakat adat. Studi membuktikan bahwa hutan-hutan yang dijaga oleh masyarakat adat yang terbaik saat ini di seluruh dunia itu ada 36% intact forest yang masih dijaga oleh masyarakat adat. Demikian juga dengan menjaga biodiversity, ekosistem yang lain. Menjaga hutan dan keanekaragaman hayati itu tidak terlepas dari menjaga keberagaman praktek-praktek budaya dan nilai-nilai spiritual masyarakat adat. Alam tidak kami pisah-pisahkan antara hutan dan non-hutan, tapi alam adalah ruang hidup di mana di dalamnya seluruh kehidupan spiritual, sosial, ekonomi, politik itu berlangsung. Sistem yang seperti inilah yang membuat masyarakat adat mampu menjaga alam di sekitarnya. Akan tetapi menjaga yang terjadi saat ini itu tidak mudah. Tantangan sejauh ini justru lahir sumbernya dari invasi atas wilayah-wilayah adat oleh ekstraksi, oleh logging, oleh tambang, oleh sawit, dan bahkan saat ini ketika kita bicara tentang solusi untuk perubahan iklim yang kita hadapi, meskipun studi menyatakan bahwa masyarakat adat berkontribusi besar sekali untuk penyelamatan bumi dan seluruh umat manusia dari krisis iklim, akan tetapi saat ini bahkan bicara solusi pun tentang energi yang terbarukan pun itu justru mengancam masyarakat adat. Kita banyak yang bangga menggunakan kendaraan baterai, tetapi harus ingat bahwa itu juga berasal dari tambang-tambang yang menghancurkan hutan kita, menghancurkan alam kita, dan membunuh masyarakat adat. Jadi di setiap mobil dan motor baterai yang kita gunakan itu harus diingat bahwa ada setetes darah dan keringat dan air mata masyarakat adat di situ. Jadi sekarang ini kita perlu untuk mengingat dan memperingatkan diri kita masing-masing bahwa menjaga masyarakat adat itu adalah menjaga diri sendiri. Yang tadi saya sempat mendengar Bapak Peter tentang pendanaan, ini mungkin saya akan menyampaikan beberapa angka-angka yang akan membuat kita terkesima. Karena dari studi yang sudah dilakukan oleh Rainforest Foundation, juga oleh Ford Foundation, juga oleh Carapa, menunjukkan bahwa ternyata uang yang secara global digelontorkan untuk iklim, jadi climate funding, sesungguhnya hanya sekitar 1% yang diberikan kepada masyarakat adat dan komunitas lokal. Jadi ini indigenous peoples dan local communities itu adalah dua entitas yang berbeda. Dan angka juga menunjukkan bahwa uang-uang itu pun, laporan juga menunjukkan bahwa uang-uang itu pun ternyata jauh lebih kecil lagi yang memang langsung sampai di kampung-kampung. Uang ini yang tadi sudah kecil itu 1% saja, itu justru banyak sekali ya tertinggal, tertahan di organisasi-organisasi intermediary. Banyak habis untuk organisasi-organisasi internasional. Sedikit sekali yang sampai ke kampung-kampung. Yang ingin saya contohkan, yang paling nyata saat ini adalah salah satu lembaga donor milik pemerintah, saya tidak perlu menyebutkan namanya, yang menyebutkan dana untuk masyarakat adat dan komunitas lokal, ternyata satu-satunya yang mendapatkan uang organisasi masyarakat adat itu hanya Aman. Ini tentu saja kehormatan kepada kami, tapi di sisi lain juga banyak menimbulkan pertanyaan dari sesama masyarakat adat yang mengatakan bahwa jangan-jangan karena Aman sudah menerima, maka itu dijadikan alasan untuk tidak memberikan kepada yang lain-lain. Saya ingin menyampaikan adalah ada banyak sekali tantangan untuk bisa memastikan uang-uang ini sampai ke kampung-kampung. Kami, masyarakat adat, indigenous peoples, itu selalu disandra dengan istilah capacity. Kapasitas itu selalu digunakan sebagai alasan untuk tidak memberikan uang secara langsung kepada masyarakat adat. Padahal kita harus bisa memaknai kapasitas secara berbeda. Kapasitas masyarakat adat untuk menjaga hutan buat kita semua, menjaga ekosistem buat kita semua, menjaga alam yang baik buat kita semua, dan kemudian kapasitas dari donor untuk berkontribusi memberikan dukungannya. Ini yang harus kita pahami bersama-sama. Di organisasi seperti kami di Aman, kami sudah berumur 25 tahun ini, dan kami mencoba membuktikan bahwa masyarakat adat, organisasi masyarakat adat mampu memenuhi yang disebut sebagai due diligence dari donor. Aman itu bahkan tahun 2014 kami mendapat peringkat yang namanya outstanding dari World Bank. Jadi sebenarnya tidak ada alasan untuk terus-terus mengatakan bahwa kami tidak punya kapasitas. Saat ini, Aman juga menjadi bagian dari Global Alliance dari masyarakat adat dan komunitas lokal, dan di bawah payungnya Global Alliance, biasanya disebut GATC, ada organisasi masyarakat adat di Latin Amerika, di Afrika, dan di Asia, dan di Mesoamerika. Di situ kami punya yang namanya Sandia sebagai platform untuk memperjuangkan dana pendanaan langsung kepada masyarakat adat. Saat ini di seluruh dunia, di Brasil ada Amazon, ada Podali, kemudian di saat ini juga organisasi masyarakat adat di Brasil namanya APB sedang mengembangkan pendanaan langsung untuk semua seluruh Brasil. Kemudian di Mesoamerika juga AMPB sudah membentuk pendanaan sendiri, dan di Afrika saat ini sedang namanya Repaleak, organisasi masyarakat adat itu Amerika Tengah, Central Afrika, dan mereka berada di 8 negara. Kemudian, waktunya sudah habis ya, 1 menit lagi kalau begitu. Kemudian di Asia juga kami sudah membentuk yang namanya IPAS, Indigenous Peoples Solidarity Fund in Asia, dan khususnya di Indonesia itu kita membentuk yang namanya Dana Nusantara. Dana Nusantara ini terbukti sangat efektif, karena dengan uang kecil itu bisa diimplementasikan dengan cepat, dengan catatan keputusannya memang terorganisir di organisasi, yaitu 3 pemilik Dana Nusantara, pendiri Dana Nusantara, yaitu Aman, Walhi, dan KPA. Setahun usia Dana Nusantara, kami sudah meluncurkan 2 kali siklus pendanaan. Dan angkanya tidak besar, karena apa? Karena uangnya masih kecil sekali. Sehingga kami tidak mungkin menghabiskan seluruh uang yang ada sekarang. Inilah yang ingin saya sampaikan ke teman-teman yang ada di sini, untuk bisa melihat dan kita bekerja sama bagaimana memastikan dana-dana bisa langsung turun ke kampung. Uang-uang, saya biasanya menyebutnya uang celana, uang baju kaos, karena dia tidak sampai ke kaki, dia hanya tergantung dari leher sampai pinggang saja. Nah, saya pikir ini yang menjadi tanggung jawab kita bersama untuk mencari jawaban. Karena apa? Karena kalau kita tidak segera memastikan orang kampung menjaga hutan, maka ini akan menjadi kiamat bagi kita semua. Yang disebut sebagai reaching tipping point itu, kalau kita sampai ke situ, sebanyak apapun uang yang kita punya, itu tidak akan bisa menjawab persoalan kita. Nah, sehingga dengan demikian saya pikir ini yang harus menjadi diskusi yang diperluas untuk memastikan dukungan terhadap kampung-kampung terus-terus dilakukan. Nah, saya pikir demikian dari saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Terima kasih sekali lagi.
Terima kasih Kak Ruka. Yang di-share ini sama powerfulnya dengan apa yang di-share Pak Peter tadi ya. Saya baru mendapatkan informasi bahwa jam 12.25 ternyata kita harus hard stop. Jadi kayaknya kita nggak punya waktu untuk berdiskusi sayangnya, padahal waktu berdiskusi itu yang kita tunggu-tunggu. Jadi kalau saya boleh, tadi saya berbisik pada pembicara untuk 5 menit. Kalau boleh di-korting, di-diskon menjadi 3 menit aja, paling penting tuh apa gitu kira-kira ya. Kalau memungkinkan belum sampai hard stop itu 25, kita masih ada waktu, kita diskusi 5 menit diskusi juga gak apa-apa lah, yang penting ngobrol. Karena kaya sekali apa yang dibagi hari ini. Oke, saya kasih kesempatan Pak Peter. Pak Peter, pertanyaannya adalah, Pak James, belajar dari pengalaman apa saja cara yang dilakukan oleh lembaga-lembaga pendanaan global seperti Packard Foundation gitu ya, untuk meningkatkan fleksibilitas kerangka pendanaan dalam mendukung program-program di masyarakat adat seperti yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Ruka. Silakan Pak James.
So good morning everyone. I'm from the Packard Foundation, and just listening to Ruka's presentation, I hope that we're now in the process of trying to localize our support, and we're going through a transition whereby we will be able to get funds down to the frontline organizations and communities that do the actual work on the ground to protect the forest and the coastal resources. But to begin with, I just want to say, Packard Foundation is a proud partner of United in Diversity for the Bakal Pemimpin project. So David Packard was a big believer in individual leadership, and he felt that you need to find the leaders who have the potential to make major changes, give them training, give them resources, and set them free. They will go out and then make the changes that we want. So in Bakal Pemimpin, what we really like is we've got a tri-sector approach. We're bringing civil society, the government, and business together to try to resolve some of these complex, wicked problems that we have today to make the major changes that we need to see success and long-term sustainable change. Now, the Packard Foundation has gone through this process called decolonization of aid and capacity building, where we're trying to really understand how do we contextualize the support that we give in each of the countries where we work. In Indonesia, we've already worked with Universitas Indonesia to do a study into what is it that Indonesian stakeholders need from their civil society organizations. Now, what we're going to do is change our capacity building services from training our partners to report to us, because the upward accountability of donors is extremely heavy on local organizations. And how do we now change and contextualize our capacity building to help organizations report to their partners, to their beneficiaries, and achieve local compliance that's within the Indonesian legal framework, so that they're more locally accountable rather than upward accountable. In order to do that, we're working with infrastructure organizations. So we're working with capacity builders. And we realize having capacity builders in Jakarta are not the only way to solve these problems. We're now looking at opening a capacity building partner in Papua, so that there can be local capacity building using the local context, the local language, with local people as the trainers, rather than this fly-in, fly-out service that comes from Jakarta. So how do we develop a deep partnership with a local organization in Papua, give them multi-year general operating support funds so that they can adapt their programs to the needs that change regularly within the local context. Additionally, we're trying to work with re-granting organizations, and we've just started a forum called the Equitable and Ethical Re-granters. We are aware that often we give funds, which is very, very flexible, called general operating support, and then for some reason, re-granters put a lot more conditions on the sub-grants or the re-granting that they give to local partners. And we want to really understand that challenge and try to find a solution for that, so that the money that gets to local partners is as easy and as flexible to manage as the funds that we give to our re-granters. And then one of the other things that we're trying to do is establish what's called a fiscal sponsor. These are the organizations that manage all the administration and finances of grants for local communities that don't have a legal entity, but are still doing amazing work on the ground. So as these fiscal sponsors take all the administrative burden of the local activists and local organizations, they can do what they're best at, which is working with communities. It's the sustainable management of coastal resources, forest resources, and really try to represent the local people as best they can without all the conditions that an international donor puts upon many of the NGOs. So these are the things that we're trying to put in place at the moment. We're very aware, 1% to 3% of all funds get to local organizations. We're hoping that changes. Even within the last 5 years, from a majority of our funds going to international organizations, about 90% is going to local organizations in Indonesia. So the palm oil initiative, the agriculture, livelihoods and conservation, the civil society and leadership, all our funds now go to local organizations. The ocean program is shifting the same way. And with about 10% of the funds going to international organizations, we're trying to understand what's that new role that international organizations play to be a facilitator, a backstopper for these networks of local organizations, so that they can get help to discuss what they need to at the national and international level. So we're trying to develop a way that funds get to local organizations in the most easy, manageable way as possible. And we're working with infrastructure to try to solve those issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I love you mentioned decolonization of AIDS, because it's the same with shift to power, similar, and also with localization. It's something that it's a global movement, and we are all needs to race there is no the end, of course, but race as far as possible so that we can achieve what you just mentioned, locally led development. Okay, Pak Father. We call it Romo di sini. Romo Mansini. Silahkan. This is yours.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation and for this special moment for me to share and learn from you, from your experiences. I was asked to share some input from my work, and simply I'm missionary priest. I was working and had this grace to work in Latin America, in Chile, Argentina, and Peru. So I learned so much, and I was in touch so much with the indigenous people connected around the Pachamama, the concept of the Mother Earth, of course. I had also the pleasure to work with the Mapuche community in south of Chile. They are really very connected to the grassroots, very conservative also in the protection, but at the time that I was there, they were fighting really. That was as a war, against some companies that started to extend the exploration in the mining, and also part of the lithium company that was present there. So at the same time, I was born in a small village in North Poland, where I'm from very Catholic family, and Poland is extremely Catholic country, where even our calendar of the agriculture is connected to the what is the spirituality or the culture that's expressed. So for example, today we are living the fest of the Pentecost, but we call it just the green festivity, because it's connected also to the harvesting time, is the planting for the harvesting. So, but what I would like to share with you, I'm representing Vatican City. It's the smallest country in the world, so we reach already the neutrality, so but it's so easy. But I would like to share first that, of course, we have to acknowledge local wisdom, and absolutely what was made by Pope Francis, it was to convocate the first ever synodus about Amazonia, because I was working also in Amazonia. So we worked for 3 years in the Vatican City to give the centrality to the people, indigenous people from Amazonia. And actually, for the first time ever, the indigenous people was present in the different commissions, department, organization of the Vatican. And the Pope Francis really put at the center the indigenous people and invited all the stakeholders from the civil organizations, United Nations, from the church, to really listen the cry of the earth, listen the cry of the poor, how said, and especially also to learn from the indigenous community. The second, of course, is to empower and respect and empower the local communities. From my experience working just on the ground, I always try to help it, especially to the young people, to the youth, to reconnect to the grassroots, to reconnect to the identity, to be proud of their local wisdom, and also to be creative how to share this local wisdom with others. And for example, just close to here, just to closing this, in Lombok, there we have a very nice experience working with the Muslim communities, from the entire community. There is the small village where they have a awik awik. Awik awik is the Sasak tradition, is the respect of the land, respect of the forest, respect is the rules, absolutely. And I was participating a few days ago in one ceremony where they was catch one person that was fishing illegally, so using some illegal methods. And these people, for the punishment, had to release 20 times more fishes that were killed. At the same time, as they say the rules, if you had cut the tree, so you have to plant the 10 trees more. So it's this kind of the local wisdom, like from Mapuche, like from here, close 1 hour by boat, to Lombok City, Awik Awik, is really the best than all the SDGs that we have, is the best academy, best PhDs, and only we have to find the way to give them the floor, to give the real visibility, to not treat them as the t-shirt money that somebody said before us, but really give the dignity and give the central role and on our conversation. So thank you so much. I know there's time up, so
thank you. Thank you, Father Marcin. Romo Marcin bercerita tentang awik-awik, ini menarik ya, bahwa ternyata kita kalau percaya tidak harus hukum itu kan hukum yang positif ya. Jadi hukum-hukum adat pun akan sangat efektif untuk membantu preserve bumi ini. Last but not least, dan kita tidak punya waktu untuk diskusi, mohon maaf sekali, kita hanya bisa menghabiskan mendengarkan cerita dari para resource. Saya Kak Steve, Pak Steve, boleh berbagi? Ini nggak begitu bagus. Bolehkah berbagi kisah-kisah di Raja Ampat ya? Dan kalau tadi mendengar dari pembicaraan yang sebelumnya. Tantangan-tantangan apa sih di level lokal yang dihadapi untuk upaya restorasi ekosistem. Sorry, we still have one more. Ya, oke. Silahkan Pak, 3 menit idealnya, kalau terpaksa 5 menit. Yang di luar disuruh masuk aja nggak apa-apa, biar dengar cerita dari Papua. Oke, silahkan.
Oke, baik, terima kasih. Perkenalkan, saya Steve dari komunitas kawan pesisir. Ini adalah sebenarnya sebuah komunitas yang lahir dari masyarakat adat di Raja Ampat. Seperti itu. Yang pertama bahwa masyarakat adat itu memiliki spirit. Ada sebuah filosofi yang terbangun di situ, yang kemudian itu menjadi darah daging, dan itulah yang kemudian masyarakat adat itu bisa dapat bertahan hidup di atas sumber daya alam mereka. Kalau di kami komunitas adat Wawiyai, salah satu filosofi dari leluhur kami adalah makan bukan untuk hari ini saja tapi masih ada anak cucu. Itulah yang kemudian mengakar bagi kami, dan akhirnya lahirlah sebuah gerakan komunitas di tengah-tengah masyarakat adat kami, khususnya dalam melakukan restorasi ekosistem mangrove di Raja Ampat. Pada saat kami mencoba untuk melakukan pemetaan bahwa sebenarnya yang paling terpenting adalah memperkuat kelompok perempuan. Karena perempuan itu adalah sebagai sumber kehidupan dalam menjaga sumber daya alam. Seperti salah satu tantangan kendala yang kami hadapi adalah ketika Raja Ampat hari ini menjadi sentral pariwisata di dunia, menjadi perhatian dunia untuk pariwisata, tapi disitulah masyarakat adat sendiri masih rapuh. Itu belum tersentuh dengan segala sumber pembiayaan yang ada. Kami mencoba untuk bagaimana kerja-kerja di lapangan dalam melakukan restorasi ekosistem, bahwa kami mencoba untuk bagaimana adanya program-program inovasi yang dapat bisa membuat sebuah keberlanjutan di situ dengan melakukan kegiatan penanaman. Jadi ketika ada wisatawan yang datang, kami menjual bibit, lalu kami mencoba membuat produk mangrove untuk bisa bagaimana produk-produk ini dapat menghidupkan ekonomi rumah tangga bagi kelompok perempuan. Seperti itu. Jadi seperti apa yang tadi disampaikan oleh Ibu Sekjen Aman itu sangat benar sekali, dan kemudian juga disampaikan oleh Pak Peter bahwa memang betul untuk bagaimana ke depannya dengan adanya dana atau grant yang diberikan kepada masyarakat, tetapi bagaimana setidaknya grant itu dapat memperkuat kapasitas masyarakat adat di tingkat tapak, karena mereka adalah sebagai jantung kehidupan masa depan bumi. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih sudah berbagi. Sebelum saya tutup, saya mau mengundang nih satu aja setiap meja. Tolong berbagi di sini satu kata ya. Apa yang dirasakan teman-teman setelah mendengar paparan-paparan walaupun belum sempat diskusi ya. Satu kata saja, silakan. Saya main tunjuk aja ya. Paling dekat.
I guess it's empowering. Empowering.
Empowering, oke, empowering. Dari sini satu kata, silakan. Tunjukkan. Silakan. Satu kata.
Keren.
Keren. Keren. Oke, dari sini satu kata. Perempuannya belum dapat nih, perempuan Oke.
Hadir.
Hadir, oke. Kalau bahasa UID-nya nih presence. Oke.
Support.
Oke, support. Satu lagi di sini.
High opening.
High opening. Oke. Silakan. Di sini siapa yang perempuan?
Kalau dari kami, it's challenging.
Challenging. Oke. Very nice. Satu lagi.
Kalau dari saya bahasa Banjar namanya kayuh baimbai. Kayuh baimbai means we row it together. We do it together. Kayuh baimbai.
Oke. Pas banget nih untuk menutup. Jadi terima kasih para peserta diskusi ini. Kami sangat mohon maaf karena tidak bisa berdiskusi bersama walaupun hanya 15 menit sebetulnya ya. Dan juga seluruh pembicara atas kontribusinya berbagi pengetahuan dan pengalaman. Kita semua ingin mewujudkan we row it together sampai ke depan di mana kearifan lokal menjadi garis depan dalam upaya global menciptakan dunia yang berkelanjutan dan berkeadilan. better business, better world. Terima kasih. Selamat siang.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to return to the Awan Auditorium so we can continue our conversation today. We have one more very exciting initiative leading towards the blended finance implementation to safeguard the wealth of our oceans. Please join us for the launch. And we also have some very exciting closing remarks and closing plenary together. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to let's come in and take your seats. I love that the conversations are still going. It has that energy of, oh, there's still more to be said and there's still more to be learned. I wish we had more time. Sometime if you find yourself free and wandering around today, come to the first floor and check out the marketing gallery. There's also a Bali museum downstairs on the first floor where you can see the evolution of Bali culture from the Majapahit Eastern Java era. Do stop by. But otherwise, I really need you to come in and take your seat. Bapak dan Ibu, boleh saya ajak untuk kembali ke tempat duduk supaya kita bisa melanjutkan percakapan atau kegiatan proses hari ini. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to return to your seats. Bapak dan Ibu, mari kita kembali bergabung. Ushers, can you help guide people to their seats? I love this energy, you know? You're not done connecting. But we do have a hard stop. So, Asher boleh tolong dibantu ya, diarahkan orang-orangnya untuk duduk. Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we have more seats available on my far right-hand corner. We still have seats available, so if you're stuck somewhere over there looking for seats, there's more. Di sebelah kanan, Bapak dan Ibu, sebelah kanan saya. Boleh berlanjut, usher-nya boleh tolong diarahkan. Menteri datang. Di sini aja nggak apa-apa, bareng sama ini tim yang mau launching biru. Mbak Mezani, Pak TB boleh duduk di sini mungkin ya, berdekatan dengan Ibu Mari ya. I think anywhere here fine. Ibu Mari boleh ini ya. Pak TB Hairul aku tempatkan di sini boleh? You're fine, Bu. Bapak dan Ibu, I see progress, more people in the seats. That's a good sign, but we need to have more people in the seats. Bapak dan Ibu, silakan menuju ke tempat duduk supaya kita bisa memulai segera. Oke. Bapak dan Ibu, I think we are literally ready to move on as soon as you are seated. Okay, I see still people coming in. There's more seats to the right. Bapak dan Ibu silakan ya diisi yang sebelah kanan, masih banyak kursinya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Pak TB salam dulu. Apa kabar? Kabarnya sehat, Pak. All right, I'm gonna do this trick. If you see my hand raised, raise your hand and stop talking, okay? If you see my hand raised, raise your hand and discontinue your conversation. One more time, if you see my hand raised, raise your hand and discontinue your conversation. Just put a pause on it. Let's put a pause on our conversation. Thank you so much. Amazing. Give ourselves a round of applause. Had to put on my facilitating hat there before I become the MC. Thank you so much and welcome back to the Awan Auditorium. I trust we all have a very rousing conversation. I think that much is apparent from the energy that you bring into the room that wouldn't stop. But thank you so much for all that. But we would like now to continue our process. We still have very exciting initiatives to introduce and launch. The first one being, we have the launch of what is called Biru in Bahasa Indonesia. It means blue, but it also stands for Blue, correct me if I'm wrong, Mbak Mezani, Blue Innovation Resource Unit. Intelligence. Blue Intelligence Resource Unit, BIRU, sorry. Blue Intelligence Resource Unit, a very exciting partnership. This is going to be a center of excellence that is a collaboration between the Conservation International, Konservasi Indonesia, Kura-Kura Bali, and MAP Club. And this will be highlighting and promoting conservation of ocean resources using multiple techniques like technology in Indonesia and Asia Pacific. So we are very honored to have all of you today witnessing the launch. Allow me to, we are ready with the gong. So in a little bit, we will be witnessing another gong ceremony. And it will be accompanied by the relevant people who have made this collaboration possible. So I would like to maybe first invite to the stage. If you are, Pak Tebe, are you ready? Yes, okay, you're ready. I don't want to catch you by surprise. If I may invite to the stage Dr. Tebe Heru Rahayu, the Director General for Aquaculture, representing Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to take the first spot next to the gong, Pak Tebe, and then accompanied by Ms. Meizani Irmadiani. Go ahead, silakan Pak. Senior Vice President, Executive Chair of Konservasi International. I would also like to invite Mr. Peter Seligman, the founder and chairman of Conservation International. Ms. Daniela Reich, Executive Vice President of Conservation International. Mr. Richard Gio, as Senior Vice President of Asia Pacific for Conservation International. Mr. Enki Tan, Conservation International Board Member. Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, President of Kura-Kura Bali. Mr. Neo Kian Hong, the advisor to Kura-Kura Bali, and Mr. Michelle Hamilton, CEO of GTEC Southeast Asia and MAP Club, to join us on the stage. We need, as before, we will be inviting on my mark, Pak Tebe, to hit the gong, and then the other ones will be participating using the kentongan in Javanese, or kul-kul as we call it in Balinese language, the launch of the biru. As soon as we are all ready, ini yang sebelah sini belum ada kul-kulnya. Am I missing Payatna? Yeah, Payatna, you're also on here, Payatna. I'm so sorry. I'm missing one more person. Okay, you can take your picture and then join us. Payatna is the advisory board of Konservasi Indonesia. Payatna, and my own professor from way back when. So if we don't have enough kulkul, we will have to collaborate. He's your professor too. He's our professor, really. All right, so on my mark, are we ready? 3, 2, oh wait. Caroline. And wait, 1 second. The suspense. Oh, we have the company of Miss Caroline Turk, the country director of. Miss Caroline, are you here? Of the World Bank Group of Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Thank you. So please kindly join us. It's such a special occasion and such important to have you here. So we'll share the kulkul and any more. Okay. All right. On my mark, 3. Oh, are we not ready? We're not ready? Are we ready? Okay. Yes. Just hit it like that. Oh, merapat sedikit, closer together. There we go. Yes, good? All right. 3, for real this time. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations for this very exciting initiative, BIRU, Blue Intelligence Resource Unit. I want to invite the witnesses to return to your seat, except for Ibu Meizani. If you would be so kind to remain on stage to give your remarks. Very exciting. Really looking forward to how this can advance our understanding, how we can support our oceans with blended finance and technology. Ms. Mezani, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Shalom. Yang saya hormati Pak Dirjen TB Hairu, Pak Dirjen yang mewakili Pak Menteri, Bu Dirjen Enia juga yang ada di tempat acara, Bu Mari Pangestu, and honorable distinguished speakers and attendants of this conference. So we are very excited today to be here to launch the Biru Hub, Blue Intelligence Resource Unit. So what is it actually, the Biru? Biru is actually, we've been thinking about this as a non-governmental organization, as partners of the government, partners of the communities, and partners with multilaterals and other grant and other institutions. We've been thinking a lot about action, right? We think about action in the water, in oceans, in our forests, in our lands. And we know that climate change is something that impacts us greatly in our lifetime, but also for the future. And we are thinking about all the challenges that we face today and for the future. And one of the key challenges that we often face when working in the sector is really around, do we have the capabilities, do we have the right resources to mobilize actions faster and actions at scales and models that can be delivered not just in communities of Nias Utara, in North Nias, or communities in Fakfak in Papua Barat, but also inspiring models that can be translated to different parts of the world. And Biru is really a hub. So it's envisioned to be a hub. It's a collaboration between Konservasi Indonesia and also Conservation International in Asia Pacific to really showcase what are conservation efforts around in Indonesia, but also in other parts of the regions. What our conservation efforts look like, both on land and in water? What do these conservation efforts have in common? Why are they different? Why are they successful? Why do they face challenges? We want to inspire, we want to showcase models through 3 core pillars of the Biru initiative, which is communications, educations, and partnership. Because we believe that it's not just about taking actions. It's not just about taking actions now that will lead to a better future, but it's also about inspiring generations of future leaders, but also inspiring people who are currently working on different aspects in the environmental and the climate change communities to take more actions and feel like we are part of something bigger. We are not here alone, and together we can do this. We know that the challenges ahead is a big one, and it's challenging and dynamic, but we believe that partnership is key. Partnership is key to bridge this gap between commitment and actions. So we are so happy to be here supporting the Indonesia's government Sustainable Development Goals, and also congratulate the leadership of the Indonesian government in hosting the 10th World Water Forum here in Bali. We're very happy to be partnering with Kura-Kura Bali and also with MAP Club on this new partnership. And thank you very much. Salam.
Thank you so much, Ibu Mezani, for your very exciting introduction to the Biru initiative. I would like to invite next Mr. Peter Seligman, the founder of Conservation International, to give your remarks. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Mazani, thank you. Government of Indonesia, thank you for the leadership and the brilliance. Kura-Kura Bali, thank you for this opportunity to be present. The Blue Intelligence Resource Unit is really a breakthrough. And I really don't have much to add to Mezani's description, which really covered the mission and the goal and the opportunity of actually bringing intelligence, thoughtfulness, innovation on green and blue economies to this extraordinarily challenging situation we face, which is how do we link protection with production, which is obviously the pathway that has to go forward. All I really want to emphasize to all of you that are here is that what is happening with Blue Halo S, what is happening with MAP Club, what is happening with Biru, these are actually global leadership initiatives. There are no places on this planet that is actually stepping up the way Indonesia is stepping up right now to guide the pathway towards the solutions that we have to find. And for me, as someone who has worked globally for many, many, many decades, perhaps the elder in this room, I would just say that seeing this leadership from Indonesia, from the NGO sector, from the research sector, from the university sector, from the private sector, is actually extraordinary. And other countries will be watching as a new pathway is being forged. And I just want to thank you and congratulate all of you here from Indonesia and all of you here are partners and allies, that this is what is required if we're actually going to find solutions that will work for next generations. And the time to do this is right now. There is no moment to waste. So thank you for the initiative and thank you for the deep commitment to actually committing this exquisite place of spirituality, of nature, and of humanity together to find a pathway that will benefit all people on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seligman. It's very, very true. Partners and allies, good reminder on how we can come together in exemplary leadership. I would like now to invite Mr. Angkitan, the board member of Conservation International, to also share your thinking and your views on this Biru collaboration. Mr. Tan, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'll explain a little bit why these four partners, right? So we're wondering why these four partners. So CI, we all know, has been working on conservation projects globally for almost 40 years. And it's been working in Indonesia for 20 years in so many projects. Conservasi Indonesia was formed only a few years ago, but it's already doing dozens of projects across Indonesia. Now, the thing is, how do we communicate all we do to the public, and the youth especially, right? That's where MAP Club and Kura Kura comes in. Kura Kura has the location in Bali, very central, easy to access, and we have a microcosm of ecosystems that represent Indonesia. We have mangrove, we have wetlands, we have bird sanctuaries, we have coral. Right on this side, right like 500 meters from where you're sitting, all these assets. We want to showcase this asset to the world, and for children especially, to come here to experience this. Not everyone can go to Raja Ampat, not everyone can go to Kalimantan, but they can come here to experience this. Now, and we're setting up a center here, our group, GT Group, and MAP setting up a center with Kura Kura right here, about 200 meters from here, will be a physical center where children and youth can come and participate and experience. Now, MAP Club, I want to ask in this room for the Indonesians, how many of you are member of MAP Club? Look around the room, okay? We got a lot of MAP Club members already in the room. We have MAP Club, for those who don't know, is a retail company in Indonesia. It represents 150 brands like Starbucks, Apple, and Subway, and 150 others. We have millions of members in the public, and many are the youth. We want to get them using technology to be able to connect to the actual projects. So they will be able to go on their app, which they already have on their phone, and click on the projects that Mezani is doing across Indonesia and see the projects live on camera traps, on videos, talking to the people and visiting the actual community. Participate, volunteer, and contribute to these projects. We want the youth to participate. So that's why MAP Club is involved. I'm really pleased to announce this today with everyone here, and it's an honor for us to work with all of you. And we hope that you all contribute and also participate in this venture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Angkitan. Very exciting. I'm a biologist by training myself, so it's always very exciting when people get excited about doing science in a different way that brings more of the community together for better results. So earlier, while we get structurally set up for the next round of remarks, I didn't get a call out earlier for our Balinese. Where are our Balinese in the room? Yeah, ada lagi. Thank you for allowing us onto your very beautiful island, and we hope we can contribute and learn from you on how to work together with the Hita Karana philosophy, harmony with people and nature, and with the spiritual. So, are we set up? Okay, then I would like next to invite to the stage Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, President Director of Kura Kura Bali, to deliver your remarks in this partnership, Ibu Tuti.
Thank you. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Excellency Peter Seligman, founder and chair of the board of CI, and all of the distinguished CI colleagues, Pak Yatna, who I've known for years, Ibu Mesani, and Richard Yo, have not seen you for many years. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor for me to stand here before you today as we celebrate the launch of the Blue Intelligence Resource Unit, or BIRU. I was amazed at first, why the name is intelligence, But now after Enki has explained to me, I think it makes sense. It's a real intelligence. This occasion marks the beginning of a new chapter in our collective efforts towards sustainability and conservation. And at Kura Kura Bali, where we pride ourselves on being the perfect location for BIRU, our commitment to the principles of Hita Karana, harmony among people, nature, and spiritual, guides everything which we do. The philosophy, deeply rooted in Balinese culture, aligns seamlessly with the mission of BIRU as a center of excellence to highlight conservation and sustainability initiatives throughout Indonesia and Asia Pacific. BIRU seeks to raise awareness, sharing knowledge, and garnering support for blue-green economic development. And we are also inspired by Satkirti, the 6 principles of Balinese life, which emphasize the honoring of land, sea, water, trees, wildlife, and human well-beings. These guiding philosophies make Kura Kura Bali not just special economic zone, but a living, breathing example of sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Kura Kura Bali is a real testament to this commitment. Having 30 hectares of mangrove forest within the island, we have become home to more than 160 species of birds. We have also planted over 700,000 trees, significantly contributing to biodiversity. These efforts are not just about conservation. They are about creating a life in touch with nature and community. Our collaborations with Konservasi Indonesia and Conservations International is integral to this vision. These esteemed organizations have a proven track records of impactful conservation work across the Asia-Pacific region. Konservasi Indonesia has been instrumental in promoting marine protected areas, sustainable fisheries, and of the protections of the endangered species. Conservations International has also championed initiatives such as ecosystem restorations, climate change mitigations, and the promotion of biodiversity. And their work indeed has made a substantial difference, not only in Indonesia, but also globally, showing the case of the power of dedicated to conservation efforts. So with Biru, we are opening new opportunities for collaborations and innovations. Opportunities exist to build capacity of seaweed farmers, of coral reef farmers, and in promoting sustainable fisheries. We see the potentials in developing mangrove tourism in our plans to build an international marina. As we begin this journey, let us celebrate the synergy between Kura-Kura Bali's unique cultural heritage and the innovative conservation efforts led by Konservasi Indonesia and Conservations International. And finally, thank you to all our partners at KI, CI, and MEP Club for your strong commitment and trust, and to all our distinguished guests and stakeholders. Thank you for joining us today and for your ongoing support. Together, let us make Biru a catalyst for positive change and a model for conservation of excellence. I look forward to witnessing the progress and transformative impact that Biru will undoubtedly achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tuti, for the support of Kura-Kura Bali as well for this partnership and a common cause. I would like to invite from GTEC, Southeast Asia, Mr. Michelle Hamilton to give your remarks on the Biru collaboration. Mr. Hamilton, if you would please take to the stage.
Morning, everyone. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and everybody. Thank you. I guess this has been already being all elaborated with well, Dr. Tan, May, Richard, that we are from MAP Club, where we are one of the largest digital retail ecosystem in Indonesia. We are managing 150 brands throughout 3,500 stores, more million transactions, and also trillions of sales has been already being executed through our platform. But we believe our members is really concerned and really wants to be involved in any kind of effort to do the conservations, to the resources, to the nature, to the environment. And I guess this is one of the ideas that is just being created, but I guess it's very innovative to actually make a connections between members, between programs, and between the people. With the platform Biru is giving a lot of transparency, is giving a lot of information. When people is actually involved, they know what is the contributions to all of the effort being made by KI or CI. And I guess with the strategy of the digital content alignment, with the in-shop experience where we also making people, it's not only about shopping, it's also about contributing, and also a lot of gamification that we will do. I will see a lot of tractions will coming. I will see a lot of different kind of society will actually be engaged and be moved with all of this partnership that we'll do. And I'm sure this is just the beginning. We'll see a lot more programs. We'll see a lot of more projects and also a lot of more innovations that we can do to the platform, to the intelligence, to the ecosystems that we are creating together, not only to do transactions, but also to conserve the environment. So we are very pleased, and I hope we are going to be able to make it very successful and make our members very exciting, not only to do shopping, but also doing the conservation. Thank you very much.
So much, Mr. Hamilton. Now we are ready to listen to the first closing keynotes by the Director General of Aquaculture, representing the Minister of Marine and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Tebe Hairu Rahayu. Director General, the floor is yours.
Saya mewakili Bu Tuti, kalau tadi pendek saya mungkin bisa. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, especially Ibu Tuti, Ibu Mali Pangestu, my professor. Could you please stand up, please? Without him, I will not be here. Yeah, he's my professor in University of Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak, Pak. Kemudian Ibu Mezani, ya, Please, a big applause for her, Ibu Maizani. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to a close of this dialogue, allow me, on behalf of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, I think he went already because he has to follow another meeting with the Mr. President and Pak Menko, Pak Luhut. So today, I would like to, representing of him, to give a little speech or say something about this issue. So, I'm really honored to offer a closing remark for the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Dialogue, co-convened by Hita Karana, and then Forum WWF and World Economic Forum. Against the backdrop of the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, we have delved into the nexus of nature communities and climate action, seeking to catalyze a global effort to protect, restore, and regenerate our ocean and freshwater resources and our natural resources at large. As the largest archipelagic state and home of the massive marine biodiversity, Indonesia is pleased to share its experience in ocean health. I think we have seen our minister has already explained how important the ocean to this issue, especially we talking about the waters. Indonesian, I repeat, Indonesia's waters cover around 6.4 million square kilometers, and its blue carbon resources such as mangrove and seagrass are found along 108,000 kilometers of coastline. Indonesia is regulating the ocean health by creating healthy and sustainable ocean through the fighting unsustainable and IUU fishing practices and developing its blue economy and financing scheme. It is combating marine plastic pollution and driving collaboration with all stakeholders. Indonesia has implemented a monitor quota-based capture fisheries by improving satellite-based surveillance capability and strengthening community-based patrol. It is pursuing aquaculture products such as shrimp, crab, lobster, and seaweed that absorb carbon and support industry. As you probably already know that our ministry has declared 5 target commodities. First is shrimp, second is seaweed, third is crab, lobster, and the last is tilapia. Indonesia has expanded the marine protected area to 28.4 million hectares, exceeding the 20 million hectare commitment. And it's planned to reach marine protected area of 32.5 million hectares by 2030. It has developed a strategic blue financing framework to facilitate investment in technical assistance, creation of community-based MPA, as well as surveillance and enforcement. Global blended finance are a new way to sustain ocean and improve livelihood and revenues. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, safeguarding the wealth of our ocean and freshwater require collective action and collaboration across sector and borders. Government, businesses, civil society, organizations, and the international community must work together to develop and implement effective policies, regulation, and initiatives that promote sustainable use and conservation. So we are honored to be here to witness the grand launch of Blue Intelligent Resource Unit. Yeah, it is really good, nomenclature, BIRU. Okay, the Blue Intelligent Resource Unit jointly established by Konservasi Indonesia, Conservation International, Kura-Kura Bali, and MAP Club, we look forward to Blue Intelligent Resource Unit serving as a center of excellence to promote and scale conservation effort and initiative throughout Indonesia and the Asia Pacific. I'm excited to know Biru will engage various stakeholders like communities, youth, academic, businesses, government, and NGOs to encourage collaboration and innovation. The partnership with MAP Club, one of the largest retail membership club, is significant as it will pave the way for a more inclusive and sustainable approach to conservation by bringing action to consumers and retail participation. Located next to each other here in Kura-Kura, Bali, I see a big synergy between Biru and the International Mangrove Center as a symbol of hope and testament of our collective effort to protect and preserve our planet. I extend my heartiest congratulations to Konservasi Indonesia, Conservation International, Kura-Kura Bali, and MAP Club and their collective effort to protect our nature. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the long-time partnership we have with the World Bank. The World Bank has been our partner in ongoing effort to not only preserve our ocean resources, but to bring livelihood to fishing communities throughout our archipelago. When we are talking about the World Bank, we always remember Ibu Mari Pangestu, because so far World Bank is close to Ibu Mari Pangestu. So a big applause for Ibu Mari Pangestu. Together, we have the opportunity to make a positive impact and ensure a sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director General. We have always known you as an innovator and a provocateur. So very apt that you are the first to give the remark on this also groundbreaking collaboration. Thank you. May I invite the second closing keynote now from the Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste of the World Bank, Ms. Carolyn Turk, to give your closing keynote. Ms. Turk, if you would please so kind take to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to say what a privilege it is for me to be here today. I'm recently arrived in Indonesia. I took over my duties as the country director for the World Bank just a month ago, and Ibu Mari has given me my first opportunity to talk publicly in Indonesia, so I will long remember this event, and what a happy event with the launch of such an amazing partnership here. It's a great honor to give these remarks on behalf of the World Bank. I would like to reflect a little more broadly on some of the issues. And of course, what we know is that no country is immune from the impacts of climate change. We know that by 2050, we'll see more than 200 million people who might be forced to move because of the impacts of climate change, and maybe as many as 130 million people globally descending into poverty as a result of climate change. We see it already, the intensity and frequency and severity of weather-related events, and that is a global phenomenon. Of course, Indonesia will not be immune from this at all. But at the same time, Indonesia aims to become a high-income economy by 2045. In the opening session, the Vice President for East Asia and Pacific from the World Bank highlighted the very impressive growth, economic growth of Indonesia over the last few decades, a quadrupling. But growth in a time of climate change has to look a bit different from growth, the growth paths that we've seen in rapidly growing East Asian economies up until now. And we're very impressed to see how the government of Indonesia is preparing long-term strategies for low carbon and climate resilience, and the level of commitment that has been made internationally by the government of Indonesia. We've done analytical work on this. This is something that the World Bank does in every country, look at how to continue growing fast in a time of climate change. And our assessment is that climate action can help Indonesia climb faster to greater prosperity, towards the goal of 2045, than without climate action. So climate action can be a positive reinforcer of the growth process. And it's absolutely not just a slogan. This is backed up by hardcore analysis. And I just want to highlight two key areas. One is by looking at sector-specific investments that can be made that both promote growth and at the same time also promote climate action. And the second are economy-wide measures that can take on those dual objectives at the same time. So thinking about some sectors that are important, many of which we've actually discussed today here in the different parallel sessions of this very interesting dialogue. Look at land use policies. You've made very significant reductions in deforestation, and this means gains to the economy in terms of reduced smoke pollution, and further planned large-scale investments in forest restoration will further bolster this the growth effects of these kind of investments. Second would be in the energy sector area. I've just come from a very interesting session on the just energy transition. As more space opens up for renewable energy in Indonesia, and as more and cheaper energy sources become available, cheap energy will be good for the economy. This is always the case everywhere. So as you've got more renewables coming into that space and the price goes down, you will see benefits to the economy. If we think about the transport sector, reducing transport emissions through investments in public transport or electric vehicles is going to lower your congestion costs, reduce carbon and pollution, make your cities more livable, and so provide an engine of growth there. We can also reflect on economy-wide approaches to growth that can both promote growth and climate action. Think about how we can use fiscal policy, how we can reform the financial sector to support the development of green industries. Think about the investment climate for the private sector to allow far more vibrant public-private partnerships. We can think about trade policy that will encourage the importation of new green technologies that will help drive growth here. And we can think about the enabling environment for green growth, access to revenues from carbon credits and so on, that could also, at the same time as promoting growth, also promote the climate action. So the World Bank is very honored to support Indonesia in its climate and development needs. And since we're talking about the blue economy, I just wanted to build on the Director General's points. We've been proud to partner with your ministry. We have a very interesting project of more than $200 million supporting the marine conservation areas. And to the theme of blending, we are also looking at supplementing the financing that we bring through our normal instruments, our IBRD loans that we make to the government of Vietnam. We're thinking of supplementing this through an innovative coral bond, which will bring more financing into the marine conservation sector, and will be supported, in which investors will forego their coupon payments, which instead will be channeled towards conserving the marine areas. And then in partnership with Jeff, they will come in and support the results that have been achieved through those kind of investments. So we're looking forward to taking that forwards. Globally, the World Bank is a big financier of climate action. In the last financial year, we put together nearly $40 billion worth of climate finance. Of course, not all of that comes to Indonesia, but we're very happy to be a major financier of projects in Indonesia that can really drive forwards your ambitions on the climate space. So thank you very much, everybody, for inviting me here today. It's been an honor to witness the birth of this organization and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Turk, and also for the support of the World Bank as Indonesia's growth partner in the past years and hopefully more to come. That wraps up today's conversations. I hope and I trust that this has been a forum that outlines the needs. Where do we need to go next in terms of leveraging blended finance? We need partnership. We need reflection. We need to be bold. We need to try, and we need to come together. And hopefully, the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance can be the home for all that. We want to see more of you in Bali, in other places in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, delivering exciting collaborations like Biru or HEAL, so that we can accelerate our response to the climate crisis and really be a good ancestors, right, to our future generations. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for all your contribution today. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. You have been tremendous, and it's been an honor to be your host today. Now, just a quick logistical note: if you signed up for the afternoon session, Hita Karana New Era Bali Kirti Forum Special Economic Zone and Golden Visa, that will take place in the same room here at 1:50 if you did sign up. If not, feel free to explore Bali. Go check out the marketing gallery downstairs and the Bali Abode Museum. And I think Sherry wants to... Oh, and take a photo at the SDG steps. When you come in, there's a grand staircase. And we're going to go now follow Sherry, as always, right? So thank you so much once again. Lunch will be provided either in the abode. If you have been assigned a liaison officer, they will tell you. If you have not, then lunch is at the tech incubator. I know I'm hungry too. So thank you. Media, please stay here for the press conference of Biru initiative. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you, hopefully not too long. See you around. Take care. Bye-bye.
Kepada rekan-rekan media untuk bisa memasuki awan auditorium dan menempati tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Kepada Mr. Richard Gio, Ibu Meizani Irmadiani, Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, dan Bapak Michelle Hamilton, kami persilakan untuk bisa naik ke atas panggung. Bagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita akan melanjutkan sesi selanjutnya, yaitu press conference untuk Biru. Blue Intelligence Research Unit. Kepada Bapak Richard Gio, Ibu Meizani Irmadiani, Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, dan juga Bapak Michelle Hamilton, kami persilakan untuk bisa naik ke atas panggung. Kepada rekan-rekan wartawan dan juga awak media, kami persilakan untuk bisa masuk ke dalam awan auditorium dan menempati posisi tempat duduk masing-masing. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our sessions into Biru press conference. So please, to continue to the next sessions in the outside of the Awan Auditorium. Thank you. Kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilahkan untuk bisa melanjutkan aktivitasnya masing-masing kembali di luar Awan Auditorium karena kita akan segera melanjutkan press conference of Biru di dalam Awan Auditorium dengan rekan-rekan media. Terima kasih. Kepada rekan-rekan media, kami persilahkan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduknya masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Terima kasih. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian dan juga rekan-rekan media. Kami akan memulai press conference terkait dengan Biru atau Blue Intelligence Research Unit saat ini juga. Baik kepada Bapak Richard Gio, Ibu Meizani Irmadiani, Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, dan juga Bapak Michelle Hamilton. Kami persilahkan untuk menempati posisi masing-masing dan juga bersedia untuk bisa menerima dan juga menjawab pertanyaan dari rekan-rekan media. Baik kepada rekan-rekan media, kami persilahkan jika ada pertanyaan untuk bisa dapat dipersilahkan. Baik, Bapak Ibu, untuk yang pertama, kami masih menunggu Bapak Ibu sekalian rekan-rekan media untuk bisa memasuki awan auditorium. So, perkenalkan saya Nitya yang akan memoderatori acara press conference kita siang hari ini. Dan saya masuk ke Ibu Meizani. Ibu, in the short, apa sih yang dimaksud dengan Biru itu dan kita membuat Biru itu untuk apa? Please.
Makasih. Tadi udah disampaikan Biru itu kan singkatan dari Blue Intelligence Resource Unit. Tapi sebenarnya ini adalah kemitraan, partnership untuk membangun suatu hub di mana kita bisa menyuarakan, menceritakan apa saja sih pekerjaan konservasi yang terjadi di tingkat tapak, yang real dan sebagainya untuk kita bisa menceritakan apa fungsi sih sebenarnya konservasi ini. Bukan hanya sebagai konservasi itu hanya untuk pelestarian alam, tapi dampaknya untuk kehidupan kita sehari-hari seperti apa. Nah, sebenarnya aksi-aksi konservasi ini kan di Indonesia dan di Asia Pasifik, makanya ada conservation mitra kita Conservation International di sini, banyak sekali yang sudah terjadi. Tapi kadang itu kita ya kalau kita sebagai NGO terutama kita biasanya fokus ke kerjaannya sendiri dan kadang memang kita harus membuat suatu kemitraan seperti ini, hub seperti ini untuk bisa menyuarakan lebih banyak dan menginspirasi telling stories. Nah, yang nanti akan dilakukan juga dengan Biru ini adalah juga program edukasi gitu ya. Kita kan melakukan sebenarnya kalau di Konservasi Indonesia program edukasi di banyak tempat di Indonesia, kita punya 13 kantor. Tetapi yang kita perlu lakukan juga, yang kita ingin lakukan ini lebih public facing, jadi lebih ke youth, lebih engagement ke teman-teman, terutama dengan kemitraan kita, partnership kita dengan KKB dan juga dengan MAP Club ini bisa mendapatkan menyuarakan ini ke teman-teman yang biasanya nggak tertarik atau belum tahu gitu ya tentang konservasi. MAP Club ini kan punya members tuh ada sekitar 10 juta member, belum vendors-vendorsnya. Jadi bagaimana caranya kita dengan kemitraan ini juga untuk mencapai teman-teman yang lain lebih ke publik sektor yang selama ini mungkin belum banyak mengetahui tentang kegiatan konservasi. Jadi ini yang disebut Biru, dan kenapa sebut Biru, intelligence itu sebenarnya bukan intelligence kayak gimana gitu ya. Kayak mata-mata. Bu Tuti tadi pertama nanya, tapi kita tahu banget bahwa intelligence yang sesungguhnya itu ada dari knowledge, dari ilmu pengetahuan maupun dari kearifan lokal dan kegiatan-kegiatan yang real yang kita bisa bagi-bagi sama-sama. Gitu.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu Meizani. Langsung saja, tadi kita sudah ada ekspektasinya Biru itu seperti apa, lalu juga kira-kira implementasinya juga seperti apa. Ini adalah bridging point ke next step selanjutnya. Nah, langsung aja ke Ibu Tuti nih sekarang. Bicara tentang harapan dari Kura-Kura Bali, Ibu Tuti. Apa sih melalui Biru kita akan menjadikan konservasinya dalam implementasi nyata itu seperti apa?
Kita kan ahlinya bukan di konservasi,
Yes.
tapi kita membantu konservasi internasional Indonesia dan Conservation International dalam menyuarakan apa sih konservasi itu dan mengapa kita mau seperti itu. Karena Kura-Kura Bali sebagai pulau tadi dilihat atau enggak, sudah pernah keliling pulau ini atau tidak? Ya, kita dikelilingi dengan alam yang begitu indah. Dari laut ada coral, ada seaweed, ada mangrove, itu semuanya merupakan bagian yang kita kita care ya, dan pantas untuk dimengerti oleh anak-anak muda apa itu artinya menyukai sumber-sumber alam. Nah, disinilah peran dari KI dan CI untuk ikut menyuarakan. Kita pasti akan banyak orang-orang datang kan, UID Campus ini juga tempat pembelajaran kan, jadi itu juga kita bisa pakai sebagai corong ya. Karena kalau menghafal, oh iya tahu kok konservasi itu apa, ini artinya, that's not it. But they need to know exactly in their heart apa itu menyayangi sumber daya alam. Sehingga mereka mengerti apa itu artinya menyayangi planet kita nantinya. They are our future and this is something which is very, very important. Ya, terima kasih. Kita cuma punya satu planet, saya selalu katakan gitu. Tidak ada planet B. Kalau kita tidak berusaha mengajarkan hal-hal ini pada anak-anak muda kita, where are we?
Where are we? Kita cuma punya satu planet ya Ibu.
Yes.
Luar biasa Ibu Tuti. Terima kasih banyak Ibu Tuti. Saya akan bridging ke selanjutnya. Ini langsung saja ke Bapak Michelle Hamilton. Berkaitan dengan strategic point ini, tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Ibu Meizani bahwa wow, banyak ya customer dan marketnya dari MAP Club. Lalu bagaimana sih kira-kira kita untuk bisa mengempower market yang dimiliki oleh MAP Club sendiri supaya Biru ini bisa lebih kuat lagi. Silakan Bapak.
Oke, terima kasih. Saya rasa Biru ini suatu inisiatif yang cukup breakthrough ya, di mana ada suatu hub yang bisa menjadi center of excellence, center of knowledge, center of intelligence gitu ya, untuk para generasi muda gitu, generasi yang akan mendatang tahu sebenarnya effort yang sudah dilakukan oleh banyak orang ya. Mungkin hari ini effort-effort itu ada tapi belum tersuarakan dengan baik, belum terinformasikan dengan secara konsisten gitu ya ke para masyarakat atau society. Map Club ini sebenarnya kan kita menggunakan platform, menggunakan digital untuk bisa mengengage ke members dari program MAP Retail kami, di mana memudahkan customer itu untuk bertransaksi, belanja, mengumpulkan poin, melakukan aktivitas sehari-hari. Dari situlah kita berpikir kita bisa mengextend platform ini, kita bisa mengextend feature-featuresnya dengan seperti digital content collaborations atau in-shop experience yang berbeda, maupun dengan menggunakan gamification, sehingga kita bisa satu pintu ya, dengan Biru menjadi satu hub, Biru yang akan menjadikan channel buat platform ke Map Club, sehingga members kita ini, 10 juta members ini bisa lihat secara langsung apa sih sekiranya mereka berkontribusi, sekiranya mereka melakukan suatu donasi baik dari sisi finansial ataupun secara tenaga, kemana effortnya itu disalurkan, apa impactnya ke lingkungan. Itulah yang akan menjadi suatu hal yang berbeda, dan rasanya dengan transparansi, dengan informasi, dengan knowledge, intelligence yang dibangun dari Biru, itu akan memberikan lebih banyak lagi pengetahuan ya, lebih meningkatkan lagi tadi ya, excitement ke masyarakat kita, ke next generation youth society ya, untuk benar-benar bisa actively berkontribusi yang mungkin selama ini mereka sudah melakukan tapi belum terlalu konsisten ataupun belum terlalu memperhatikan, melihat bagaimana impactnya secara langsung dari kontribusi-kontribusi yang biasanya mereka lakukan. Sekarang mereka bisa lihat, sekarang mereka bisa mendapatkan informasi itu secara konsisten, real time, kapanpun, dimanapun, tanpa perlu bingung mesti nanya kemana sih sebenarnya kalau ada program-program seperti ini. Jadi, kemana sih kita harus melakukan interaksi. Yes. Nah, saya rasa itulah yang akan menjadi strategi kita, itulah yang membuat Map Club menjadi satu platform yang bisa dimanfaatkan untuk bisa meng-connect antara members dengan para aktivitas yang terjadi di KI maupun CI.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Michelle Hamilton. Langsung saja saya masuk ke Bapak Richard Gio. Pak, kami sangat penasaran nih, apa sih kira-kira target?
I'm sorry, but I only speak English.
Okay, pardon.
My Google Translate can't quite keep up with you either.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to the gently reminder. So, Mr. Richard Gio, we are so interested to know regarding the target of the conservation of international with the existence of the blue itself. What does the point?
Exactly. So the Conservation International works all over the world in 40 plus countries, from Africa to the Amazon rainforest. But of all these places, I believe Indonesia is the most important country in the world for biodiversity. It has the greatest diversity of oceans and coral reefs, and some of the most carbon-rich ecosystems like mangroves, peatlands, and tropical forests, all under the management of the government of Indonesia, but also the people of Indonesia. And Indonesia has also really been leading the world in how to manage these natural assets. But I think from everyday people, that's not really understood, both how important it is, because science tells us nature is at least 30% of the solution to climate change, probably greater than that. Put it another way, if we destroy nature, we'll lose the battle against global warming, because just decarbonizing energy and transportation and fossil fuel use is not enough. We have to change land use. And Indonesia is the most important place for this to happen. For that to happen, we need the engagement of people, of civil society, of everyday people who want to contribute, want to know positive things that are happening, and know these things are credible and real on the ground. And this is what we're trying to do, be able to tell stories from projects that are making a difference and do it in a way where anyone, whether you're a teenager in high school, you can be on the Map Club app and participate and contribute and know that it's making a difference. That the whole country is pulling together around. So this is our vision, and I'm just delighted and excited for it. Conservation International part of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Jo. And also Ibu Mizani Irmadianti, Ibu Tuti Hadiputranto, dan juga Bapak Michelle Hamilton. Baik, rekan-rekan media, kita cuma punya waktu 1 menit lagi terakhir. Jika memang ada pertanyaan, bisa dilakukan di luar area dari awan auditorium dan langsung kepada Bapak Michelle Hamilton atau Ibu Mezani atau Bapak Richard atau langsung kepada Ibu Tuti, begitu ya. Baik, terima kasih banyak untuk kesempatan dan juga waktunya. Terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan wartawan. Terima kasih kembali saya haturkan kepada Bapak Richard Jo, Ibu Mezani, Ibu Tuti dan Bapak Michelle Hamilton. Selamat siang, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, please clear up the area because we are going to commence the next event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished guests, now we would like to invite you to enter the Awan Auditorium. Please have a seat and gentle reminder to ensure that all mobile devices are switched to silent mode. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, silahkan dan memasuki auditorium UID Bali Campus karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
Special Economic Zone is a priority.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now we would like to invite you to enter the Awan Auditorium. For those who are still having their lunch, please come inside because we are going to start our session soon. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start by thanking the Hita Karana Forum and the World Economic
Itu mah namanya masih bocor ini.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated because our event is going to be started very soon. Thank you for waiting. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated because we are going to have our guest of honor very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again be seated because we are going to have our guest of honor in a very soon. Pak Suharto ini bisa baca. Ya, ini Pak Harso datang. Welcome Pak Suharto. Pak duduk. Iya, sekarang. Setelah itu langsung Bapak sudah Pak Bapak Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. He's going to come very time soon, so we are going to start the event in silence. For a minute, please. Everyone, if you can see my hand, can I have your hand above? So if you see your hand, it means that you can be silenced. Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to give our warm welcome to Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa as the Minister of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Bapak Suharto. We also would like to extend our warm welcome to Ibu. So please welcome to our auditorium. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, may peace be upon us. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, and salam kebajikan for all of us. So welcome to Hita Karana Investors Forum, New Era Bali Kerti, Special Economic Zones and Golden Visa. Can I have a round of applause? It is my honor to be the host for today. My name is Meika, and I'm very happy to be here with all the distinguished speakers, all the distinguished participants. It is our honor to have you as UID and also Kura-Kura Bali to have you all here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a little bit brief of what is going on today. So, remember that President Jokowi has launched the New Era Bali Kerti. So this strategy is going to attract and nurture leading global and local enterprises in the areas of health and knowledge, digitalization, green and blue economy, sustainable and blended finance, integrated infrastructure, and quality of tourism. So within this very moment, we are going to invite you to together collaborate with us, cooperate with us, having like hand in hand together to make it come true. All right, so before we begin this event, I would like to invite Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa to give the welcoming remarks. So for His Excellency Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa, the time is yours. Thank you.
Ibu Mari Alkapangestu, Ibu Sherry Nur Salim, and Mr. Ambassador Tantowi Yahya. There's no retired ambassador. Also the minister. Sorry, Ibu. Minister Ibu Mari Pangestu. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu, good afternoon and welcome to Bali. It is my truly honor to welcome you in this important forum, which will intensively discuss about special economic zone and golden visa to support Bali in achieving the new Bali era, the Bali Kerti economy. Bali is the island of paradise where wisdom, unique culture, and economic opportunities can be blended into a huge potential in making Bali to become a green, resilient, and prosperous Bali. I believe you can feel the beautiful ambience of Bali, the prospect of Bali, and the friendly community of Bali, which all of them provide the uniques of economic opportunities you cannot find in other part of the world, even in the other part of Indonesia. But maybe Pak Tantowi disagree with the last, the last issue. So because we have a lot of part as well as beauty. But yes, I agree. The most beauty is in Bali. In this important forum today, I believe distinguished speakers and panelists will share knowledge and experience which will be valuable insight for a better future. Sorry. Okay. Let me share you about the new era of Bali Kerti. And this new era of Bali Kerti roadmap launched by President Jokowi at the end of 2021. This roadmap is the foundation and reference to develop Bali together to become the new Bali era. Bali needs to transform its economy as it cannot rely on the existing economic structure, which is very much fragile to external shocks. New Bali is our aspiration. Bali will become an economy like Spain today, with income per capita of around 27,000 US dollar, of course, in 2045. In this regard, we need investment around 9,000 trillion for the next 20 years. Therefore, we need to collaborate with all stakeholders, including private sector, academia, community, and government. Besides, we also need to mobilize innovative financing, as the room government budget is limited to finance such a huge investment. Bali is also pioneer of special economic zone driven by business actors. Sanur Special Economic Zone is the first special economic zone on health and health tourism in Indonesia. These special economic zones will truly be a new benchmark of health quality services in Indonesia, combining with wellness and healthy lifestyle as well as tourism ambience. Bali is perfect place for health tourism as it has a strong tourism foundation. Kura-Kura Island, Special Economic Zones in Bali, is also a private initiative. This special economic zone is emphasizing on education and creative economy, combining with tourism aspect. A collaboration with a well-known university, Tsinghua University, has been established. We can see the progress of human capital development activities in Kura-Kura Island. May I have this? Mobilizing innovative and creative financing is a must to create a Bali Kerti era. The government of Indonesia and the government of Bali have established the Bali Kerti Development Fund. That is a special proposed vehicle to mobilize non-state financing that is combined with investment opportunities. During the G20 presidency of Indonesia in 2020, Indonesia also initiated the Global Blended Finance Alliance, which is the platform to align intention and drive innovative and collaborative financial and business solutions in scaling climate sectors, including human wellness and nature-based solutions for triple happiness impact for all people with harmonies of people, planet, and spirit, peace and partnership, Hita Karana. The Global Blended Finance Alliance will help design, access, and structure transition finance beginning in Indonesia, the region and beyond, that is to accelerate the shift to a net zero, nature positive, and more inclusive economy. We can take advantage of the Global Blended Finance Alliance to support the Bali Kerti economic transformation. Sorry. We also acknowledge that on August 22nd, last year, the government of Indonesia officially launched the Golden Visa program, marking a significant development in Indonesia immigration policy. The Golden Visa service is available for foreign individuals who are committed to investment in Indonesia, both individual investor and corporate investor, with certain criteria. The second, family union with qualifying dependent. The third, second home in Indonesia, having special skills, international public figures, and elderly foreign individuals who can provide a proof of income at least $3,000 per month and deposit at least $50,000 at an authorized Indonesian bank. The first recipient of Indonesian Golden Visa is the founder of ChatGPT. The Golden Visa is a new gateway for investors to participate in Indonesia's development and expand your business in Indonesia, as well as to enjoy your better quality of life, especially in Bali. This new gateway is need to be utilized by all of us. Yeah. I think I close to my conclusion, but I like to share the issue that I just read a couple of weeks ago. There's two research reported in the proceeding of the National Academy of Science, and this caught my attention. The first is photorespiration, defined as a condition of releasing carbon dioxide by trees into the atmosphere when the earth is increasingly warmer and dry. The process happens when plants consume oxygen and release carbon dioxide instead of fixing carbon dioxide during photosynthesis. It means that plants can be the source of carbon dioxide emissions. The rate of photorespiration is twice as fast in hot climates because of water limitation in those conditions. The temperature threshold in subtropical area is 68 degree Fahrenheit, equal to 20 degrees Celsius. This means that if the temperature in that area is above 68 degree of Fahrenheit, then the possibility of photorespiration is high. Thus, plant as that condition are not able to absorb 25% of carbon dioxide as usual. The question is, what is the temperature threshold in tropical areas? Is it above 36 degrees Celsius or more than that? What are the triggers of trees to undertake photorespiration? These are questions to be answered. Secondly, studying the past teach us how today is different. The rate of carbon dioxide change today really is unprecedented. It is reported that this has been the fastest increase in the amount of carbon dioxide in the last 50,000 years. Again, in the last 50,000 years. Long time ago, the increase of carbon dioxide by 14 ppm part per million in the atmosphere was occurred in 55 years. Now, the increase of 14 ppm carbon dioxide only takes 5 to 6 years. This means the increase is 10 times faster in terms of time. Having this finding, I would like to invite Hita Karana and Tsinghua University to undertake this important research for Indonesia and Bali in particular. I hope that our joint work can contribute to a reduction of carbon dioxide emission and positive action to the climate change. Finally, I sincerely hope that this event will lead to a concrete collaborative actions that can be executed in the timeliest manner with tangible outcomes. I believe that our effort today in the future will contribute to improving the welfare of our people now and future. Wishing you all have a productive discussion today, and thank you very much. Om Shanti Shanti Om.
Thank you, Bapak Suharto Monoarfa. Please come back seated. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend again our warm welcome to Bapak Sandiaga Uno, or we call it Mas Menteri. Selamat datang, Mas Menteri. So Bapak Sandiaga Uno is the Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia. So please be seated, Bapak. So while waiting for Pak Sandi to greet the VIP participants and also all of you guys here, we already have Bapak Erlangga Hartanto as the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of Republic of Indonesia that already joined us online.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start by thanking the Hita Karana Forum and the World Economic Forum for convening the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Dialogue ahead of the historic launch of the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance Secretariat LOI signing ceremony with the country members tomorrow. It's my privilege to address you today on the pivotal role of G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance as the new international organization to support G20 principles on blended finance and future knowledge to bridge the SDGs gap. I recall how the support of OECD and with the developing working group and our Sherpas, we secure inclusion of the G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance in the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration as a global institution. The G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance, or GBFA, is significant a groundbreaking initiative to the global community to the support acceleration of investment in climate action and the SDGs. GBFA will seek to fill the SDG funding gap and implement G20 blended finance principle to scale the delivery of blended finance for developing countries and the archipelagic states to enhance South-South cooperation. the three Hita Karana roadmap for blended finance development and launched in collaboration with OECD and World Economic Forum around IMF World Bank annual meetings in 2018, and the OECD DAC had provided the basis of informing the G20 blended finance principles. The GBFA outcome will see the signing of the letter of intent by the founding member countries and the Secretariat launched in Sanur Special Economic Zone. The new international organization will invite countries to be co-founders and inclusively lay out the roadmap in the South for the South. Through GBFE, the Global South can harness the collective strength of our diverse communities to drive progress toward our shared goals by fostering collaboration and solidarity among nations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of the Trihita Karana, the ancient Balinese philosophy on the harmonies of the people, nature, and spiritual, Indonesia has launched many firsts and system change initiative aligned with UN 17 goals to drive the sustainable and inclusive development for its people, the SDG Indonesia 1. Just Energy Transition Partnership with international partners group countries, the Blue Halo S and Ocean Initiative with the launch of BIRU, Blue Intelligence Resource Unit, here in Kura-Kura, Bali, the Tropical Forest Power Collaboration Initiative with Brazil and Congo to safeguard the country's tropical forests and biodiversity, a massive inclusive impact on micro and small medium enterprises to bridge the financing gap for MSMEs to solve the climate and SDG challenge. Through GBFE process, we are laying the groundwork to accelerate such transformative initiative. As we look ahead of the upcoming G20 Rio de Janeiro Summit and the COP29 in Azerbaijan, let us continue to harness the power of collaboration, innovation, and partnership to unlock the new pathway for prosperity of generation to come. In closing, I thank many of you for coming to Bali and supporting the government of Indonesia, United in Diversity Forum President Tantowi Yahya and United in Diversity Trustee Ibu Mari Pangestu, OECD Haji Shud, World Bank Manuela Ferro, Green Climate Fund Jerry Velasquez, International Chambers of Commerce, and many others who have supported in our journey in realizing the G20 Global Bali Blended Finance. Together, we can build our brighter and sustainable common future. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Can we have a round of applause, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as Bapak Sandiaga, sorry, I must say Mas Menteri, who is already here. So I will invite the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his special remark. So to His Excellency Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the stage is yours.
Okay. It is such a shame you have to be in the room when you're in Bali. You have to be outside. It's so nice and perfect weather for everybody. But I'll make it very short. My speech is only 24 pages long. Anyway, Her Excellency Ibu Mari Pangestu. Ibu Mari is also Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy some years ago. And we just got her approval to be appointed Minister Emeritus. So she could be representing us in many international events. Thank you, Ibu Mari. His Excellency, former Ambassador Bapak Rosan, and future minister. It's true. Why are you laughing? He just won an election. Congratulations on a great win, and you had the campaign team of Pak Prabowo and Mas Gibran. Thank you, Excellency Rosan, and we look forward for your insights later on. Also, Ambassador Tantowi Yahya, thank you. Chairman of Kura-Kura Bali, with Ibu Tuti, Hadi Purtanto, Mbak Michelle, and Pak Boni, terima kasih. My teams are all here, led by Ibu Ses dan Ibu Kiki. We're very interested to hear from you all on these great occasions. And also, I was told Ibu Christine Huta Barat is here also from the Hotel Indonesia Nature. Terima kasih Ibu Huta Barat, Horas. This is small detail, but I think, I only have 3 minutes. Sorry, I'll make it very quick. Just minor detail, but this is maybe interesting for Ibu Tuti and Ibu Michelle, that I used to work for Bali Turtle Island Development a long time ago. I was doing accounting, not so important stuff nowadays. Anyway, I'll be very quick. I think we really congratulate the three Hita Karana Forum with the philosophy of framework for sustainable tourism. This is something that we put very top of the priority list, and we believe the future megatrends of tourism will include what we embodied in the Balinese concept of Tri Hita Karana. I always said that the next phase of tourism is personalized, localized, customized, and smaller in size. And this is the shift into green tourism for local, more community involvement, as well as quality and sustainability. Tourism and creative economy have made great achievement in 2023. We have recovered from the pre-pandemic numbers, but what I am very happy is not only that we recover, but we recover with a higher spending. So a lot of people have complained that why Indonesia is not attracting as many tourists into, in particular, Bali. But let me ask this room, do you want more tourists here in Bali? Or do you want more spending? So please go out and spend more to the local economies. I learned it from Pak Tantowi, you know. Everything I said here, I think he taught me. So we are happy with our achievements. We don't want over-tourism. Pak Rosan always reminded me, because he is, you know, I'm dressed like Balinese, but he is half Balinese. He married a Balinese beautiful wife from Jembrana. So I believe we have made great progress in 2023. And in terms of creative economy, we're now number 3 in the world with 8% contributions to the GDP. We're only 3rd after the US and Korea. In terms of investment realizations, it's also showing great numbers. I'll share you the slides later on. But we need more investments, because we believe that this top investments destinations for the world is actually way below its potential in terms of creating good quality investment. And that's why the special economic zone of Kura-Kura Bali and next to this, Sanur, we need to attract more investments. We also want more investments in the super priority destinations. This is something that the president always reminded us. Let me make beyond Bali, let me make a quiz. What is, Ibu Winnie, Mbak Sherry, what is the next tourism destinations after Bali? Anybody know that we're prioritizing? It's a big lake in North Sumatra where Pak Luhut came from. Yes, Danau Toba is number 1. After that, it's biggest Buddhist temple, where? Borobudur. I think, yes, Borobudur, that's the next destinations. Third is the next island to Bali, which is host of the MotoGP. Yeah, Mandalika. Oh, no, this is actually Labuan Bajo, another eastern islands after West Nusa Tenggara, whereby you could see the Komodo dragon. This is the distant sister of T-Rex and dinosaurs. It's still miraculously escaped extinction. Maybe because Komodo adopted the Indonesian way of life to always nyantai and adapt. So, and then after that is Lombok, Mandalika, and last but not least is Likupang in Manado. So these are where you should invest, and I think the numbers made it very clear. The leadership, Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo always reminded us that special economic zones would play a significant role. So we have more than 10 special economic zones, and Kura-Kura Bali is the latest additions with Sanur, and we are promoting this for your investment. With stable economic growth, with political stability also, the people of Indonesia have mandated the next government with strong mandate of continuity. We believe you put in more investments into Indonesia. I'd like to draw your attentions to TTDI ranking. This is a Travel and Tourism Development Index ranking announced by World Economic Forum, whereby Ibu Winnie is going to pay closer attention next week. They will be launching this next week, the newest ranking. The last ranking, Indonesia jumped 12 positions. Now we're ahead of Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. In Southeast Asia, we're number 32. Next week, we'll watch whether the hard work of the government have been rewarded by even a higher ranking by the World Economic Forum. So I close this with the invitations to collaborate, innovate, and continue to adapt and put more investment into Indonesia. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi.
Thank you, His Excellency. All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember what Bapak Sandiaga Uno said, spend more, right? So spend more when you are in Bali. All right, so before that, I'm going to start the next session. Before we have our plenary session, we are going to invite Her Excellency Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widiasanti to give the special remarks to open the plenary session. For Ibu Amalia, the stage is yours.
Your Excellency, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, and also the former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, and the former Minister of Trade, and also the ambassador, the former ambassador of Indonesia to the US, and the former ambassador of Indonesia to New Zealand, Ibu Cherry, and ladies and gentlemen. My task today is not conveying and not delivering the remarks, but I just would like to give you a context on this special session, session number 1, that we will be talking about special economic zone of Kura-Kura Bali and special economic zone of Sanur that have been presented by Pak Sandiaga Uno just now. So what I would like to highlight here is that as we know together, Bali has lots of potential that this already been understood for everyone here. So I don't need to repeat one by one, but the things that what I would like to emphasize here, that the national government, the government of Indonesia in the national level and in the provincial level, we are committed to improve the infrastructure of Bali, to improve the connectivity of Bali from southern part of Bali to northern part of Bali. And soon we will be going to have LRT in this province. And secondly, that as we know that Bali has a very great potential for tourism, not only now, but also the future. In the next slide, what I would like to bring into the context is the vision of the new Bali era. Bali will be becoming the new Bali Kerti era by 2045 because we understand that we have to restructure the Bali economy, and then we have to do we call it the economic transformation of Bali. So Bali will be becoming a big economy by 2045. And then we have the 6 strategies of Bali economic transformation. So among the 6 Bali economic transformation strategy, related to our session today, I would like to connect to number 2, or the second economic transformation of Bali, that productive Bali, to make Bali more productive in the future. So with that, what is the strategy for productive Bali? Labor productivity has to be improved to become a middle-class workers. Secondly, modernization of agricultural sector. Third, improving the value added, especially for the green industry. And the number 4 is quality and sustainable tourism. And number 5 is competitive creative economy. So I would like to highlight in these 2 contexts for making Bali more productive by 2045. So in terms of quality and sustainable tourism, I just would like to link to the data today that the average length of stay foreign tourists in Bali is only around 3 days. And then if we compare with the new data, January to March 2024, that among the foreign tourist visitors to Indonesia is around 3 million visitors. And then 44% of it is coming to Bali. So meaning that Bali is very attractive to foreign tourist visitors. And then what we would like to have is to increase the length of stay, increase tourism spending, and one of the program is to diversify the tourism products. So special economic zone of Sanur is one way and one of the efforts from the government to improve the quality of tourism and to increase length of stay and to improve the tourism spending. And therefore, it can be contributed to Bali economy in the future. Secondly, is regarding to the creative economy in Bali. Bali have lots of potentials for creative economy, but besides the increasing demand and lots of potentials, that we have lack of product diversification, and then we also have scarcity in human resources, and we also have digital adoption inertia. However, the government of Indonesia already been putting forward to the improvement and the development of the creative economy Bali, and in the Bali Kerti economy roadmap, we already highlight, next slide, we already highlight the priority sectors of creative economy that will become the foundation of Bali Kerti economic transformation. So with that, I would like to go to slide 10, the key points to discuss in this plenary session that we would like to work together with everyone here to develop Sanur and Kura-Kura Bali Special Economic Zone to be the foundation of Bali Kerti new economy, to be the driver of the future engines of Bali economic growth. So with that, we are expecting in this session, we'll have insights from investors who are interested to invest in this special economic zone. And then we also would like to share experiences and best practices. And also we would like to have some inputs. And also we would like to share some advantages and benefits that can be offered by Special Economic Zone of Kura-Kura Bali and Sanur. I'll stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu. It's a very clear scene setting, so we know what to expect in our first plenary. So aside from our advantages and disadvantages of SEZ, we also are going to share about the best practices. What do you actually need in special economic zones? Why it makes it special, right? So we want to know more about it, so that's why. In the next 2 minutes, I'm going to invite a very well presenter. He's very expensive because he's literally the presenter of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Okay, so without further ado, I'm probably going to invite Bapak Tantowi Yahya as the roving ambassador of Asia Pacific, and then also the president of United in Diversity, and also the President Commissioner of Kura-Kura Bali, and the other titles that I cannot mention one by one. And then after that, Bapak Tantowi will invite our panelists to come also to the stage. Right, are we ready? Okay, so I'm going to invite Bapak Ambassador Tantowi Yahya as the President Commissioner of Kura-Kura Bali to come in front of the stage.
Thank you, Mega, for always giving a good introductions on me. Yeah, I used to be the most expensive host and presenter in Indonesia long time ago. Yeah, but now I work on monthly salary from this company. Thank you, Sherry, for giving me this job. So good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to give my warm welcome to our good friend, the good friend of this company, Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy, His Excellency Sandiaga Uno. Big hand for him, thank you. And also special welcome to the Special Envoy of Indonesia for Climate Finance, Her Excellency Ibu Mari Pangestu. And my colleague, former ambassador to United States, His Excellency Rosan Roslani. He's a person that will be very influential and important in the next government. Yeah, you better keep his number. Welcome, Director General of Immigration, Pak Silmi Karim. Selamat datang. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, there are 20 special economic zones in Indonesia. And the last one is where you are right now, Kura-Kura Bali Special Economic Zones. It's not easy for the government to define a territory or locations to be called Special Economic Zone. It's never easy up until now. So we are very fortunate, speaking on behalf of Special Economic Zones, Kura-Kura Bali, to be granted by the government in that status. Now, speaking about Special Economic Zones, there are many questions from time to time on what Special Economic Zones could be offered to investors, to people, and to the surrounding society. There are a lot. And for that purpose, I'm very fortunate to be given a chance to moderate a very special discussion with you, presenting three distinguished speakers that are expert, at least know a lot about special economic zones. So two will be representing two special economic zones in Bali. Sanur Economic Zone, this is Special Economic Zone for Health, and Kura-Kura Bali Special Economic Zone for Tourism. These two sectors become the bread butter for Bali in the future from now. Tourism has always been the backbone for economy in Bali, but next will be health. our president, President Joko Widodo, insists in many occasions that there wouldn't be no more Indonesia traveling abroad or going abroad for medication and health. They should do it here. So we will be more than ready to accommodate that wish from the presidents so that Indonesian people can stay here for health and medications. And the other one, representing the investor that already puts investment in special economic zone. So without further ado, I would like to invite here on stage Ibu Tuti Hadiputranto, the president of Kura-Kura Bali Special Economic Zones. She's my boss. She's the one that decides whether I can take annual leave or not. So she's very powerful. The second, I would like to invite Miss Christine Hutabarat, CEO of PT Hotel Indonesia Natur, which is located in KEK Sanur. And the last one, representing the investors, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Junichiro Kinoshita, Director of Mitsubishi Estate Indonesia. So thank you very much. There are 4 cameras here, so as if we are doing a talk show on TV, right? Make sure you always give big smiles. Yeah. Okay, I have questions for you. If you cannot answer my question, you can use 50-50, call a friend, or ask the audience. That's easy, right? Now let's make things easy, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, these 3 distinguished speakers will share with you what they know and what they experience from what they do as investors and also as special economic zones. Before I give you a chance to ask questions, I have some prepared questions to make situation pretty much difficult. Okay? And after that, I'll give you... Ini buat nakut-nakutin mereka aja. Ya. Okay, I'm going to start the question. The first question, Jun, we can call him Jun, because from the way you sit, you look like the most prepared compared to the 2 ladies, you know. Look at the 2 ladies. They are busy with the notes, you know. They're busy with their... You're not. You're okay. You're very easy. So I should start from you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will say 50-50. Yeah.
Okay. Jun, I have 3 questions, in fact, but I will ask one by one, right? The question is not from me, but it's from the committee. So it's a very well-made and very well-prepared questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Number 1, Jun, drawing from experiences, what valuable insights and lesson can be shared with other investors and stakeholders interested in venturing into special economic zones? Give you 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So, hello everyone, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Junichiro Kinoshita. You can just remember me as Jun. It's just after May and before July. Okay. Now that's the first important key takeaway from today.
Were you born on June? No.
I was born in May, actually. And our company, Mitsubishi Estate Indonesia, maybe before I answer your question, I will a bit introduce what we do, our company do in the island itself, so that they can understand more smoothly. So Mitsubishi Estate in Indonesia started to invest in Kura-Kura Bali. We are going to develop, together with BTID, Bali Turtle Island Development, a luxury outlet mall in this island. So the project will start. The main construction will start soon, and the completion will be around 2026 first quarter. So that's our position right now. So from the sorry, I almost forgot the important first.
What
difficult
valuable
question.
insights?
Okay, what valuable insight? So let me rephrase it as a benefit that I felt so far during the investment. So first things first, SEZ will help you even before you start investment because SEZ will help you to understand the concept or the direction of the area's entire area's development itself. So when you invest, you can understand your investment will for sure be in line with the entire concept of the area's development, which means the mismatch between your investment and SEZ's concept will not happen. That's the first thing I want to emphasize, even before the investment. And obviously, the most noticeable, tangible benefit is the tax reduction.
Okay, what are the best practices for a successful investment in special economic zones?
So far from my experience, the best practice I can highlight three things. The first one, obviously, to understand the benefits and the regulations of SEZs, because you need to familiarize yourself to utilize fully the benefits of the SEZ itself, and you need to familiarize yourself with the regulations because each SEZ has a different regulation. And also timeline, you need to understand the timeline because it's different from non-SEZ development. In SEZ development, you need a certain timeline for you to obtain the license. So you need to take that into account when you develop. And secondly, the engaging local partner is crucial especially for the foreign investors like us. When I say local partners, it doesn't just mean the local JV partner, but also the local consultants, legal advisors, tax consultants as well, to understand and capture the benefits and regulations that I mentioned before.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Jun. Now I would like to ask the two special economic zones here, Ibu Christine and Ibu Tuti. I know you are the first in Bali, right? And then followed by Kura-Kura Bali. But I'll give the question first to the most senior one here, okay? To Ibu Tuti. Bu Tuti, representing Kura-Kura Bali special economic zones, how does Kura-Kura Bali offer investors a competitive advantage, and what specific benefits can be derived from investing in your special economic zones?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked me. But most of the answers probably have been explained by Ibu Amalia here. What we're planning to do in Kura-Kura Bali is, it was funny, let me go back. You know, when we applied or first having discussions about applying to SEZ, Pak Arif Yahya at that time, the Minister of Tourism, about 2 ministers ago, right, asked me, Ibu Tuti, Bali is already full with hotel and beaches and retails. What are you going to do? I don't know why, but my answer immediately was, I want a new Bali. Did not even think about what new Bali is, but it was a very immediate response that I said. And I said, what do you mean? And then I started having all these visions like, yeah, I want to have something which is not like Legian, which is not like Kuta, but something which is high-end. You know? And it was lo and behold, finally when we submitted applications, the new era Bali Kirti was already introduced, and we were very much in line with that thinking. So I was very happy. So what we're doing here is, yes, we want to develop Bali, which aligns with new era Kirti Bali. We will be building various facilities for tourism and creative industry. Basically, especially for the tourism, definitely will be for high end. It will be 5 stars, 6 stars. It will be education, which is very, very good, but it's also high quality. It will be international marina, which we do not have. A lot of people call that they have marina, but I think once our marina is already set up, people will see the difference between our marina and the rest of the marina you can find in Indonesia. Okay. And then there will be the creative economy, which we would like to focus is related to the health, wellness, clinics, hospitals, as well as the digital and what we call is a tech hub. So that will be the future of Indonesia in dealings with the requirements of how Indonesia should develop. People have to know about all those digitalizations, but we are providing also something on entertainment, something on retails, all very high end. So that's the idea of where's my minister? Mas Adis. Yeah, the minister said that spend more. We want the people who comes here to spend more. And I think that's also one of the things why when we discussed with Mitsubishi, Mitsubishi was very much interested in coming, right? Yeah, because it's for high end. If it is not for high end, I don't think we can ask Mitsubishi to come, right? Yeah, so thank you. So in short, I think another attractive or competitive which we have in Kura-Kura Bali is we're close to the airport, 15 to 20 minutes, okay? Granted by special economic zone, it was also a blessing because obviously location is the key. One of the investors today told me that if they want to look into a place to invest, what does it mean? Location, 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 right? Yeah. So our location is just perfect. I think many of you have gone around the island today, and I can say that there's no other place in Bali which is like this. It's an island which is with all of the beaches, white beaches. We have canal, we have mangrove, we have over than 160 birds. We will be having a international mangrove research center, and that's a G2G research between Indonesian government and UAE. So we have everything. We have the nature. We will provide people with all their needs, and we will get more money in Indonesia. The philosophy is 4L, 6L, right? I mean, I'm asking the caller friend there. 6L, life, living,
Leisure,
lifestyle, longevity, and landscape.
Okay.
We will have them all in Kura-Kura Bali.
6 L's.
Yes.
6 L. Thank you very much, Bu Tuti. I think it's very comprehensive. Yeah. From what Ibu Tuti has just said, I think you can learn what benefits you can enjoy as investors if you invest here in Kura-Kura Bali. Now, I would like to give the same questions to Ibu Christine. What benefit, what advantages you can offer to investors, and why investors should invest in your place?
Okay, thank you, Pak Tantowi, and thank you very much for having us today. For us, actually, it's not as big as Kura-Kura, as I said. It's only like 43 hectares, but very beautiful. With 1.2 kilometer length of the beach, very beautiful. To be hotels and golf course. We actually started this project 2.5 years ago because we see that the room to grow for healthcare industry is still very attractive. we can see that every year it's 2 million people of Indonesia going abroad, as stated by Pak Tantowi, abroad to do their medical and wellness treatment. So like we do some survey like 2 years ago, from that 2 million, 32% always go to Singapore and Malaysia to do the medical treatment. Then they go to Thailand, of course, for doing the wellness activities. As we know that Thailand now is very, expand to the wellness activities. Then about the 100,000 go to US, to Mayo Clinic for doing the oncology treatment. So that's the fact. Then we can see that the room to grow for this is very big in Indonesia. And our strategy in Sanur SEC is actually, the first one is, of course, Bali is a world-class destination, right? So it's a desirable place to go for the diversified tourists. Then it's a very big potential to invest first medical and wellness destination in Indonesia, because we are the first of special economic zone in healthcare. Then number 2 is that because this is a special economic zone, so we have, of course, we have a very strong support from the government, like the easiness of the doctors, nurses, medicine, technology, and also everything, tax holiday, and so on. Then number 3 is that we are trying to develop a world-class medical and wellness destination. So this is the most integrated medical and tourism facilities actually, exhausted with 5-star hotels. Our 5-star hotel is now opening already since the last March, 14th of March. We do now the pre-opening, and we hope to have our grand launching on the next July or August. Then we have a 5,000 pax convention center, very big. Now maybe it's the largest now in Bali, and already we do some events already in the convention. Then of course we also will have a hospital. Hi Ansli. Ansli is here from Swire, together working with in IHC. For the hospitals, and also some clinics. We have our partners also here. We plan to have some clinics like aesthetic, plastic surgery clinics, then regenerative medicine, then IVF or fertility. Then also we work together with now Jakarta Eye Center. Of course, we will have our local partner. But of course, because stated in the regulation that the clinics have to, do a partnership with international partners. So that is why Indonesian always go to overseas, because they trust the doctors, expert. We need the experts, right? Then technology, the experience, and so on. So. We hope that all complex will be completed in 2025 altogether. Then now some partners are still doing designing, some under construction, and we really hope to finish this in 2025 Q2. Yeah, Pak Tantowi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you very nice fact about Bali being the place for special economic zones. Bali has been very blessed. I think it's only in Bali 2 special economic zones. They are not too far away from each other, only 15 kilometers away. And actually they complement each other. Am I right? Yes. In operational letter, you are interlinked. You complement each other.
We will be collaborating.
You use your microphone. Yeah.
Yes. It's interlinked because we're very close to each other, and we will be collaborating with each other.
Okay. In other words, correct me if I'm wrong, Ibu Christine, if you are full, then you can refer the customer, the investor, to us.
Yes,
Okay.
will do.
That is what is meant by interlink, you know. We help each other, right? Thank you. Because you are only 48 hectares.
43.
43 hectares?
And we are 498 hectares.
498. So there is nowhere to go than coming here. Thank you very much. Okay, before I give the chance to the floor to ask you people about what I want to know from Special Economic Zone, I have one question left for you, June. What are the key consideration investors should take into account when evaluating this suitability of a particular Special Economic Zone for their investment strategy?
Okay. For evaluating the SEZ itself, I mean, before evaluating the SEZ, I totally agree with what Ibu Tuti mentioned. For the property business, location is everything. So location. So before even considering the SEZ or not, you need to make sure that your property, your business will fit the location first. Then whether your investment will fit the SEZ itself. These are the similar but two different things. So you need to make sure your investment will fit the location as well as the SEZ's concept. So not only just for the SEZ, but also the location first.
Okay. The location and the SEZ concept. Those are the two key points that investors should take into account before deciding for investment.
Right.
Thank you very much, Jun. All right, now how long is the time left? 12 minutes. Okay, I still have 12 minutes. Now I give the chance to the floor to ask questions to our distinguished speakers. Don't forget to mention your name and the company you are representing. Please. Yes, sir. The microphone, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's Ainsley Mann from Smart Pacific, and as Ibu Christine said, we're involved with the hospital in her economic zone in Sanur. I'm basically at the front end of this in terms of looking after the construction, finding the specialist partnerships to come into the hospital, even recruiting some of the foreign specialists to come in. And I agree with Christine that the support from the high level of the government has been very good. But she knows I've been quite frustrated with the administration and the setup of the Special Economic Zone Administration Office, or lack of, to some extent. So my question really, and healthcare particularly, is very complicated in terms of partnership structures, the drugs, we compound on our chemo drugs, there's some manufacturing, there's a whole bunch of different things that go on in that industry. So my question is, how would you improve the administration so that the actual execution experience of the investor is better and the economic zone delivers what it actually says in the marketing material? It shouldn't take 6 months to bring in a foreign doctor, for example, Christine.
Thank you very much. I think the question is addressed to the two special economic zones, not to June. You are safe, June. Okay, right.
You know what? I think the frustration is there even for us too in Kura-Kura, Bali. But again, we have to understand that the government, as much as they're very supportive to us, they have to work also with the local government. And so the communication between the central and the local, that's where sometimes it's not saying breaking, but it's being interrupted. You know. But here, I would like to have a call a friend, or maybe if my friend out there is willing to respond, maybe Pa Bambang, you can respond a little bit on what are you doing with respect to all that difficulty? Because, you know, there is something I want to say, there is, as an SEZ company, we reported our activities every 2 weeks, every month, and every 3 months. Every 2 weeks to the tourism, and to them, and every month also to the governor, and every 3 months somebody else, whether it's BI or some other organization. So we are being.
Sana.
So we report all the time, and our operation is very transparent. And in the discussions, we always mention if we have difficulties. They've been trying to help, but let's see, maybe he can clarify these issues.
Ini namanya ask the audience.
Yes, ask the audience.
Okay.
If I may, let me try to answer the question. So I'm Bambang from the National Council for Special Economic Zone, Secretary General. So actually, we understand that our regulation is brand new, and National Council consists of several ministers, and we are committed actually to support. However, there are some regulations that needs to be discussed. So actually, we have a task force in the central government to support Bu Sanur Special Economic Zone to make sure that all the regulation on its place, and we did some acceleration to make sure that all the regulation on its place. So please be patient because we are settling down the regulation because it takes time to finalize the regulation issued and then to implement. But we are committed to communicate with all the ministers and stakeholders to make sure acceleration of this process. Regarding the foreign doctor, actually the commitment from the Ministry of Health is already in its place, and that's why we are trying to create another healthcare special economic zone, and hopefully the more healthcare special economic zones, the more clarity of the regulation and the implementation. I hope this may answer your question. Terima kasih, Pak.
Let me not ask, but let me add. As I know it's difficult, Pak Bambang, and we all appreciate the efforts. There's one thing which I have to mention with SEZ. With normal company which is not in the SEZ zone, it will be very difficult to ask the government officials to do something like this. But with these special economic zones, we have the attention and the commitment from the National Council. So that's a big, big, huge plus for us and for the investors. Thank you.
I think you got two answers at the same time, one from the government and one from one of the best corporate lawyers in Indonesia. I know they don't satisfy you. No, it's okay, but they come up with answers. So this is a brand new product, brand new system. What you have to do is what? Be patient. Okay, next question. Yes, the one at the back.
Thank you, Pak Tanto. I'm Agus from Vice Chairman of Kadin Bali. My question is maybe to Bu Christine and Ibu Tuti, because for Kek Sanur, I'm involved in early 2008 actually. Before that, 2005 probably, when he diversified the assets into new development. And then for PTID, I'm participating in early 89-90, early development. My question is, since these two KEK already exist and decide as key investment of Bali, how that these two KEK diversify the benefit for the government and the peoples of Bali? How the two type of investment, where the land investment is in different structures, how this will be the benefit government and the people of Bali? Thank you.
Maybe Bu Christine will answer.
Thank you, Pak. So as I mentioned earlier about the two Indonesian citizens that always go overseas to do the medical and treatment. So our aim is, to bring all the Indonesian people to just stay in Bali, to get a medical wellness treatment, because we have like I mentioned, Bu Tuti mentioned about all the benefits that investors will get if they do the investment in Bali. So for the whole complex, we will, all the partners, our total investment will be about 20 trillion rupiah, and then also not including the hotel. I think the hotel and convention is about 2 trillion. Then also for the special economic zone for Bali people itself, we will add some workers till 43,000 workers in Bali. So and 50% of them is local. Now we can see the hotel. We do the operation.
43,000
workers.
In
Yeah.
how many years?
3 years to 4 years.
3 to 4 years.
Yes,
You will
3 to 4
employ
years.
43,000 workers.
Yes.
And most of them are locals.
Locals. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
How about Kura-Kura Bali, Bu? How many workers that we will employ?
Oh, I can't remember because the whole island will be developed between 20 to 25 years, but we do have a plan about probably the cost of all the total investment is about 104 trillion rupiah.
I think it's about 35,000.
Could be.
35. No, in 30 years. In 30 years. Yeah, in 30 years.
But the berapa?
Berapa?
Huh?
50?
Six?
You may answer.
It's about 50 to 60,000.
In 30 years?
Yes.
In 30
For the
years.
whole development.
Yes, for the whole development.
And majority will be Balinese, definitely.
Yes.
It's even right now, our total employees were still in the amount of hundreds, but half of them are all Balinese from the Desa Serangan.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we still have 2 minutes. Okay, wow, I want ladies now. Sorry, sir. But we have 2 gentlemen already. Now we have a lady. Ibu ini sini. Silakan, Bu. Yeah.
Hello, Pak Tanto.
Hello, nice to see you.
Good. My name is Fitri. I run a ultra luxury and luxury travel, and I loved all these concepts about developing Indonesia. My questions is, what are we doing with infrastructure when it comes to roads, airports, building this massive Bali in Sanur, and we're already congestion in Bali, and it's turning off a lot of ultra or luxury clients because they don't like to be stuck in the traffic. I'm not hearing much of those news updates in the government sector. Also, we know that Bali Airport is very limited as well with all this incoming. What are we doing with it? Because we have a lot of queue already in line up there. Planes that are landing quite queue delay because of this. So that's my questions to the committee. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very important question. I think that represent many in this room this afternoon. And I'm glad that the next government is here. So he's hearing Pak Rosan. The questions said by the lady there represent the wish from the people here, okay, and the next government. Yeah, and you are here representing the next government. Yeah. Siapa yang mau jawab ini? Ibu Tuti atau I think both of you, right?
Yeah. No, I think it is not our authority to do, but understand that yes, the airport in Bali sometimes is so congested, but what I can say with respect to Kura-Kura Bali, we are making sure that the road, all the infrastructures built in Kura-Kura Bali is all planned nicely, sustainable and good. But with respect to airport, it's beyond our authority. Maybe Ibu Amalia can respond. Yeah. Is there any plan on Bappenas about the airport? Because Amalia is here, but Pak Rosan masih in the future, so maybe it's here.
No, the future is only 5 months away. Ibu,
And continuing the existing program.
yeah. Bu, probably you can share what you know about the plan for Bali's development especially regarding the infrastructure. Yeah.
So thank you. I'd like to try to respond this.
Yeah.
As far as we know from the Ministry of National Development Planning, we are actually would like to commit it. I mean, like we are working actually very intensively from central government and also with the local government to really develop the infrastructure of Bali, and especially that we would like to improve the connectivity. We know that the road is already congested, and we are now trying to find out another solution. One of them is LRT, that is really on the pipeline, and also the other one is the airport. We are planning to have in our Bali economic transformation roadmap, we are also really trying to push and then to put forward the development of airport in the northern part of Bali to reduce the congestion of Bali here. But of course, connectivity between two SEZ, Sanur and Kura-Kura Bali is also in our plan. So we are really thinking how to reduce the congestion of Bali infrastructure, and it is on our pipeline for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it answers your questions. I think from what we read every day in the news, there has been a plan to make underground from airport to Canggu. I think it will start sometimes this year. And the new airport is now being planned. Right? Di mana tuh di arah ya. All right. I'm so sorry I cannot take more questions because time's up. Because the next session is about to begin, and the topic that will be brought in the next session is not less important. And I should say that we will share about some important issues that you have been thinking of or you have been wanting to ask the government about that. We will be talking about immigration, we'll talk about taxations, and anything like that. So I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your participation. And on top of everything, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers for sharing honestly about what you know about your organization and your experience as investor. So thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tantowi Yahya, Ibu Tuti Hadi Putranto, Ibu Christine Huta Barat, and also Mr. Junichiro Kinoshita. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, knowing that we have two plenaries today, so the first one has just done, which is like the spatial economic zone, but we are also going to have the second plenary, which called Golden Visa. So Indonesian government, the government of Indonesia will launch Golden Visa. That is already happening right now. And we also have the awardees actually after this. So we are going to learn more about what is Golden Visa and how it can be beneficial for the investors as well. Right. All right, so for leading the plenary, the second plenary for today, we have another ambassador that will lead the second session. So I would like to invite Ambassador Rosan Ruslani as the former Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. So please come to the stage to set the scene and also to moderate the session. The stage is yours.
Well, now I get confused because they requested me to give a presentation, but I don't prepare a presentation since Minister Sandi said, well, when you won the presidential election, you don't need to provide with the details or presentation. Anyway, they will listen to you. So,
Well, thank you. I think today we will have, again, hopefully very fruitful and productive discussion. We are going to have, honestly, actually, I prepared the presentation, but now I have to chair the session, so I get confused. Honestly, I get confused now. So this is my presentation.
You have to do both.
Oh, I have to do both. Oh, okay. Okay then. Since the Excellency requested me, so I have to follow him.
You have to do both with the same fee, okay?
Oh, okay. So, well, first of all, thank you, Bu Cherry, Excellency Pak Tantowi, Ibu Tuti for inviting me to give not presentation. Now I have to chair the session, and today the session where we have a privilege to have today a panel of experts who share with us. First of all, this is my longtime friend, Bapak Silmi Karim, Director General of Immigration at the Directorate General of Immigration of Indonesia. I think you have to come up here. And the second one, Ibu Rizky Handayani Mustafa, Deputy for Industry and Investment at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and also Pak Bonifacius Pujianto, Director of Digital Economy at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, and the last one, Bapak. Oh, only three of us? Okay. Because there are four here. Well, today, actually, first of all, I would like to say welcome to our session, your golden visa with the new era Bali Kerti roadmap for better business, better world. So this session, I think will unveil the initiative and socialize the golden visa program to support the new era Bali Kerti economic roadmap initiative. Our agenda is aiming at highlighting the benefit of golden visa to potential investor and attracting a global talent. So today, I think since Pak Firman isn't here, so I think I will start with Ibu Rizky then. Well, again, the question has been prepared for me, so make my job a lot easier. Well, Ibu Rizky, the first question, because they said I have to read this question, I cannot come up with my own question. So, how can the golden visa be beneficial for the government of Indonesia and foreign investor in co-creating safe and sustainable tourism?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me in this very important session. I'm a little bit nervous because, like what Pak Tonto mentioned, that our future leaders, government is here, and maybe I become his team later on. But anyway, as you know that tourism and creative economy is growing so fast in Indonesia. When we talk about the growth of tourism as well as creative economy, we also should mention about the investment. The investment in 2023 is actually more than our target. Last year we have more than 3 billion US dollar for the investment in tourism. However, we need to count at that data. We don't put the creative economy sector. So I think it is more than 3 billion US dollar. So when we talk about the investment, we talk about the investor. That one of the aspect that will increase our competitiveness is the visa, is the golden visa. I think golden visa is very important to increase our investor investment in Indonesia. But still, I think, but we know that we see the regulation of the golden visa, we still put in the physical investors. We need to think about the medium investor also, that I think a lot of people want to come to Indonesia to invest, but not as much as what they get from golden visa. So they don't have more, fund as big as that golden visa asked for. So I think we need to see that the golden visa may be also for the medium investor later on for the creative industry and tourism in Indonesia. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ibu Rizky. I'll be back to you with another question, but I think I would like to hear from you, Pak Simli. Could you explain the rules and regulation of the golden visas on how global talent and investor can take part in it? Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Pak Rosan, Ambassador Rosan or Minister Rosan, incoming minister in October, hopefully. I would like to start about 15 or 16 months ago when Pak Jokowi asked me to join as Director General of Immigration. That time I was the CEO of one of the largest steel company, state-owned company. And then I was invited to meet him, and one of his order is golden visa. Okay. I really surprised. The second one, I don't know exactly what this golden visa is, okay? But okay, this is an order and I have to say siap in bahasa. Okay, and then he gave me a reference, UAE as a reference in technology and also in regulation. Then I flew to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Yeah. It's very unique because they have two DG, yeah? Director General of Immigration in Dubai and Director General Immigration in UAE in Abu Dhabi. I met both. And then I learned, okay, golden visa. So the things is the principle, yeah, to make sure good quality travelers, to give a long period of stay, yeah, and then you can work, you can do, not, it doesn't mean anything, but yeah, you can do whatever you want, yeah, except voting right or to be elected, yeah. But you can travel back and forth, yeah. You can stay whenever you want, yeah. And then do investment and open business and make sure that you can also open employment for locals. And then I invite one of the reputable consultant firm, yeah, in order to have a quite good reference for having good policy. And then it's okay. The important things that it's so different. When I was the CEO, I can decide today and tomorrow will be implemented. Yeah. In government, yeah, we can decide now, yeah, but implementation, yeah, God knows, yeah, because it will depend on the law, other regulation or ministry or process is very long. Yeah, it took 6 months, yeah, because I have to change government regulation, peraturan pemerintah, yeah, and then minister regulation, peraturan menteri, and then the most important thing is how the people has to pay. Yeah. My credit card, Minister of Finance regulation. Because the government income has to go to Minister of Finance. And they don't recognize credit card payment. Yeah? They know only no symphony that I didn't know that time. What is symphony all about? Yeah? And then I learned from my team, you can get the code billing and then you go pay from the ATM or MBCA. Okay, what happened with the foreigners outside? They don't know the code billing and so on. Yeah, they have to fly to Indonesia. Oh, that's not convenient. And then I talked to Bu Minister of Finance. I talked to Dirjen Anggaran. Yeah, to convince them that we need credit card as a payment of the income to the government. Oh, the process quite painful. Yeah, but finally, I can get that. Yeah. But many detailed questions follow. Because remember, credit cards is followed by the charge, who will pay the charge, and then payment gateway, and many other things, details. Yeah. And finally, we got that. And then, how we define the 5 years, 10 years. Because the law only allow 5 years, not 10 years. But yeah, if we change the law, maybe it will take 2 years. And then we find a way, okay, 10 is 2 times 5 years. Then we put it, that it's 2 times 5 years, 10 years. Problem solved. Yeah. So that's the things behind the story that we can have 10 years. And then what about the stay permit, or we call it ITAS, because ITAS is yearly. That's peraturan pemerintah. You know how to change peraturan pemerintah? You have to send to the President of Indonesia approval to change peraturan pemerintah through the Mensesnek. Because this from President then is easier, but not as simple as that. Yeah. The process is also painful. Then, finally, we define 5 years, 10 years, with the fees, and then we follow. First is the company investors or the personal investors. Yeah, for the personal investors, they can put the money US dollars, so they don't have to have a currency risk. Yeah, 350,000 USD for 5 years. They can put on deposit or government bond in USD or stock or any instrument, but in Indonesia and at the banks in Indonesia. For 10 years is 700,000 USD. Yeah, the same. And then what about the company? The company, who will get the golden visa is the BOD members, and also the BOC, the commissioners, and also the representative of the headquarters of the shareholders. All the BOD, all the BOC, and one representative from the shareholders can get the golden visa. 50 million USD for 10 years, 25 million USD for 5 years. What happens if they leave? The most important, the principle, good quality travelers. They can keep the golden visa even though they quit from the company. We don't care. Yeah. The most important is good quality travelers. What about the global talent? They don't need to invest. Yeah. But have to meet the requirements. Maybe they have a specific talent recognized here by agency, Indonesian agency, support by one ministry, like the first golden visa that we issued for Sam Altman, the AI. Yeah. And I just issued for Elon Musk that will be given tomorrow or maybe today, the golden visa for him. So very selective person to continue what Ibu Deputy said for the medium. My personal view on this, I prefer to promote Indonesian entrepreneurs. Yeah, if you bring all the foreigners come to Indonesia, then what happened with the Indonesian, right? Sorry about that. Yeah, so for the big investors that entitle golden visa. For the medium, small, we support Indonesian businessmen. And then what happened with the properties? Yeah. Strata title or apartments, more than 1 million USD, we can give golden visa, not landed. Yeah, non-land. Why? I can explain next on the Q&A session. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Pak Silmi. So finally, I think it's going to be a lot of questions to you, but well, we will save it for later. But I think we would like to hear also from Pak Boni. You know, the question is, with the support of the foreign investor and global talents, what are the needs of the government of Indonesia related to communication and information technology?
Thank you, Pak Rosan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an honor for me to be here to represent the Ministry of Communication and Informatics. Yes, it is. So the Indonesia is strongly need investment from infrastructure in terms of the telecommunication, such as today that have been agreed. There is another satellite provider, Elon Musk, will be enter Indonesia. This is to tackle the obstacle of blank spot area to be covered for the internet services. In spite of that, we have to consider place, location, have been discussed previously, people, and program. I heard in the Bali, this is a good place for research and development. That's why we have interest collaboration to invite many investors to come to Indonesia, also in Kura-Kura Bali, to invest in terms of data center, and then cloud computing, big data analytics, and also AI, which is the future of our society. In spite of that, we have also to provide regulatory that should be connecting and help the investor to come to Indonesia. There is a strong need. I think I would also ask Pak Zimli, actually, the Director General, because nowadays is the era of digital, and there are so many investors, I mean, venture capitals with the interest to invest to the startup ecosystem. And this is also what they need to have some, there is a new hype in the world. They call it like startup visa or nomad visa. This is also question from our society, the young generation, digital talent. Hopefully there would be also some consideration or additional from the golden visa to help those digital talent and investor in terms of digital venture capital investors. Pak Rosan, maybe that is the homework also for the next cabinet, because our vice president will be young generation, very aggressive, very high speed, innovative. So I think we have to think a little bit more wider aspect from the physical or infrastructure investment, but now goes to some, how to say, like a digital generation, high speed, innovate, and also agile. Thank you.
Well, since you mentioned it about digital economy, what are the key areas in digital economy or ICT require immediate attention to maximize and benefit from this golden visa program?
I think golden visa already have, as already mentioned, this is for us gave a very fruitful for those who are from the big company. However, still some lack or empty space for those who are from the venture capitals or for those nomad talent, digital talent from the nomad. So I think this is a little bit slightly different, but needs some attention. That is just another different opinion from the society of digital nowadays. Thank you.
May I respond that?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea. I will look into this, the startup visa,
Yeah.
and also the digital. We do have digital nomad visa, but I'm going to make sure the startup visa, and also what I would like make sure that, because like this, only in Indonesia that foreigners, the authority to control foreigners workers is Ministry of Manpower. Other countries is immigration who control foreigners worker. Yeah. So like in Malaysia or Singapore, Australia, they got in Malaysia pas kerja. Yeah. So that's a visa kerja, working visa. The manpower ministry give to the immigration, Malaysia, is a quota every year, like 400,000 people. Yeah. So then the immigration can easily decide which one for how many percentage to digital nomad. Yeah, to distribute that will attract more lucrative or impactful sector to the economy rather than low-level worker. That's the thing that I would like to address. Yeah, hopefully Pak Rosan can convey this message to the new president that we have to find a way to optimize foreigner workers through visa issuance, that we can choose which sector or area that we would like to optimize, yeah, to get the maximum impact to the economy, yeah, because we will happily to give visa for digital nomad. They can work, yeah, and also they can stay, yeah, and without any doubt, yeah, working in Indonesia.
Well, thank you. I think we only have 8 minutes and 11 seconds. And I think we are going to proceed with the Q&A, and I will open the floor to the audience. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but make sure the question is concise and also relevant to the topics. Please state your name and also the agency. Thank you. Please, somebody, bring the mic. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Anand. I'm very new to Indonesia, very new to Bali, but I'm loving every minute of this, predominantly because the people are so hospitable and so warm. I have 2 questions. First is, when you talk about digital economy, there are aspects around data protection, data governance, and also data regulation. What steps are being taken by the government to essentially, or by this panel, to understand how to protect data, be it in fintech, be it in ICT, or be it in healthcare? That's my first question. The second question is, I really appreciate the point about startup ecosystem. I think the way to build innovation in any new city would be to go through a bottom-up approach of promoting startup entrepreneurship. What kind of incentives are you providing to attract both local talent to be startup entrepreneurs and foreign investors like us to come into Bali and Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you. So you are referring this question to Pak Boni? Or?
All of you.
Okay. Pak Boni, please.
Thank you, Pak Rosan. I would like to answer, but mostly for the first question related to the ecosystem, startup ecosystem. So from the government point of view, we provide several, let's say, this is about regulation, actually, data. So Indonesia has already the personal data protection. This is the recent law that just enacted 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And the root of the law is also information and transaction electronic. But on the data protection and privacy law, because this is still new, so we are still in the preparing some of the underlying regulations, such as regulation on the child online protection, then including the including game with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. As well as we have to consider there is a PSA system, electronic system provider, something like that in Indonesia. So for those who are building the startup in Indonesia, there are some regulation in terms of the data that should be complied, including the location of your businesses. But the detail of this, maybe we can have a conversation after the question and answer. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Second question, just make sure you have just one question, okay? Because we have a very limited time.
Hi, my name is Rian. I'm from Palembang. As we know, after post the pandemic, we have so many. Maybe Bali is one of the places that have growth of billionaires migrate to Bali. It's one of the highest in the world, and we have several business partners in here that actually really want to apply for the golden visa. But I personally try to help them finding out the way to apply. but we can't really know anyone or anyhow to do it. We try to contact Kadin friends. We try to contact friends from ministerial office, but we can hardly find it. So how do we really register for this golden visa? Thank you.
Okay, so it can be applied online. Yeah, can anyone to give a slide by slide? I think on the 15 page 15. Yeah, evisa.imigrasi.go.id. We just open the account online. Yeah, and then there is a golden visa. Yeah, it's actually not launched yet, but grand launching would be in July. President of Indonesia will launch this officially, but we already serve publicly, yeah, as a trial. Yeah, but you can apply since we launched soft launching end of last year. Yeah, so it's user friendly. Yeah, and there is also a help desk if you have a problem with the process to apply. Yeah, so it's an online.
Okay, I think this is the most important feedback slide that you need to.
Everything is online. The golden visa itself will goes to your email. Yeah, the payment is using credit card. Yeah, the application. But when you land it, yeah, it can be applied from abroad. Yeah, but when you land it, you have to you will get 90 days to prove everything. Then it finally issued, yeah, for the next 5 or 10 years.
Okay, thank you, Pak Silmi. I think we can have one more question for a lady, maybe this time. No? Okay, lady on the back, please. Somebody, please bring the.
This question will be for Pak Silmi. My name is Grace Sabandar. I'm the founder of Ambassador and CEO Club, and also the co-founder of Global Sportainment Network. I would like to ask whether you will also give sports golden visa to athletes, players, not only athletes, but also players, trainers, and also other sports businessmen like that. Because you know that if athletes come to Indonesia from abroad, they cannot only stay for one year. Usually longer than 5 years if they are contracted by one specific football club, for example, or basketball club like that. So I think it's necessary not only for startups, but also you give special attention for sports industry, because like you mentioned about UAE, perhaps you can also, or already perhaps have information about sports golden visa that they already implemented in UAE.
Okay, good point. I already launched sport visa for exhibition. What you mentioned is for players, right?
Players,
to
trainers.
Player and trainers.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk. Yeah, let's talk because for the recruiter, yeah, you have to also get the IMTA with the Ministry of Manpower, right? To appoint this player,
Yeah.
right? But I would like to cut the process,
too long.
right?
Yeah,
too
too
long.
long.
Yeah, I agree. Let's discuss how to make it faster. Yeah.
Okay.
But at least for your information, this is I think is a good to know. 2 years ago, before I joined, for Coldplay, yeah, to perform in Indonesia, they have to get surat kelakuan baik dari kepolisian is a kind of good behavior from the police, yeah, statement of good behavior from the police where Coldplay lived, yeah, and also a working experience for 5 years, yeah, and then so any ridiculous prerequisite, and that because Indonesian government consider this as a man worker.
Yeah.
But yeah, I said this is not a man worker. Yeah, this will save our Indonesian devisa. Yeah, because if the shows in Singapore, yeah, Indonesian people will fly to Singapore, spend money there, pay tickets and hotels, and also Orchard Road disaster spending, yeah. And I don't consider this as a man worker, so then we give without working permit. And this is already done for events. But for professional sportsmen, welcome, Mr. Vice Minister Tico. For that, I would like to discuss more, and we'll find a way to make it
Yes, Pak,
faster.
because instead of making or sending our athletes to go abroad for training, I mean, it will be better if we can just invite trainers to come to Indonesia, and we set up a football, football school, football academy that is internationally recognized like that. So all our talents will stay here and will be trained by international acclaimed coaches like that.
Okay, but the most important is the competition.
Of course. Yeah.
Well,
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. I know you still have a lot of questions. You can continue to have this further question in the breakout room. And well, I would like to thank all the panelists for your valuable insight, and thank you to all of you for participating in this discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador Rosan Ruslani. And also, thank you so much for our plenary today. I would like to extend our welcome as well for Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Tiko Wirjoatmojo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to hear like 2 minutes remarks from Pak Tiko Wirjoatmojo. So for Pak Tiko, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to you all. Dear honored guests, esteemed shareholders, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. First of all, thank you for the invitation for me to speak to Hita Karana Forum. This event is an opportunity to explore the critical sector that will shape Indonesia's future: health, knowledge, digitalization, and the green and blue economies, sustainable and blended finance, integrated infrastructure, and quality tourism. These sectors are not just area of focus for us, they are pillars of our nation's commitment to innovation and sustainability. They represent our dedication to growth and prosperity for all Indonesians. Many of you may not be aware that Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise in Indonesia has a dual role, as an agent of development and as a value creator. As an agent of development, SOE are responsible for carrying out state assignment and acting as pioneers in various industries for public goods. This includes providing loans to SME and underprivileged women to support financial inclusion and strengthen the national socio-economic fabrics. Additionally, SOE are industry pioneers, particularly in clean power initiative and also mineral downstreaming. On the other hand, SOE play a substantial role in contributing to the national economy. By adhering to principle of good corporate governance, we foster sustainable business growth. In 2023, SOE contributed a significant amount of dividends, reaching up to USD 5.3 billion, and a total contribution to the state amounted to USD 41.3 billion. To contribute more to the national economy, we are always open to discuss new opportunities and sharing visionary initiative to develop a special economic zone aligned with the new era Bali Kerti Roadmap by Mr. President. The roadmap is a transformation and pioneering journeys towards sustainable development through the strategic development of special economic zone. Allow me to highlight our ongoing efforts in 3 special economic zones, namely Mandalika, Sanur, and Merauke. Mandalika Special Economic Zone, located in Lombok, with a total area of 1,036 hectares. Mandalika is a hub for sport tourism. It has successfully hosted international events such as MotoGP, boosting our tourism sector and stimulating local economies and infrastructure development. Mandalika blends beautiful resorts and ecotourism initiative, preserving and showcasing the natural beauty and cultural heritage of Lombok. 67,000 visitors of the Indonesian MotoGP in 2022, estimated total expenditure of around 693 billion rupiah, with a multiplier effect of 1.28. Currently, we are building also golf and equestrian facilities that will be open in Mandalika Special Economic Zone. Second example is Sanur Special Economic Zone, which is specific for healthcare, set to operate in first quarter 2025. It will be an integrated health and wellness tourism destination, leveraging Bali's natural beauty and serene environment to attract a global health-conscious society. Sanur Special Economic Zone, with a total area of 41.26 hectares, focuses on holistic wellness centers, eco-friendly resorts, and medical facilities that incorporate traditional Balinese healing practices. Bali International Hospital will provide high-quality healthcare services to Indonesians without the need to go abroad. Sanur Special Economic Zone will also host very specialized clinics that have already confirmed their participation. These clinics include aesthetic, stem cell, eye center, and hair transplant clinic. We are looking forward also to work with the Kura Special Economic Zone to expand the service into a wider scale. The third one is in conceptual stage right now, which is Merauke Special Economic Zone. Currently is in early stage, is positioned in the resource-rich region of Papua Island and is set to become a key area for investment, innovation, and development. This Special Economic Zone will focus on forestry, agriculture, food production, and bioenergy, leveraging local resources for growth and sustainability. Key agricultural products such as sugar and rice are cultivated and processed here with a strong emphasis on bioethanol production to reduce emission for our transportation sector. Development of Merauke Special Economic Zone is starting with 60,000 hectares of sugarcane industrial estate in piloting in the initial stage and expanding approximately to 2 million hectares in the future. Indonesian government has and will provide fiscal and non-fiscal incentive in its special economic zones. These benefits includes reduction in local taxes, exemption of VAT, tax holidays of up to 20 years, duty-free privileges, land acquisition right up to 80 years, and simplified approval process for building construction investment. This is our invitation to you, the global community, to join us in this journey of growth and mutual prosperity. It's not just an opportunity to invest, but to be a part of larger narrative of transformation of economy and social impact in Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you have lots of questions about golden visa, also about special economic zone. We're going to have a breakout room later, so you can have sort of like a question and answer session, right? So, but before that, we are going to have Amit Gupta as the representative of the investors and also the entrepreneurs to come in front of the stage to give your special remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I don't even know where to begin. I think this has been such an energizing couple of days, and the session from the Vice Minister, I think there was a slide there that I thought was very, very useful, and I really enjoyed all the sessions today. So just, I'm going to take a couple of minutes, maybe just a quick background about myself. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm an investor. I am very vested in Indonesia, working on setting up a blended finance fund called MIIM. So I am one of the co-chairs, one of 2 co-chairs of the fund. Pak Tantowi here is my fellow co-chair and partner in good. And of course, that's right. We've the honorary patron here. We've got Boo Marie, who has been guiding us right through the process, and of course, Sherry. And from an entrepreneur and investor standpoint, I also chair an organization called TIE. For those of you who are not familiar with TIE, it is a non-profit headquartered in Silicon Valley with 61 chapters around the world. It is the world's largest entrepreneur and investor community that is focused on give back to the startup ecosystem around the world. We've had, over the last 3 decades, we've had multiple areas where we've created national level impact. We have, obviously starting with Silicon Valley, having shaped some of that ecosystem around the semiconductor industry, around the IT sector, the technology sector, the digital economy, and now, of course, around AI. I was there a couple of weeks ago and spent some time with Jensen Huang, who is the founder of NVIDIA, who's helping shape that ecosystem. But we've also had a massive impact in India when India opened up, and I think India and Indonesia present a number of parallels that can be leveraged. And TIE played a very significant role when the market was opening up, when the investments were coming in and helping shape the digital economy. And most recently, I love the session around the Golden Visa. I think what was most relevant was when UAE launched the Golden Visa, TIE was one of the 3 partner organizations that the government worked with to help shape the Golden Visa strategy and to offer Golden Visas to every TIE member around the world. Now, Bali, and I'm going to talk about Bali right now because I'm just so inspired since over the last couple of days, as are the people who've accompanied me. Bali has the opportunity and the potential to be the Silicon Valley for a good cause. There is a difference. The world is changing, right? We need a little bit of good. And I think Bali presents that opportunity. There are 3 areas that I see present the biggest potential for Bali and Indonesia in general. The first one is impact through innovation. How do you use the digital economy to create impact, create inclusivity, drive sustainability? We talked about data centers earlier. I was in Seattle a couple of weeks ago in Redmond in the Microsoft headquarters, and the talk was all about Indonesia and the investments being made in Indonesia around data centers. The opportunity for Indonesia is to build the talent pool that will drive not the data center infrastructure, but the data economy. Everyone has been talking about how data is the new oil. So the data economy is the opportunity for Indonesia. Second, I can't imagine a better place that will represent the global hub for wellness, health, and biotech, and of course, longevity. And we had many discussions around that with a number of stakeholders from Indonesia. And I'll share a little bit about that before I wrap up. And the third, of course, given Bali should be the playground to attract some of the wealthiest, most impact-focused people, we have an opportunity to build this as the hub for blended finance. So those are my 3 key takeaways. What made Silicon Valley special? Does anyone know what was the one factor that made Silicon Valley special? Does anyone want to have a crack at it? I should have seeded an answer in the audience. It was special. It made Silicon Valley special because it's a great place to live. It was a great place to live. Maybe still is. But when it started, that was the first most attractive piece for Silicon Valley. And if you think about Bali, Bali has that potential to be that great place to live, attract the best of the global talent. And if you have the talent, the founders will follow. If you have the founders, the investors will come. So you've got to build the ecosystem from the ground up. I think that's what our focus should be here. We had some very productive meetings with His Excellency Minister Luhut, along with the investors who've accompanied me yesterday. As we work through the proposals that we will share, we look forward to hearing from the team and from the minister and from the stakeholders here. I will say one thing as I wrap up. I'm finding it really hard to get the investors who've joined me to get on the plane and head back out of Bali from tonight. But I will take them back, and I promise we will be back. and we'll look forward to playing a role in building out this amazing ecosystem. So thank you for the next couple of days, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our very special session after this. So we are going to have a Golden Visa awarding session. So I would like to invite Mr. Zaid Alami as the Country Managing Director Indonesia of Boeing, and also Sir Gordon Duff, the Honorary President of United in Diversity and former Vice Chancellor of Oxford University. Please come to the stage to receive the Golden Visa directly from Bapak Silmi Karim as the Director General of Immigration. Please come forward. Other than that, we also issue the Golden Visa for Professor Bruce Buchier as the founder of Longevity X and 2011 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine for groundbreaking discoveries. But unfortunately, he cannot make it this time. All right, so the first Golden Visa is for Sir Gordon Duff. Symbolic Golden Visa. Shake hands and take a picture, just a little. All right, thank you. And the second Golden Visa is going to be for Mr. Zaid Alami as the Indonesia Country Managing Director of Boeing. So we also have Professor Bruce Butler as well here, but unfortunately he cannot come here, but he also already received. So we're going to invite Ibu Winnie to come in front of the stage, Pak Tantowi also to come in front of the stage, Ibu Kiki as well to come in front of the stage, and then we're going to take a quick picture together before we're moving on to the breakout room. Let us have a picture together. Zaid, could you please show your Golden Visa symbolic? Yeah. Yeah. All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right, another one. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to have a breakout session. I believe that you have lots of questions regarding to Golden Visa and what is the correlation with your tax and your land use and everything. So it's going to be in the breakout session on the second floor in, downstairs. So exactly on this place, but on the second floor. And then the second breakout session is going to be the special economic zone that is going to happen exactly at this place, auditorium. So special economic zone in the auditorium, and also the Golden Visa is going to be on the second floor. So we're going to have 20 minutes to 30 minutes Q&A before we close the session. And the session is going to be closed directly by the moderator, and we will finish the session. All right, so my name is Nimas Meka Purnamasari. I'm going to wait you on the breakout session on the second floor. Thank you.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because we're going to continue for our session. We will talking about the special economic zone. Please be seated because we're going to start the session. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because we're going to continue for the session. Busy. Busy afternoon. Itu lebih penting. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated because we're going to start the session for the special economic zone. One more time, please, Bapak Ibu. Okay. We're going to start the session to discussing the special economic zone. First of all, welcome to Bali. There's still people talking in here, fortunately. Excuse me, can you please visit? Yes, because we're going to continue. If you have a question. Sorry. Yes, it's fine. Okay, so yeah. I'll be the host for this session. My name is Fidel Umri. I'm the project planning senior manager here in Kura-Kura, Bali. And without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers for this afternoon session. We're going to speak a lot regarding the special economic zone, what will be the benefit, what is the investment, especially on the Sanur and the Kura-Kura, Bali area. Without further ado, I would like to invite Pak Bambang Wijanarko to the stage as Head of Development and Management Controlling Division from Dinas KEK. And then the second one, I would like to invite Pak Dodi. Pak Dodi Amatonda is a President Director. Hello, Pak. Nice to have you here. We also would like to invite Pak Francis Yi. Pak Francis is the Chief of Business Development here in Kura-Kura, Bali. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, if you have a question, please be prepared because the panelist is here and to answer probably all your technical requirements. Okay, I'm going to start directly. Probably I will start with from Pak Bambang here because we're talking about special economic zone, Pak. As Pak Tantowi in the previous session already mentioned regarding the special economic zone, and of course we have earlier from Kura-Kura Bali and also from Sanur talking regarding what is special economic zone. But I would like to iterate or elaborate once more, Pak. What is special economic zone? As we here in Bali already have two, Sanur and Kura-Kura Bali, and what exactly is the benefit will be given from the government of Indonesia to the investors who put their money in here, actually, Pak. Okay, please, Pak Bambang.
Okay, thank you, Pak Fidel. Probably I would like to answer concisely. First, so actually the special economic zone is designated area that given several incentives, both fiscal and non-fiscal incentive that coming from the central and the local government. So we are expecting that SEZ is the place for investment that will be given ultimate facilities. So both incentive, fiscal and non-fiscal. So please invest in our SEZ, and we are from the National Council for Secretariat General of Special Economic Zone will assist you to implement to get the incentive because we are have several ministers under the national councils. We have 17 ministers under the coordinating ministry for economic affairs who are supporting this national council for special economic zone. So it shows that the central government is committed to support the special economic zones development, particularly for given easiness for doing business. It's not only the fiscal, non-fiscal, we will given like easiness for doing business in immigration. Probably Director General has mentioned several easiness, and then including the land acquisition process and the simplification of administrative. We also have the one-stop service in the location, probably administrator. So hopefully with those easiness, we are make sure that all the permit and licensing will be easier for investment in SEZ. But I hope that give you comprehensive information, but later we can show you slides also if you need.
Sure, thank you, Pak Bambang. I'll just continue to both SEZ here. Actually, we'll start with Pak Dodi first, as the elder brother, we can say elder brother for Kura-Kura Bali. Pak Dodi, as we all aware that Sanur already given as the SEZ specialty in the healthcare, right? So, what is the what you call the thing that prioritize to be developed, and also what is the target investors actually in in Sanur SEZ?
Yes, okay, Pak. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to may I introduce myself. My name is Dodi Matondang, and I'm the President Director of PT Hotel International Sanur Indonesia. Maybe some of you has a big mark question, what is the difference between the previous Bu Christine and me. We are the subsidiary of the PT HIN, Hotel Indonesia Natur, where the Bu Christine as the CEO from the HIN, and we are the special purpose vehicle that made focus for the operating the special economic zone in Sanur, and also we are the owning company for the Meru Hotel that we just launched on the March in the, and also the convention center of the Bali Beach Hotel and Bali Beach Convention. So we are focused to operate the Sanur RHZ, and related to the question that mentioned by the moderator, that we are really focused in the healthcare facility because Sanur SEZ is the first special economic zone in healthcare sectors. We are not wide like the Kura-Kura Bali because we are only 41.3 hectares and Kura-Kura Bali 12 times bigger than us. Then I think what we focus on, we prioritize, this is the, we know that's the healthcare facility. We have 9 lots of healthcare facility that already we have 8 partners there. And what we prefer in the Sanur SEZ is that we are not competing each other, but we are completing each others. That's why we are really confident to give this to the all investors, because when you choose one of the center of excellence or medical treatment, there are no another one will take that. So you will not compete in their complex. For example, we have the aesthetic partners. When the aesthetic send to us their building, when the other come, they want to build the aesthetic, we will not allow that they can build the aesthetic, because what we want to propose there's the integrated facility inside the complex. And what is the other prioritize for this building of the Sanur SAZ? We already built for the basic infrastructure for the Sanur SAZ 100%. And now we also doing the commercial for the hotels and the convention center that owned directly by the company that managed by us. And the hospital inside the complex is already in the middle of construction, and they will open around September, and they will doing the medical checkup, general practitioners, and also some center of excellence that will be provided in the hospitals. And we hope around 20 and 25 and 26, lately, the Sanur SAZ can operate totally. Yes, maybe that's all. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Dodi. Okay, I'll just continue to the next speaker, Pak Francis Yee, because earlier, Bu Tuti has been asked what is the objective to set up an SEZ in Kura-Kura, Bali. She said to set up a new Bali, right? So, what is actually a special economic zone in Kura-Kura, Bali to support the new Bali Kerti strategy? If you can elaborate.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Maybe I just want to restate and re-emphasize the word that Ibu Tuti mentioned just now about sustainability, right? I think essentially this is one of the key pillars and our guiding principle as we develop this island in this whole Kura-Kura, Bali. And together with the three Hita Karana, these two pillars are important for all of us, because this is what makes us unique, extremely unique for special economic zone as compared to other special economic zones. That's why in terms of the planning, I think Ibu Tuti mentioned about, we have this master plan which is on the premise, and we manifest it to this 7 district that was mentioned earlier, in terms of the district of Marina, the district of Knowledge, the district of Gateway, the district of Peninsula, as well as the district of South and West Gate, and last but not least, the district of Coral. All these districts are aligned actually as we prepare to develop this whole island itself. Yeah, and of course with this new Bali, the focus is on 2 key aspects. One is on tourism. The second aspect is on a creative economy. That's why when we talk about the tourism, the new tourism, we have developed a new product. I learned just now about, in terms of how we want to reach out to more and more meaningful development in this whole of Bali. The second aspect in terms of the creative economy. Creative economy is a very interesting aspect. Really, our focus is to work on this digital ecosystem, focusing on development as well as how we want to create development for this island in the new digital aspect, as well as the area of the healthcare city. I think this is a very complementary aspect, how we work together with Sanokik as 2 in 1 in this whole of Bali, because the whole of Bali is important to provide this healthcare as a destination for the healthcare. And we're talking about 2 aspects. One is the areas of pure healthcare in the traditional form. The other aspect, what we can offer to complement Sanokik, is that what we can do is in the aspect of wellness. Wellness is an important aspect, how we want to create and curate this whole medical tourism. Yeah, I will stop here for the time being. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Francis. Okay, I would like to open the session for the audience to ask if there are any questions regarding the SEZ, especially in Kura-Kura, Bali and SEZ Sanur. If there's any. If not, I will try to go back to Pak Bambang. Pak Bambang, you did mention that the government will fully support actually for all of the SEZ. You earlier also mentioned regarding the regulation provided and some process need to be done to get that incentives right. So in what manners that or in what shape actually the central government go up until the local here, and how can they delegate the regulation here to be applied here in Bali, especially for healthcare and tourism, because these two SEZ are actually a totally different SEZ, right? Of course, in regulation also as well. Please, Pak Bambang.
Let me try to answer the hard question here. So basically the policy first. We talk about the policy that in the central government we have the National Council that consists of several ministers under the chairman of the National Councils. So it means that we are committed from the policies from its ministers to support this SEZ. And then in the provincial level, we also have the regional councils, which is chaired by the governor. And then the co-chair is the mayor of Denpasar. So I believe that any issues or any policies regarding the development of SEZ, it could be coordinated under the regional council regarding the policies for the provincial and including the city level. So that's the policy that we have in the regarding institutional. While on the law itself, we have a law number 39, and then it has been changed in the law number 6 2023. Regarding the law is the highest act. And then we also have a several government regulation, and it's all mandated the commitment from the central and the local government, including all the incentives that has to be given in our SEZ, including the ministerial regulation, including the local government regulation, starting from government regulation, presidential decree, ministerial regulation, and including the local government regulation. So the policy is already there. The regulation has been established. Now the challenge is how to implement this all policy regulation on its place. So since in here we have two different special economic zones, actually it's not really different, but mainly they are tourism SEZ.
Okay.
So we already have a particular incentive for the tourism SEZ. First is like there's a reduction for the sales tax on luxurious goods for residential area, and then we also have a value added tax refund, VAT refund for the foreigners who have the foreign passport, and then also we have a particular regarding the customs and the importation tax for the consumable goods. So it might be applied for the hotels, for instance, like the hotels will import meat or probably some amenities directly from overseas, then it will get the eligibility to have deferred from the import duty and also the local tax. And additionally, that's from the central government. And then additionally, from the local government, it is also mandated to give the deduction from the local tax and the local retribution. And I just heard that the commitment from the local government, they said that the local government regulation will be issued, I think, in the next 1, 2, or 3 months ahead. So I think it's a big commitment from the local government regarding the support for the special economic zone, particularly in terms of the reduction of the local tax and retribution. So I believe this commitment, as long as we are from the central government, particularly for the National Council Secretariat, we will escort from the central level up to the local government level, including in the zone implementation. So we are expecting that it will be done, even it takes time. So that's our challenge. So hopefully we can manage this two latest special economic zone, and it could become the showcase of the healthcare special economic zone. And the minister actually hope that there will be replication of the healthcare industry, because nowadays healthcare special economic zone, it seems more attractive compared to manufacture. So we see that the demand from overseas, it's getting high. So Now the challenge is how to implement the regulation that has been set up in our law, our ministerial regulation, and other regulation that related for special economic zone. I think that's
Okay. Thank you, Pak Bambang. I will follow up what Pak Bambang just mentioned regarding the policies and the regulation, but I will ask Pak Dodi about this. Regarding although Pak Bambang mentioned that it's actually the baseline is the same as tourism, right? But special economic zone in Sanur is focusing on the healthcare, right? Is there, because it's relatively new, right? Regarding the workers, because of foreign doctors, nurses, etc. What is the challenge actually, Pak Dodi, implementing all these new regulation policies in Sanur?
Thank you, Pak Viral. Yeah, like what the Pak Bambang mentioned before, when maybe one of our partner here, that Pak Ansley from the Swire that joined for the hospital, asking about the regulation when they are in the middle of process for the permit for the international doctors. One of our challenge is because, if I may to mention again what Pak Bambang mentioned when he answered the question, the healthcare special economic zone is the brand new for the Indonesian government, Pak. That's why we are trying to adopt some regulation. We are trying to doing cascading from the central to the local and until the regional for the regulation. What is our challenge now is we are in the middle of the process to get the permit for the international doctors. What is the difference between the other special economic zone, ya Pak, with the Sanur and also the Kura-Kura Bali, and we will the healthcare area also inside the Kura-Kura Bali, is the international doctors can doing the practice inside the complex, the nurse doing the practice inside the complex, the medicine and also the technology. That's the process is not to what we can say, not too easy, but we really believe, like Pak Bambang said, we believe when all this settle, I think the process for the permit for the international doctors and the others can be issued very short, because the commitment from the government also for this special economic zone, we are really realized, Pak, and we get a lot of commitments, and we are we are really get what is the, not only for the tax that mentioned, but the bureaucracy also already accelerated. So like in the special economic zone, you don't need to propose your permit one table to one table to one table, but the government said the administrator of the special economic zone that will work inside the complex, that will work inside the special economic zone. So you can propose and issue your permit by one system or only one board, only like that. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Dodi. I would like to ask the same question actually to Pak Francis. As the tourism, as easy in a tourism destination already.
I think maybe my first comment is I'm very heartened to hear Pak Bambang mention about the local government will support the tax in terms of giving us the order, the decree for the luxury tax and a super luxury tax. This means a lot to us because for Kura-Kura Bali, we are going to launch our landed villas in the month of October this year. And the next couple of months, if we do get this pass through, essentially what we are saying that for the luxury tax, there will be a 20% of savings, because anything you sell more than 30 billion, you don't have to pay the tax, right? And the second aspect is like for super luxury tax of 1%, you don't have to pay, because when you construct a property more than 400 square meters, you are waived in terms of tax. So this is a very good news for all of us in Kura-Kura Bali. Yeah, thank you, Pak Bambang. Yeah, I think in the same line, I think the other aspect is important. We do have, the coordinator within Kura-Kura Bali to be a one-stop to work closely with the authorities, so that it allows us to be able to deliver and work closely with the authorities for the SEZ, so that they know really the issues. That's why I told my team that it's important that we engage investors. Some of the things that we need to move forward with specific requirements on a technical aspect, collate all these together, and thereafter we will bring it together with our local coordinator within the Kura Bali Island, and we discuss with the authorities as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Francis. And we actually already at the limit of our session here, quite fast. But if there are any question, one question or two questions, okay, Pak, please, the one in behind, please help with the mic. Okay, thank you. Please state your name and your organization, please.
Okay, Pak. Nama saya, I'm Arta from Ciputra Group. I have two questions. First, Sanur has KEK for healthcare, but it has not only healthcare but also accommodation, like hotel and other things. So the benefit for KEK, it goes only for the healthcare or also for the accommodation component? That's the first question. Second question, there is KEK, but also there is PSN, Project Strategis Nasional. What is exactly the difference between the two category? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Arta. We'll have Pak Bambang first to explain PSN and KEK, Pak. Please, as easy.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arta. Firstly, regarding the why in Sanur we have healthcare and also hotel at the same time, because that's the difference between special economic zones and other economic zones in Indonesia. We have free trade zones, we have bonded zones, we have tourism zones, but in our SEZ, they all could be combined. So it could be industrial theme. We mention it as a main activities. Yeah? So the main activities will be eligible to get a tax holiday. So for instance, in Semangke, we have the main activity for industry, and then the industry regarding palm oil and rubber, and then including we also develop logistics and also a part for tourism to support the industry, logistics and tourism. So it means they have three main activities. For instance, like in Sanur, we have tourism and also healthcare. But in Singasari, we have tourism and digital. So probably in Nongsa, we also have tourism and digital. We also have probably soon will be have education as well in Singasari. So they all could be combined. And so what are the difference for the incentive? They could get benefit for the tourism special economic zone. For instance, like as I mentioned before, consumable goods will be applied for the tourism special economic zone, but it won't be applied for the manufacturer special economic zones, because consumable goods are applied, like for instance, like a bottle of water or probably something that running out in the place, so it get the incentive. But for the industry, probably it related with the raw material and auxiliary material. So that's the difference. And then for the healthcare, we have a special regulation regarding the manpower, so the doctors and also the other supporting medical labor, yeah. So they will get the particular pathways for the permit in the Ministry of Health. And then secondly, they also in healthcare special economic zone, it will get the benefit for the medication. So as long as the medication from overseas has been passed from their authorities, then it could be applied to in our SEZ. And then the third one is related the machineries, like so sometimes the medical equipment, it needs a particular permit, so we also provide some acceleration process for the permit regarding for the medical equipment. So those are the incentives that will be get in the tourism and healthcare. And probably if you have industrial special economic zone, it will get another incentive. But the same incentive, for instance, like a tax holiday, it will eligible for all tenants in the SEZ, for the value-added tax, and then for the customs import duty, it will be applied for all the tenants in any sectors. I hope that answers your first question, ya, Pak, ya. And then the second, what is the difference between SEZ and National Strategic Project? So probably SEZ, it is established by the government regulation. So we have undang-undang or law or act, and then we have government regulation. So one special economic zone, it will be enacted or established by the one government regulation. So the position is quite strong based on the regulation. While Proyek Strategis Nasional is actually under the presidential decree. It's one level lower compared to the government regulation. So that's the first difference. And then the second one, to get the special economic zone, it has to be clear and clean from the beginning. From the land status, it has to be 50% owned by the one who apply for the SEZ. For instance, like PTID, it means at least 50% of the land has been owned by Pak Fidel here. And then second,
Not me, Pak.
Yeah.
Not me, Pak. I'm not
Yeah,
the owner
so
of the land.
more. That's the basic requirement, but PTID has more. And then the second one, I think it has to be in line with the spatial planning. Probably we know that RT-RW in here. Spatial planning means the land use suitable with the zoning from the local government. So that's the second criteria. The third one is also it needs to be comply with the environmental assessment. So like there's no overlapping with the forest status and other things. So these three basic requirements actually, those are the permit and licensing that will be bypassed if you are doing on the Proyek Strategis Nasional. So SEZ is already in here, but Proyek Strategis Nasional is something that's still ongoing and needs some breakthrough for acceleration of the permit acceleration, as I mentioned before, the land and then the environmental assessment, including the forestry and other things, including the spatial planning. So there will be some acceleration for the ongoing project. But for SEZ, we already make sure that everything is clear and clean. So it just how Pak Fidel to attract investors. I think that's most different from the PSN and KIK.
Thank you, Pak. So SEZ has a lot of benefit than PSN.
And one more. SEZ is also Proyek Strategis Nasional.
Hope that clear, Pak Arta. Okay. Oh, okay. Last question, please, Pak. Yes.
Frank Fader, Miska One Health. I have two questions. Question number one, I think straightforward. The healthcare regulations for Sanur and Kura Kura, will they be identical? And my second question, it's a very practical question because we face that in Thailand in this matter every day. When it comes to the import of medication and therapies, products, medical products, which authority is the one that is going to decide that? Will that be decided at Kura Kura or Sanur level, or is that a national authority that will be deciding on that? What is your view on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Maybe Pak Bambang can answer that question.
Okay. So,
please, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the regulation, actually it will be the same as long as it has the same theme. So as long as it's healthcare special economic zone, that they will enjoy, they will apply for the regulation related for the healthcare regulation. So it means, for instance, like for the foreign doctors, the procedure will be the same, whether you invest in Sanur or in Kura Kura Bali. That's the regulation. Now the implementation, actually, because it's still in the beginning, probably there was a from the one of the tenant of Sanur, it takes time because it's a brand new policy and then the regulation is already on its place, but we have to make sure the procedures because policy, regulation, implementation. Implementation needs some procedures, standards, and other things that need to be set up, and later on it will be applied in the system. So while the system is not ready, then we did it manually. So we have a special task force actually in our office with the Ministry of Health, with the authority for the medication, authority for the Bapeten, regarding the iron medical, if you have a CT scan and everything, so authority that give permit. So we have that collaboration to make sure that if there's a requirement or one permit apply for this SEZ, we will discuss with this task force. So hopefully we will find out the way. If the system is not ready, then we have to do it manually and then later upload to the system. So that's what we are doing in the National Council of Secretariat General. So we are expecting all the incentive could be given to the tenant in SEZ. And then probably the second one, I think it's also answer your question regarding that we have a special task force. So because for importation, actually, there's some facilities in SEZ. Basically, the what do you call it, lartas, pembatasan apa ya Pak ya? So we have a restriction and limitation for the importation. Restricted is still restricted, but for the limitation, it's not applied when you are importing into special economic zones. There are some items that need special treatment in our office. So as long as it is exempted in our regulation, so it could be import directly. Regarding the limitation and what do you call, apa ya bahasa Inggrisnya? Lartas itu. Lartas. Ya, lartas ya. Ya. Outside you have to go to get the importation approval from the Ministry of Trade, but in our office you can get from the administrator in SEZ or our office. So we will look after for the importation process. We will coordinate with the customs office, including the local customs, and then from the national level for the tax office, including the Ministry of Health, Ministry of POM itu tadi, yang medication authority for the medical equipment. So that's what we are doing, and hopefully in the near future we can settling everything and put everything on the system. But step by step, everything will be applied into the system when we already get the pattern. But that's our commitment, to make sure that everything on its place based on the regulation that has been issued.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. I think it's quite technical and subject per case later on need to be discussed. Depends on what type of investment.
Yeah,
in
maybe
the SEZ area. Yes, Pak Francis.
May I just add on to the comment by Frank? Actually, Frank is one of our investors who came all the way from Thailand to, oh, my mic is... I think Frank came all the way from Thailand to participate in this event this evening. I think he is very committed, to hear what we can offer as a SEZ, in Kura-Kura, Bali. I think some of the lessons that we have learned, in terms of the journey from the Sanuk SEZ and then how we want to improve the process for administration. I think as a system of best practices sharing point of view, because we are together, both Sanuk, SEZ as well as Kura-Kura, Bali from the medical healthcare point of view. So we're going to improve, and with this coordinator within the system, working with the task force, with the support from the authorities, I think we can sharpen and hasten the process as well. That's why all these coordinator within the system of the respective SEZ, they are very helpful because they are our voices to hear from us what do we want from our customers as well. Yeah, so that's what we want to do together as a system to support the whole tourism as well as healthcare for this SEZ. Yes, Frank, thank you. And thanks for coming all the way.
Thank you, Pak Francis. And thank you. I think we're already at the limit of our time for this session. Thank you, Pak Bambang, Pak Dodi, Pak Francis, for your insight and for the participation for this afternoon session. I would like to close and also to close this event today. Yeah, it's already done. Okay. So, you want to show some video? Can we do it? Okay, please. Before we close.
A special economic zone is a priority policy from the government of Indonesia to establish designated areas with incentives and facilities to boost economic development and industrialization in the region. Indonesia SEZs promote investment by providing the ultimate facilities, which include tax holidays, customs and excise duty exemptions, simplified customs procedures, access to infrastructure and utilities, and other facilities. Kendall SEZ.
The next thing we have is value added tax. We call VAT in Indonesia. Now we are able to enjoy that as well. Now, beside that, more important is that we are able to acquire incentive on behalf of our investor. Now that means to say they are also able to enjoy corporate tax incentive based on the amount they investment they put in. Second, they are able to enjoy VAT now both during the construction phase and as well as later on during the import phase, the production phase.
Gresik SEZ.
Kami sangat merasakan dukungan penuh yang diberikan oleh KEK dan tim Bea Cukai dalam hal ini, terutama dalam pemanfaatan fasilitas master list. Dukungan ini meliputi pembebasan pajak, pentambahan nilai untuk PPN impor, dan juga pajak penjualan atas barang mewah PPNBM yang tidak dipungut.
Nah, jadi biasanya kita juga mempunyai komunikasi yang baik dengan dinas. Apapun yang kita tanya, apapun kesulitan kita konsultasi dengan dinas. Selalu ada solusinya.
Sampai saat ini kami telah memanfaatkan fasilitas tax holiday dengan perusahaan dibebaskan dari pajak penghasilan badan dan juga dibebaskan atau tidak dipungut BPN untuk transaksi yang dilakukan di kawasan ekonomi khusus ini.
Sanur Special Economic Zone.
Manfaat dari insentif itu ada dua keywordnya ya kalau kita bilang ya. Yang pertama adalah banyak, terus yang kedua adalah sesuai dengan kebutuhan.
Dan saya rasa di sini peran Satwena sangat penting sebagai orkestrator dari seluruh kementerian atau lembaga terkait dalam hal membantu kami untuk betul-betul bisa mendapatkan benefit-benefit tersebut.
Akselerasi, fantastic, hebat, mantap.
Indonesia SEZ is the world's most promising investment destination. Be a part of the world's future leading investors. Indonesia SEZ, where the future happens now.
Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank you, Pak Bambang, Pak Dodi, and Pak Francis as our speaker, and of course the participation. The audience, thank you for joining us in Hita Karana New Era Bali Kerti Forum. Until we meet again, I'm Fidel. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.